This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents Champion, Divine Progression Book 5 by Jake Brannigan, narrated by Neil Helligers. Act 1. A Torturous Climb. 1. A Captain's Report. Becka. So that's everything we've learned, Glenn concluded as Becka stood silently at his side. Leo was last seen leaving the chapel this very morning. He met Sara on the docks, and they had lunch there after Sara secured a boat to take us to Calefall. Then they both traveled to the old fishing district, where the town guard on duty confirmed they entered alongside Ripper. After that, they vanished. Following Glenn's lead, she and Glenn had spent most of last night verifying the facts Glenn had just laid out for Captain Marion Hawkshadow. The aging Blazer watched them impassively from the seat behind her scroll-covered desk in her office in the Lakebrook Blazers Guild. Leo and Sara were missing. There was no question they were missing, so the only question was what to do next. Once Glenn finished relaying his tale, Marion turned her gaze on Becka and practically burned her with a scowl. So if I understand what you're saying, what you're telling me is that your so-called urgent mission to compete in the Sandsea Cup was not urgent at all, which means you, Coldbreaker, spent all afternoon yesterday spinning me up and wasting my time. That's not it at all, Becka said soothingly. It's still vital Glenn compete in the Cup and scan the clergy gathered there. We won't have another chance to find this many secret Deathcasters. We simply can't complete the journey to Calefall without Sara and Leo. Without Sara's ship and Leo's, Aiden can easily get you on a ship. Marion interrupted. After I approved your quest, all you had to do was ask. We can also have someone else track down the location of the Shrine of Raylan and send it through Phantom correspondence once you arrive. But if you're going to reach port and make the trek to the Sandsea Cup in time to put yourself on the roster, you need to leave Lakebrook tomorrow on a boat, which means none of what you've told me is your problem. We can't leave Lakebrook until we know Sara and Leo aren't in trouble, Glenn said patiently. There are party members and our friends besides. They are Blazers, perfectly capable of taking care of themselves, likely even more than you two. Marion again interrupted. Despite how special you may think the gods have made you, Graybreaker, saving the entirety of Luxterra does not rest upon your shoulders. Glenn frowned. His hurt expression suggested he didn't think of himself as special, but couldn't immediately come up with a way to insist he wasn't. Becka would have leapt to his defense had she not been convinced it would only irritate Marion more. They had to handle this delicately. We don't need you to verify Leo and Sara were taken by someone if they were taken at all, Marion continued firmly. We don't need you to rescue them. We can do that. In case you forgot who we are, we're the largest, most powerful guild in Luxterra. Nobody abducts our people or gives us trouble, or if they do, they only give us trouble once. The Shadowers Guild would argue differently, but Becka didn't bring that up. Marion's scowl remained hard as she stared Glenn down with determination that made even Becka uncomfortable. If Leo and Sara have gotten into trouble, we'll find them. If they need help, we'll rescue them. We don't need you to do that. In fact, you won't be doing that at all. Becka hid her grimace as she struggled for a way to salvage this rapidly deteriorating situation. Glenn should never have pushed Marion this hard. Captain, Glenn started, you're officially done looking into Leo and Sara's so-called disappearance, Marion said. That's in order from your superior officer in the Blazers. That's still me, by the way, and one you'd be a fool to ignore. But what if, even if someone did snatch those two up, we can't have you and your bleeding heart mucking up the search because you're worried about your friends? You focus on packing for your trip to Calefall and making sure you're ready to scan every member of every branch of the church who shows up to cast resurrect on the contestants. Others with higher levels and better focus will look into this. Glenn had looked like he was going to continue arguing until Marion said those words. "Are you going to send Brennan after them?" Becka had no doubt Brennan Shadesinger could find 2 missing junior Blazers. She doubted there was much Glenn's mentor, one of the most celebrated truth-seekers in all of Luxtera, could not accomplish. But she also knew one unfortunate and discouraging fact. Marion Hawkshadow wouldn't assign Brennan Shadesinger to a task this small. Marion confirmed Becca's unspoken thought. "Shadesinger's busy. But I give you my word, Glenn. If Leo and Sara are missing, we'll bring them home. Blazers don't abandon their own." Glenn's grimace had returned. Since he looked like he might argue again, Becka grabbed his hand and gripped it tight. When he glanced at her, she incrementally shook her head. "Not here." Marion continued as if she hadn't noticed anything. "Now, I need you to find the captain Sara convinced to ship you to Calefall and confirm you're still on board. Can I trust you to handle that monumental task yourself, or do I need to send someone with you?" Becka squeezed Glenn's hand as hard as she could manage. She prayed she could convince him to stop digging before he ruined any chance of them getting back into Marion Hawkshadow's good graces. Glenn's incremental nod was a huge relief. Even so, he couldn't lie to Marion. He couldn't lie to anyone, at least not well. That was her job. Becka turned to face Marion. "We'll be on that boat. You don't need to worry about us." "Good," Marion said curtly. "I appreciate the heads up regarding Leo and Sara's absence. I'll get someone looking into it today. Now you're both dismissed." Glenn still looked like he might be about to say something else or launch another doomed plea to be put back on the quest to find Leo and Sara. Before he could do that, Becka turned and dragged him off, or tried. It was like trying to yank a full-grown tree right out of the ground. When Glenn glanced at her in protest, she offered the most pitiable look she could muster. That convinced him. He could never resist her pitiable gaze. Once he agreed to move, she added a knowing wink that immediately perked him up. He'd gotten the message. Finally. "We're not giving up," Becka assured him silently. "But we're not getting anywhere in here." With the last of his attempts to sway the unswayable Captain Hawkshadow from her chosen course concluded, Becka led Glenn out of Marion's office by the hand and into the hallway on the 2nd floor of the Blazers Guild. The inside of the guild was not a good place to plan their next move, too many eyes and ears, so Becka dropped Glenn's hand and led him down the stairs. Aiden Goodfellow sat at a round table nearby speaking with 2 Blazers. Becka immediately recognized them as Jackson Marshcutter, a muscular, brown-haired 24-year-old shadower, and Jessica Rainfall, a comely, dark-haired 22-year-old guilecaster. She quietly cataloged this new information away with the reams of other facts she carefully organized inside her head. Blazers constantly came and went from the guild and zone, and it was always good to know who was around. After all, the only reason she'd been able to convince Marion to assign Glenn a quest to go to Calefall, enter the Sandsea Cup, and use Soul Scan on every last high-level spiritualist and shamanist there was because she had known Marion was in town for the week. Becka kept tabs on the comings and goings of Blazers almost as well as Aiden Goodfellow, the guildmaster. Jackson and Jessica weren't supposed to be here, or at least there had been no plans for them to be here. Both had been reassigned to the Blazers Guild in Coalfield last year, after officially leveling out of Evelyn. Some unexpected matter must have brought them back to Evelyn recently. As Jessica glanced up and in her direction, Becka smiled warmly. The other woman smiled back. She elbowed Jackson, who took one look at Becka and Glenn, then looked back to Aiden. Becka had taken a liking to Jessica the moment they first met. They were both guilecasters and both blessed with strong, loyal men who were sometimes too thick about matters for their own good. Jessica was simply a few years further along in her journey, and Becka was grateful for any advice the older woman offered. Becka didn't know Jackson nearly as well. Unlike Glenn, Jackson tended to keep to himself unless Jessica forced him to be sociable. Still, he seemed like a good sort. She also knew from Sara that Jackson had retrieved her namesake mace, Becka, from the Redwood home the day after Glenn died, and that Jackson and Sara, then Svara, had trained together and been friends. Their presence here could be useful if she needed to call in a favor to help Glenn find Leo and Sara. Their presence here could be useful for other matters as well. Even so, Becka had no immediate need to enlist either of them in her latest scheme. She turned her eyes to the door and led Glenn out. The moment they emerged, she turned to Glenn in full sight of the windows on the second floor of the Blazers Guild, windows she suspected Captain Hawkshana was looking out of right now. Marion, unfortunately, knew just how clever Becka could be. She had to make this look good. Right now, Marion was wondering if Glenn was really going to follow her orders or go do something else, something rash. Before Glenn could say anything, Becka wrapped her hands around the back of his head and pulled him down for a kiss in full view of the second floor of the guild. He resisted her, but likely only out of surprise. "Hold on, is this really kiss me like you mean it?" she whispered. "They need to think we're heading off to Bone." "Oh," Glenn blinked. "Well, I guess if—" Becka ended the last of his resistance by hopping up on her tiptoes and planting a kiss on his waiting lips. He had no problem slipping into his role after that, and Becka didn't really have to act in this regard. She loved teasing Glenn. She only wished they truly had time to get serious. Once she was certain anyone watching them from the windows of the guild would have a very clear idea where they were going next, Becka once again took Glenn's hand and led him off in the direction of the iron scabbard. They would speak in Glenn's room. Shadow Sense, her blessing that allowed her to detect hidden mortals and demons, would alert her if anyone followed to spy on them. The trek to the scabbard ended without issue, and Becka made sure to kiss Glenn a lot more once they arrived outside, just to make sure no one saw through their clever ruse. Finally, they headed upstairs, and it was only once they were alone inside and the door was closed that she let herself incrementally relax. Glenn now watched her with hopeful eyes. "We're not giving up on them," he said quietly. "Right?" Becka offered the most offended gaze she could muster. "What do you think?" He grinned with visible relief. "So, what's your plan?" "I thought I made my plan for you clear outside." He rolled his eyes at her. "Other than that, you understand what you were doing wrong back there in the guild, don't you, with Marion?" "I suppose." "So what were you doing wrong?" "I imagine I was trying to break through a brick wall with my head." Becka nodded in approval. "You can't simply badger a woman like Marion into agreeing with you. Pressing her to change her mind when she's already made it up simply causes her to dig in deeper. You know that. That means she might actually be right about some of what she said." Glenn frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "You're very close to Sara and Leo. Are you absolutely certain your worries for them as friends aren't going to interfere with your ability to complete this investigation as a truth seeker? Impartially? Because if it is, I won't let my feelings for them interfere with my investigation. I can separate my worries for them from my work. Marion might not believe that, but you do, right?" "If you help me?" She waited. "So help me believe you, Glenn." His features calmed. She watched the man she loved as he mentally moved away from her, from this world, and then returned, recentered, and refocused. "I can do this." "Good." She absolutely believed him. "So let's start by summarizing where we are now. Marion expects us to be on a ship to Kalefall by midday tomorrow. That gives us the rest of the day and perhaps tonight to find something that will change her mind about sending us away." Glenn's brow furrowed. "But you just suggested I couldn't change her mind." "I suggested you couldn't change her mind by arguing with her about the limited evidence we've already gathered, which she's already absorbed and dismissed. We simply need to gather new evidence before our new deadline, something to make her look at the facts with fresh eyes." Glenn's eyes widened as he caught on, which amused and relieved her. He was a talented and capable warrior, a veritable savant in regards to solving the obscure and odd cases Brennan had slowly been assigning him as part of his training, and an absolutely phenomenal lover. But while he could often read people like a book, he still had little idea how to manipulate them. Glenn's open nature could get even the most untrusting people to trust him, but he couldn't trick them into doing what he wanted. He could offer an impassioned plea that would melt the hearts of even the most stoic curmudgeon, but he couldn't convince them that helping him was in their own best interest. Becka didn't enjoy manipulating other people into helping her to get her way, but she was good at it. So she should simply continue to aid Glenn where he was weak, just as he aided her in the same way each and every day. Glenn visibly considered their options. So we can't convince Marion to let us keep searching for Sara and Leo with nothing but the word of a town guard that they were last seen in the old fishing district. But if we gather hard evidence that they've actually been abducted, and where we might start looking for them, Becka added, she might have to reconsider her orders. Glenn agreed with visible relief. And as you said, she's not wrong about all of it. The evidence we have now is rather flimsy, and I am close to both people involved. I need to give Marion real evidence, and prove I'm up to the task of finding them. Becka smiled warmly. Now you're talking like the Glenn Graybreaker who saved the Marshvale Fishing Company from financial ruin. So, we have one more afternoon, evening and night to gather evidence about Leo and Sara's disappearance that changes Marion's mind. Right, though we've already been to the docks and the church, and we've all but walked the length of the old fishing district, we need to figure out where to go next. May I offer a suggestion? Please do. You're amazing at all this. I'd be lost without you. From anyone else, Becka would have assumed they were buttering her up, but from Glenn, the words came straight from his heart. He might be a bit thick-headed sometimes, but his genuine devotion to her and to helping others more than made up for that. No one could be good at everything. Brennan's unavailable, and we can't go to Marion until we know more, Becka said. But there's one other person in town who I think might help us. In fact, I can almost guarantee she will. Who? Glenn asked hopefully. Becka pictured the kind face of her first and most formidable mentor in the Blazers. Jenny Amberson. Glenn stared at her in surprise, and, she noted, with a visible hint of worry. She returned from her latest recruiting trip just 2 days ago. She'll be here in Lakebrook for another 3 days before she heads out on the next one. She also knows both Sara and Leo personally. Glenn's brow furrowed. But Jenny knows who I am, doesn't she? She knows Glenn Redwood. She never got to meet Glenn Graybreaker, unless you're worried that guilecaster charm around your neck has somehow broken in the past 3 months. I think it's past time I introduced the two of you. Right, Glenn agreed, hesitantly. But can we really risk her realizing who I am? We might as well. She knows I have a man now, and she has asked about you. If I keep finding excuses to keep her from meeting the man I'm spending my nights with, she might begin to wonder if I'm ashamed of you, or if I really am secretly boning the same Glenn she knew. And she would want to help us. She did train Leo, after all, and Sara, and me. In fact, I like to think we've grown quite close since she took me under her wing 2 years ago. Finally, Jenny and Marion don't really get along. Glenn's brow furrowed. And that's good somehow? Becka patiently reminded herself that one of the reasons she loved Glenn so much was because of how he could never, ever manipulate people into doing something against their best interest. It means Jenny's unlikely to casually mention to Marion that we've come to her about this matter, which makes it likely Marion won't hear about us not quite following her orders until when we have some evidence that proves we had good reason to do so. Again, Glenn nodded. She could see his keen mind absorbing these new facts. Then I think you're right. If we tell Jenny Leo and Sara are missing, she may be able to offer some ideas about where they might have gone, or what might have happened to them. So where do we find her? This time of night, after being gone for 3 weeks on a recruiting mission, I believe she would be on her way to enjoy a delicious dinner at the Golden Minnow. She might be content to eat trail food while on the field, but the woman loves her crab legs. His expression grew more interested. So, noble clothes for supper, then? She batted her eyes at him. You can't tell me you aren't already looking forward to seeing me in another noblewoman's dress. Perhaps the frilly blue one you bought me last week? Glenn's grin widened. That would work. She offered a mock frown. Just don't get distracted. We're going to supper on a quest, not so you can spend the night ogling me in my lovely, frilly, low-cut dress. Sure, he agreed. We certainly wouldn't want me doing that. 2. A cavernous arena. Leo. The 6 captives, teacher and his D-souled, had gathered around the table in one corner of the large cavern, had finished eating their soup and bread long ago, and Sara had been gone longer than Leo was comfortable with. He glanced at the 6 people he needed to rescue once more. It was going to be a real chore to get them all out of here alive, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to try his best. Eric, a level 14 shadower, now sat by himself on the corner of a bench, facing away from the others. He had his arms crossed like he was sulking. That was odd, since no one had said anything since the group at the table had finished introducing themselves. Perhaps, as a shadower, Eric simply carried an instinctive distrust of Blazers. Evie, the red-haired level 13 guilecaster who hadn't said a word since she introduced herself and her class, stared at the table and nothing else. Meanwhile, Maria, the level 19 harmcaster who had yelled at Evie when she gave her name in class, continued staring down the tunnel into which Sara had disappeared with teacher. Maria looked even more cross now than she had earlier. Meanwhile, Kenneth, the level 15 brutalist, and Cyrus, the level 13 anchorite, talked in tones too low for Leo to make anything out. Had Leo not known how low their levels were, their ages would have assured him they had already each chosen an evolved class. Yet the whole reason these people were here, in teacher's eyes, was because they had abandoned Luxtera's climb. Just like Tom Brightbow, a level 10 auracaster, Leo's best friend. His big brother and the man he'd initially come here to save. And right then, Tom walked around a table, climbed up on a bench, and thumped down on top of the table beside Leo. Tom smiled. Looks like you get to bail me out once again. This one isn't your fault. Leo kept his eyes fixed on the tunnel down which Sara, Ripper, and Teacher had disappeared, willing them to emerge. No one plans to be abducted by a crazy person. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if he's so crazy. Leo offered him a sharp glance. What do you mean by that? He showed us the scripture. All of us have read it. Kinda makes you think. What scripture? The scripture of Raylan. It says things like why we should level and what's going to happen to us if we don't. Leo scoffed. You can't possibly believe that. Scriptures of Raylan don't exist. Tom offered a surprisingly lucid gaze. Did the church tell you that? Leo hesitated only a moment before firming his scowl. The church isn't perfect, I'd be the first to admit that, but if there actually were scriptures of Raylan out there, they would have spoken to us about them. Even the church wouldn't dare hide the word of the gods from the faithful of Luxtera. There's a lot about the church we don't know. Anyway, I can't say I'm fully convinced. The words of the scripture leave a lot to interpretation. The one thing I do know is that I don't want to get my head ripped off by an antlion, so until I know for sure that I'm going to wander in the dark forever if I don't get back on the ladder, I'm not going to risk my life leveling. But we have to start climbing the ladder again, Evie said quietly from the other side of the table. If we don't, there's no afterlife waiting for us. Not a good one. There's no warm afterlife waiting for us no matter what we do, Maria said darkly. The gods are spoiled children tossing around their playthings. You think they care about their toys after we break? They'll toss us on the rubbish pile and move on to whatever entertains them next. Kenneth frowned at her. You shouldn't talk about the gods that way. Why? If they were going to smite me, they'd have done so by now. I don't know if they plan to reward us in the afterlife or not, Kenneth said angrily. But I do know I wouldn't want to make them angry before I die. But that's what you're already doing every day, if you believe, teacher. When was the last time you leveled anything other than your drinking tolerance? Kenneth glared. It's tough to level solo in Evelyn. I'll get back to it, I will. I just need some more training and I'll be ready to go out and level again. I just hate that they make us fight and kill, Cyrus said sullenly. We shouldn't have to kill monsters to stay in their good graces. Isn't the fact that we worship them enough? Kenneth chuckled and shoved him in the arm. You're not mad about having to do more than worship. You're just afraid to take a punch. So why aren't you? I never wanted to be an adventurer. I would have been perfectly happy raising crops outside town. Cyrus shook his head. I hate fighting. Tom sighed. You and me both. I always wanted to be a merchant instead. Maria scoffed. If you'd chosen that class, you'd be even poorer than you are already. Tom scowled at her. What do you know anyway? All you do is complain. And all you do is daydream. It doesn't matter how many of Teacher's games we play or how many of his hurdles we clear. He's never letting us leave this cave. And even if we did escape, we just die in some empty field when a monster or demon manages a lucky strike. Maria looked up. Damn the gods and their decrees. I'm done playing their games. Despite his desire to be patient with these people, Leo was getting rather tired of their defeatist attitudes. No one would ever claim fighting monsters and leveling was easy or safe, but with a good party and good sense, one could still make progress. As much as he didn't want to agree with Teacher about anything, the man was right that these people had absolutely given up on leveling. Even so, abducting them and forcing them to fight monsters wasn't the answer. There had to be a better way to motivate them to start climbing the ladder again. Though if he'd been unable to convince Tom Brightbow, a man who was as close to him as a brother, to do that. The toll of a single bell echoed through the cavern. Everyone stiffened, including Leo. He didn't know what the bell meant, but the others obviously did. He glanced at Tom. What's that mean? Time to earn our supper. Tom looked at the table. Tomorrow's supper. How? By fighting monsters? Cyrus set his jaw. I don't want to fight today. I'm not going to fight today. If he sees I'm not willing to fight today, he'll have to let me out of the arena. I don't care if I don't eat. And what if he doesn't let you out? Kenneth asked angrily. You plan to just let some goblin stab you in the gut? To Leo, this was sounding worse and worse. Teacher forces you to fight goblins down here? Among other monsters, Evie said timidly. Each of us has to kill at least one monster a day, or we don't eat. Goblins are the worst, though. They enjoy hurting people. Leo had only fought goblins a few times with a full party of Blazers. Second to demons, they were one of his least favorite monsters to fight. It wasn't just the fact that they were humanoid, which felt disturbingly like killing other adventurers. It was the feral way that their eyes lit up when they spotted human prey, and what they often did with the corpses of those they defeated, which was eat them. Normal goblins were only level 10 to 12, but they were fierce fighters. Goblin archers were usually lower level, 9 to 10, but they were frustratingly good at shooting poisoned rancid arrows or blow darts, and fleeing before they could be struck down. And goblin champions could easily be level 14 or higher. Those monsters carried shields, primitive armor, and bone axes that could crush bone and tear flesh. Anyone who died in a fight with a goblin pack and whose body wasn't retrieved by their party was almost certain to meet the forever death, because goblins, like minotaurs, enjoyed nothing more than the taste of a dead adventure. Even worse, unlike minotaurs, goblins didn't bother to cook the body first. No spiritualist could resurrect an adventurer whose body was devoured by goblins. Worse, goblins rarely fought alone except for their scouts, and they generally clustered in underground caves where only a full party of experienced adventurers dared venture. They were rabid, smelly, disgusting creatures that always targeted the weakest members of a party, always fled from superior numbers, and always set ambushes in their underground caverns. Still, fighting one goblin wouldn't be so bad. The ravenous little monsters were a terror in a pack, but each individual goblin was relatively weak and easy to kill. though the way they sometimes fought with no regard for their own well-being almost ensured anyone without adequate armor would be bitten or scratched. Goblin saliva was mildly venomous, as was the poison they put on their claws. Leo already knew Teacher was an evolved deathcaster, though he might be dual-classing. What would he do if one of his captives got scraped or bitten by a goblin during their daily battles? Leo had seen firsthand how goblin bites and scratches swelled and quickly became infected. When Leo had fought goblins with the Blazers, they always had an experienced lifecaster in their party to use Cleanse Body and Flash Heal on any wounds before they could fester. So did Teacher have a lifecaster working for him as well? He had mentioned human disciples as well as Desold. Leo was finding it difficult to concentrate on anything while his partner remained missing. Where was Sara? He struggled to remind himself that she was just as capable of taking care of herself as he was, but they were the captives of a high-level deathcaster. The man could easily murder either of them, regardless of how strong or brave or clever they were. The level difference alone assured that. Maria sighed and rose. "Guess we'd best get on with it then." She walked toward the tunnel guarded by the Silver Colossus. "Unless you want to get carried into the arena again?" Leo watched them file off, and then glanced at the desouled corpse of a Silver Colossus, a towering six-armed humanoid with gleaming silver skin that could completely shrug off any spell one cast at it. Carried? As he fell into step behind the line, Tom glanced back at him. "If we refuse to go to the arena, Teacher just sends one of his desouled to carry us there. We don't like being carried about like a sack of potatoes, so we go." "And where are we going now?" Leo once again resisted the urge to draw his steel spear and take his chances with one of the high-level desouled in the cavern. Where was Sara? "Just keep walking," Tom said. "It's easier to see it than describe it." Leo glanced at the tunnel down which Sara had disappeared several times as they approached the tunnel guarded by the towering desouled corpse of the Silver Colossus. What little he recalled of how deathcasters manipulated their puppeted corpses told him a deathcaster had to be within sight of the corpse to actually make it do things. Otherwise, it simply stood dumbly in one place. As they approached the tunnel, the Silver Colossus shuffled aside. Yet Leo didn't see any sign of Teacher or Sara, so was it possible there was more than one deathcaster down here? As a form, wearing a long set of dark robes and a dark-colored mask similar to Teacher's, stepped from the tunnel, Leo realized he'd guessed correctly. This must be one of Teacher's disciples, assuming they were alive. As he peered closely, he was fairly certain he could pick out the subtle rise and fall of the slim figure's chest. Their dark, thick robes made it impossible to ascertain anything else, including sex. He hoped the person would speak, allowing Leo at least one fact to archive in regards to their identity. Instead, the figure simply stood aside and motioned with one hand as the procession filed through. Maria led with her eyes stubbornly fixed forward, followed by Kenneth, Evie, Cyrus, Eric, and lastly Tom. Leo followed at the rear and paused at the tunnel entry. He stared the figure down. "You have to know this is wrong," he said firmly. "You can't force people to fight monsters." The disciple in the robes and mask remained silent. "Is he forcing you to help him? Are you under duress? Why are you doing this?" Once again, the figure simply motioned with one hand. As they did so, the Silver Colossus flexed all 6 of its arms and took one step forward, a thunderous single pace. The meaning was obvious. Continue up the tunnel after the others, or be carried there in the arms of the Silver Colossus. Teacher's disciple obviously had no intention of offering anything other than gestures. Leo abandoned his efforts to coax words out of them and followed the others up the tunnel. His worry for Sara remained, but he couldn't help her if he got grabbed by a level 30 desouled. The journey continued for what Leo estimated was 5 or so minutes, though he couldn't be certain. In addition to gradually sloping up and down, the tunnel wound back and forth enough that Leo would have easily gotten lost if there were any offshoots. Yet the tunnel went only one direction. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the tunnel were also unusually smooth and round, It was either the work of a builder or some sort of monster that could burrow in the earth. Perhaps a rock spider? Leo doubted that rock-eating monsters would build these tunnels on their own, but Teacher could easily kill some and enslave their corpses. A desouled rock spider could tunnel as easily as a live one. Finally, they emerged into another cavern that, while smaller than the one that they just left, was obviously built for a single purpose. The center of the cavern contained a large bowl with high stone walls all around it, with another tiered ring around that. Even had Tom not mentioned this was an arena, the design would have made that obvious. It was also already occupied. Teacher stood on a raised overlook above the second ring, and Leo was greatly relieved to see Sara standing beside him with Ripper close at her side. He saw her visibly nod when he exited the tunnel, and he didn't miss the way she subtly relaxed when she saw that he, too, was still alive. Still, the cast of her features assured him she was troubled. Her worries didn't appear to be an act. Leo would compare notes with her later. For now, with assurance she was still safe, Leo took in the rest of Teacher's arena. The bowl wasn't empty. At least 6 metal cages stood around the edges, 4 of which were occupied. Leo spotted 3 different goblins, one locked in each cage, and what was obviously a very agitated antlion in the 4th cage. The last 2 cages were empty. There were also 6 small wooden boxes in the arena, gathered around the edges. All were closed. What was in those boxes? Potions? Weapons? Teacher couldn't expect his captives to fight monsters bare-handed. Even if Cyrus could manage that, as an anchorite, the rest certainly couldn't. Also, did Teacher's disciples go out and capture these monsters themselves? They didn't appear to be desouled, so Leo wasn't sure how they could capture them, unless Teacher had his silver colossus grab them and carry them bodily back to this cave. Leo supposed that would work well enough. Perhaps one of Teacher's disciples was a guilecaster or mindbender. They could easily charm a monster of equal or lesser level and bring it back for capture. Leo knew that was how events like the Sandsea Cup acquired the monsters they had adventurers fight in its contests of strength, guile, and will. Guilecasters and mindbenders spent months collecting monsters to sell to the Cup. 2 more robed figures waited in the arena below as well, each dressed similar to the one Leo had seen at the entry to this tunnel. So Teacher had at least 3 disciples working with him. That was discouraging. It was bad enough that this man believed his wild tale about the gods punishing those who refused to level in the afterlife. Apparently, he convinced a number of followers as well. Even Teacher's current captives seemed to be close to accepting the man's wild claims about those who refused to undertake Luxterra's climb. Tom had always been one of the most skeptical people Leo knew, and yet he was already half worried Teacher might be correct about divine punishment. Even Maria, callous as she acted, seemed to believe Teacher. She simply didn't care. The others, from what Leo had overheard, all believed Teacher's words in one way or another, but they had reacted differently. No one seemed to have flat-out told Teacher he was wrong. Their captor was charismatic and persuasive, but Leo reminded himself he didn't need to convince Teacher he was wrong or even convince these captives. He just had to get them out of here. As they entered the cavern, the 2 robed disciples on the middle ring lifted the end of a wooden ramp cobbled together from planks and long poles. They slammed the end down on the highest level of the ring, the level onto which Teacher's captives and Leo had arrived. So that was how they allowed transit between rings. Leo spotted a similar ramp leading down into the lowest ring, or arena. From the platform above the highest ring, Teacher called out, "Cyrus, Evie, form your party and step into the arena. Protect your adventuring partner and honor the gods." Cyrus paused at the edge of the ramp leading down to the second ring and angrily shook his head. "I won't do it. He can't make me fight anything today." Evie clutched his hand, only to have him angrily rip it away. "Please, Cyrus. I can't fight them alone. They're goblins. I don't want to get bit, and I can't hold off a goblin on my own." "Then take Kenneth with you," Cyrus said irritably. "He's killed plenty of goblins." Kenneth glared at him. "She can't take me with her, you oaf. You heard Teacher. You're first into the arena today. You know what happens if we refuse to fight." "Cyrus, Evie?" Teacher's voice grew stern. Step into the arena. I will not ask again. Maria turned on Cyrus in exasperation. He's just going to have some corpses toss you in there if you don't go willingly. You'll fight better without a twisted knee or broken foot, so go. Cyrus stepped back and crossed his arms. I refuse. Please, Evie asked desperately. Leo had heard enough. I'll go with her. All their eyes snapped to meet his. You can't, Kenneth said. He won't let you, Eric said crossly. It's teacher's rules or nothing. That's how this works. Cyrus is refusing to enter the arena, Leo called up to the platform. I volunteered to fight alongside Evie Greenfeather instead. That is not your place, Teacher responded ominously. His voice echoed unnaturally through the cavern. It is also not your climb. Cyrus, Evie, enter the arena, or we will throw you into it. That seemed to be the last warning Evie would tolerate. She hurried down the ramp without a look back. Just what would happen if she refused? From behind them, something chittered, and as Leo looked up in horror, a desouled rock spider burrowed directly out of the earth. When Cyrus saw it, he shrieked. The moment he attempted to run, a second desouled rock spider burrowed up from the ground on his other side. Despite moving slightly slower than a running human, Cyrus seemed too petrified to move. Both spiders closed on him from either side. Leo drew his steel spear and stepped forward. Do not interfere, Leo, Teacher called from above. My spiders will not harm him. I swear to you by Celis. Stand down and allow me to teach them how to survive. Leo mentally debated until Sara called out from above as well. Listen to him, Leo, Sara yelled down. For now, you need to let them fight. Leo stared up at Sara in shock. What game was she playing at? Why would she willingly allow this man to place these adventurers in danger? Yet, as he stared up at his partner, the firm cast of her features told him this was no act. She really did want him to let this man toss Cyrus into the arena alongside Evie. Sara wouldn't do that if she didn't have a good reason. He didn't trust Teacher, but he trusted Sara. Sara must know something he didn't, something she had learned from her interrogation of Teacher after they left together. As much as every instinct in his body urged him to attack the desouled rock spiders and stab them until they turned to dust, he sheathed his spear and stepped back. Cyrus finally made a run for it, but far too late. A desouled rock spider leapt and pinned him. He shrieked as the other skittered over, palps pulsing. Between the two of them, the rock spiders picked up a thrashing Cyrus and scurried down the ramp to the second level. The disciples down there had already lowered the last ramp. Evie hurried down the ramp, evidently in no mood to be carried into the arena by rock spiders. When she was on the ground floor, the two disciples pulled up the ramp. That was about the time the spiders and Cyrus arrived. Don't! Cyrus screamed. I don't want to. The spiders simply tossed Cyrus into the arena. Leo winced as he heard something visibly snap once Cyrus landed on the rocky ground. His howl of pain made Leo physically uncomfortable. But he was an anchorite, wasn't he? A fall like that should only make him stronger, and he could simply use Auramend to heal whatever injury he'd just suffered. Couldn't he? Evie hurried over and attempted to help Cyrus to his feet. Instead, the man visibly pushed her away. He rolled onto his rear, drawing his knees up to his chest. He wrapped his arms around his knees and sat stubbornly, like a child angry about being punished for defying his parents. Gather your weapons, Teacher called from above. The cage will open in 30 seconds. Evie gasped and hurried to one of the crates. She pulled the lid off, which at least assured Leo it wasn't locked. She pulled out what looked to be ringmail armor suitable for both low-level casters and melee classes, and also, thanks to its cloth-like nature, a piece of armor she could easily slip over her own head. That would offer some protection for her chest and waist, but her legs and arms remained bare. Even caster robes, which covered the full body, didn't protect those. Evie rummaged desperately through the crate and picked up what Leo immediately recognized as a plain but well-maintained steel dagger. He hoped she at least knew Shadow Blast. If she got one or two of those off before the monster closed in on her, she could blind it and then stab it to death. If she didn't, she could get bitten or scratched very quickly. This arena was scarcely bigger than the common room of a small tavern. There wasn't much room to run from a fight, and no tables to use as cover, so without a melee class to hold the goblins at bay, she would be overrun quickly. Cyrus remained sitting on the floor, clad only in his commoner's clothing. Was he seriously going to let himself get murdered by a monster today? No. He likely planned to let Evie do his fighting for him. What kind of an adventurer would let his friend and party member fight a monster alone? One of the cages snapped open. Leo stepped forward and once more gripped his spear as a slavering goblin stumbled out of the cage. Its beady red gaze immediately alighted upon Cyrus and then away as the monster, which had an almost humanoid intelligence, decided he was no threat. Evie, on the other hand. The goblin charged her with a blabbering snarl. Its only weapon was a rusty-looking commoner's dagger, and it wore no armor save for a filthy loincloth, but its poisoned claws and drool-stained teeth were far more deadly than any common blade. 2 level 13 adventurers should be able to easily dispatch a lone goblin, but Cyrus was obviously in no mood to fight. Evie raised one hand as black and purple energy swirled in her palm. She unleashed what Leo recognized as Shadow Blast. But the goblin was fast enough that she looked terrified. Arm trembling, her blast went wide. The goblin then leapt for her, screeching in triumph. "Dive!" Leo shouted. His shout reached her at the last moment. Evie dived sideways as the goblin came for her, and the frenzied monster missed taking her down by a hair. It slammed into the rock behind her as Evie stumbled back, but it was back on its feet in another moment, just in time to take a shadow blast to the face. The monster shrieked and stumbled backward. Blinded, it battered at its shadow-cloaked eyes. Its red health bar appeared for the first time in the fight, assuring everyone who now watched that the blast had struck home. Better yet, Evie's shadow blast had ashed what looked to be 1/10 of its bar. That suggested this goblin was level 10 at best, 3 levels below her. Any lower than that, and killing the monster wouldn't even yield experience. While Shadow Blast didn't blind a monster every time it hit, especially if that monster was high level, there was always a chance. Evie had 3 levels on this goblin, yet as the monster snarled and stumbled about, stabbing blindly with its dagger, Evie backed away. Unless she pressed the attack, the goblin would soon regain its sight, and she might not get so lucky again. "Attack it now while it's blinded," Leo shouted. "Go for its legs." Evie glanced up at him with visible worry. "Stab it in the legs," Leo shouted. "You have to slow it down before your blind wears off." Desperation or resignation took Evie as she went back on the offensive. Leo's heart leapt into his throat as the goblin stabbed at her blindly, but she somehow slipped past the blow. Her steel dagger plunged into the goblin's side, then its thigh. The beast shrieked and slashed blindly as its health bar ashed further, though not by much. Evie's strength must be rather low. Evie shrieked as well as the rusty blade sliced a deep and bloody line into her upper arm, but the blade glanced off her ringmail armor instead of striking an organ. She stabbed again and again, and both strikes plunged deep into the goblin's flesh. It stumbled and fell to one knee as it slashed at her again, but again the blow glanced off her armor instead of cutting flesh. Evie's health bar had appeared once the goblin struck her, revealing over 1/4 of it had ashed from just that single glancing strike. Her vitality must be as low as her strength. Not good. Still, more of the goblin's red health bar had ashed with Evie's strikes. It was obviously in worse shape. The goblin was down to less than 50% health now, and its tortured wheezing and snarls assured Leo it was hurting. His experience with fighting goblins with the Blazers continued to come in handy. They remained relatively weak monsters one-on-one. "Run to the other side," Leo shouted from above. "Hit it with more spells." Evie finally seemed to be listening. She ran to the other edge of the arena, then turned when she reached it to put her back against the wall. The goblin angrily shook its head and stumbled forward as the shadow cloaking its eyes melted away, its red eyes fixed on Evie as it stumbled after her. Yet she already had another shadow blast forming in her palm. This time, as it became obvious to everyone that the goblin could, at best, manage a lumbering jog, her aim was true. Her next shadow blast slammed into the goblin and seared its flesh. That ashed its health bar to under a third. It shrieked and waved its dagger madly, but Evie's earlier strikes had hobbled it. Evie unleashed another shadow blast. It slammed into the goblin and knocked it onto its back, leaving but a sliver of health bar. Yet Evie also dropped to her knees. The fact that her skin was now disturbingly pale told Leo she had perhaps spent the last of her blood using her skill. Becka could easily toss 8 shadow blasts without pausing to quaff a blood potion, and she was only level 12. Evie must not have as much wisdom as Becka if she could only manage 4 shadow blasts before she collapsed. Still, the goblin was barely a threat any longer. "Finish it with your knife," Leo called. "You have to finish it now." Grimacing, Evie stumbled to her feet. She walked, shakily, toward where the barely conscious goblin lay on its back with a sliver of red health bar remaining. As she approached, Leo saw the goblin's blackened fingers tighten around the hilt of its rusty commoner's dagger. That was the only warning Leo had that it was conscious, and he was glad he'd been paying close attention. "Stop there!" Leo shouted. "It's playing dead." Incensed by Leo's words, the goblin lumbered to its feet, but its many wounds and the impact of so many shadow blasts left it clumsy and slow. Evie had no trouble stepping back to avoid its attacks. It slashed at her once, twice, thrice, before collapsing onto its face in exhaustion. "Now!" Leo shouted. "Take it down!" With a little snarl, Evie jumped on the back of the goblin and plunged her dagger into its back. She howled with respectable fury as she stabbed again and again and again. Leo wanted to cheer as the goblin burst to ash below her, but he didn't want Teacher to think he was enjoying watching this. Panting and pale, Evie tumbled to the rocky ground on a rapidly dissipating pile of ash. A purple, glowing life crystal the size of a grapefruit appeared where the goblin had fallen. Evie had won. As she grabbed her arm and winced, however, it was obvious from the small icon on her health bar and the way it ashed incrementally every few seconds that she was bleeding. Leo looked around and then stared down at the disciples. "What are you waiting for? She won the fight. Heal her." Teacher's voice filled the cavern. "Evie Greenfeather, today you have honored the gods. Rejoice in your accomplishment. The life crystal is yours. Take it with my blessing." Evie scooped up the life crystal as best she could. She still looked pale and weak. "Cyrus Hillmane," Teacher called. "Once again, you have failed to do as the gods demand. You also allowed your adventuring partner to fight a goblin alone and made no move to help her." Cyrus said nothing. He still didn't move. "For refusing to resume Luxterra's climb and for allowing your partner to face danger without you, you will spend a day in the hole." Now at last, Cyrus reacted. He jumped up and stared wide-eyed. "No, you can't." Maria chuckled darkly at Leo's side. "Bloody fool. Maybe this will get him off his arse." "Don't do that!" Cyrus shouted madly. "I'll fight! Send out another goblin!" Yet even as he spoke, the same desouled rock spiders from earlier burrowed up from the floor of the arena. Before Leo could do more than draw his spear and step forward, the spiders below spit bursts of sticky rock at Cyrus. They bound his feet and legs together. He toppled and then struggled to escape the spiders, moving like an inchworm while he screamed. As the spiders closed on him, Leo glanced up desperately at the platform. Sara watched him from above. Again, she shook her head. She didn't want him to intervene. How could he not intervene? From below, Cyrus's cries ceased. Leo looked down again to find that the rock spiders had bound him up in rock like a cocoon, leaving only his nose and terrified eyes visible. One spider spun and visibly opened a hole into the earth, then skittered through it. As it did so, a strand of rocky web dragged Cyrus, feet first, after it. He disappeared into the hole, followed by the other spider. "They won't kill him," Maria said from Leo's side. "But he'll have a rough night stuck in a hole, alone, with only the dark for company." Leo glared at her. "Don't you care about any of these people?" Maria glared back in response. "It's because because I care about them that I don't need you doing anything stupid, Blazer. You may think this is barbaric, but Teacher will do far worse to us if you attack him. I don't need you getting us thrown in the hole because you decided to be a hero and failed, again. The hole in the floor of the arena vanished. There was no more sign of Cyrus Hillmane, but the disciples had not lowered the ramp that connected the floor and the second ring. Were they going to make Evie fight another goblin? What were they waiting on? Evie answered Leo's silent question a moment later. She rose, stumbled to the crate she'd opened, and tossed in the steel dagger she'd used to fight the goblin. Then she pulled the ringmail armor off over her head and tossed that in as well. Finally, she replaced the lid on the crate. Only then did the disciples lower the ramp from the second floor to the lower floor into place. A pale-faced Evie stumbled up it, clutching her bleeding arm. As she did so, golden energy washed across her body. Leo was relieved to see one of the disciples had just cast Flash Heal. So one was a life caster. A life caster working for a madman. Did they also believe in this scripture of Raylan Tom claimed Teacher possessed? Evie's ashed health bar healed to full before vanishing. The fact that a single flash heal had topped her off was more evidence of her low vitality. Perhaps this was why she was afraid to fight monsters on her own. An antlion or minotaur could likely kill her with one or two lucky strikes. Teacher's voice boomed once more from the platform. Kenneth Tallwood, Tom Brightbow, you are next into the arena. Protect your adventuring partner and honor the gods. Kenneth cracked his knuckles and then rolled his head around on his shoulders. Time to earn our supper, Brightbow. I just hope we don't get the antlion. Tom stepped to Kenneth's side. Marching Rose or Morning Dew? Leo knew those Auracaster skills. The former raised the strength of all members in a party, while the latter passively healed 5 health points every 10 seconds. At least Tom had spent enough time leveling to gain 2 of an Auracaster's most popular skills. He just didn't like using them. Let's go with Rose today, Kenneth said. I want to get this over with quickly, so I'll just beat the monster into submission. Just don't let it hit you. Tom smiled cheerily as they proceeded down the platform together. Of course not. He glanced back at Leo as he reached the second ring. Any tips for this one, little brother? Leo watched him with more worry than he expected. Stay behind, Kenneth. Don't be afraid to stop playing if the monster runs at you. Only play if you're sure its attention is already on your partner. Evie returned to the party as Kenneth and Tom walked down. She glanced at him as she arrived, her lips pressed together. Was that gratitude he saw in her features? Thank you, Evie said. Cyrus was just... I'm glad you were here. Leo nodded. You fought well down there. You need to work on holding your arm steady when a monster is coming at you, but you did well to avoid the goblin's blade. Overall, I was impressed. Evie's eyes widened as he spoke, but he didn't miss the way her shoulders squared up and her stance firmed as she absorbed his words. Leo knew enough from working with younger Blazers that a little encouragement could go a long way. Evie would remember his words, and hopefully gain the confidence she needed to help her in the future. She didn't say anything else, but as she joined everyone else in watching the next fight in the arena, she looked far more interested than she had been. She would be paying close attention. Below, Kenneth and Tom entered the lowest level of the arena. Both headed to different crates, and both pulled out what he expected. Kenneth pulled out another set of ringmail armor, perhaps that was all they had available, and a gleaming steel greatsword. So he was already fighting like a cleaver despite not having evolved his class. It was just as Leo had suspected. Kenneth had stopped leveling since demons would ruin him, and because few parties would take a brutalist who didn't know taunt or use mighty smash. Tom produced what looked to be a serviceable minstrel's lute from another crate and strummed it experimentally. Hold a moment, he said. Need to tune this before we start? No time, Kenneth said. Just try not to be entirely off-key. From ahead, a cage clicked open. It was the cage containing the antlion. As Kenneth and Tom both realized this, their curses came in unison. With a roar, the antlion clambered out. Yet Leo couldn't help but be a bit proud of how they both immediately leapt to the attack. 3. A mentor's reintroduction. Glenn. When they reached the gate to the fine dining district, where Glenn had met Brennan Shadeslinger for lunch more than 2 levels ago, the same town guard who'd been there that day was once again on duty, Trevor Mosscloud. Glenn now used soul scan instinctively on all those whose identity he couldn't verify by visual inspection, even though he felt guilty about it afterward. Yet it would be irresponsible to run into a problem at this juncture simply because his inconvenient moral scruples got in the way. Sara and Leo were missing, and Jenny Amberson might be the only Blazer ranked high enough to change Marion's minds about who would go and rescue them. She was also the only Blazer whose rank was high enough to actually challenge Marion. As Becka had said, Jenny and Marion were rivals, to an extent. Glenn hated the idea of taking advantage of discord between 2 Blazers he respected, but Becka wasn't wrong about their ability to do so. She'd never been wrong about the complexities of interpersonal relationships before, so Glenn had no reason to doubt her this time. He was so grateful for her counsel. Their trip through the gate was painless. Glenn and Becka both showed their status sheets to Trevor, who nodded and waved them through, and then they were once again on the lovely and well-maintained boardwalk that ran along the river leading to the bay. The smells from the expensive restaurants clustered along this walk were delightful, and Becka looked fantastic in her blue noblewoman's dress. Then again, she looked fantastic in everything. If only this could simply be another night out on the town, another date. Yet Glenn could never relax and enjoy himself, even when he had such a beautiful and intelligent woman on his arm, while his friends languished in an unknown prison somewhere. He had to find and rescue them. While Becka visibly clung to his arm as they walked, he subtly let her take the lead. She knew better than he where to find Jenny this time of night. They walked the full length of the dock as Becka subtly scanned the restaurants, but didn't stop. They were halfway back, and Glenn was starting to worry when Becca's subtle pull on his bicep suggested they change course. Glenn let her lead him. They walked to the entry to a restaurant. At the same moment, a tall blonde woman dressed in a white and yellow noblewoman's dress, almost as low-cut as Becca's, strode off of a restaurant the sign identified as the Flying Fish. Her blonde hair rested atop her head in an elaborate series of braided curls, and narrow silver pins held it in place. What might be real emeralds dangled from her earlobes. Glenn blinked in surprise. He recognized the same brave Blazer recruiter he'd met for the first time over 2 years ago on the Dewdrop Hills outside Gracia, but only barely. Dressed up for a night on the town, Jenny Amberson rivaled the richest nobles he'd seen in Lakebrook. He suspected she would blend into any high society party in the city, even one thrown by the Marshvales. Jenny smoothly slowed and smiled as she spotted Becca's approach. She motioned incrementally with her head for Becka to meet her out of the way of others who might be exiting or entering the restaurant. Becka released Glenn's arm and took the lead as she did so. Glenn followed reluctantly, praying the effect of his guilecaster charm would hold strong. Jenny should see the man she remembered, but not remember him as that man. Time to find out if this guilecaster charm was worth whatever Aiden Goodfellow had paid for it. Once they were standing in the shadow of the Flying Fish and far enough from the tables they wouldn't be overheard, Jenny spoke. "This is not a chance meeting, is it? You came looking for me." "I did," Becka said. "I'm sorry to bother you on your night off. I know you have so few of them, but you are the only person we could turn to regarding an urgent problem." "Well, I can't say that doesn't sound interesting. How can I help you tonight?" Jenny sounded just as confident and friendly as Glenn remembered from over 2 years ago, and while she had offered him a curious once-over as he approached, he'd seen nothing in her features that implied she recognized him. So his charm was working, or she was a talented actress. Becka smiled wide. "Before we talk about that, I want to introduce you to my partner. This is Glenn Graybreaker." She paused. "And by partner, I mean we're dating, to be absolutely clear." Jenny offered Glenn a casual nod. "A pleasure, Glenn. I'm Jenny Amberson, level 23 spiritualist." So Jenny had gained 3 levels in spiritualist in the past 2 years, despite continuing with her recruiting duties across Luxterra. She truly was something special. He answered her polite greeting with his own. "Glenn Graybreaker, level 14 brutalist. And it's a pleasure to meet you finally, Miss Amberson. Becka told me she's really enjoyed training with you. It is a coincidence, though, Jenny said, that she would be dating another Glenn. Glenn blinked. I'm sorry. Becka touched Jenny's arm. Before we get to the problem I mentioned, I genuinely do want to know how you've been. How was the trip out to Ocarine? Thank the gods Becka was redirecting the conversation. Jenny sighed and brushed back her blonde hair. Not as productive as I'd hoped. The candidate showed promise, but it also became clear as the interview continued that she simply wasn't ready to step away. Others in Brannigan confirmed my suspicions, though not intentionally. She was too attached to her parents in Lindo Village to leave it all behind. It would become a problem. Lindo Village, Glenn remembered, was the starter town in Ocarine's starter zone of Brannigan. Anna Bronzelight, the only other soul seer in Luxterra, had leveled there for a time before she fled to Wolfpine and encountered Glenn and Zack, though Anna actually hailed from Frostford, Ocarine's equivalent to Lakebrook. Jenny really did travel the world in her quest to recruit new Blazers. I'm sorry to hear that, Becka said sympathetically. But I suppose it would have been unwise to recruit someone who would eventually grow desperately homesick. It certainly would be. So, how are you doing, Becka? Since Wolfpine? Gods, Jenny was talking about the incident where her childhood love, Glenn Redwood, had died, or so Jenny must believe. She spoke of it so casually, he wondered if she was talking about something else. I'm doing well enough, Becka agreed cautiously. I'm glad to hear that. I know the news from home was difficult to process. I want to state again that if you ever want to talk to someone about it, I'm here. Jenny meant the news regarding the deaths of Glenn Redwood and Zack Silverstone, Becca's childhood friends. Was Jenny implying she knew at least some of those deaths were faked? I appreciate your offer, Becka said, but I assure you, I'm coping. As we discussed that day you first recruited me, we can only move forward, not back. I need to move forward. A good plan, Jenny agreed calmly. Once more, her gaze fell upon Glenn. He couldn't swallow. He smiled instead. He tried to look as natural as he could. So, Glenn, Jenny asked, how did you and Becka meet? Glenn's mind stuttered as her seemingly innocent question threw him for a loop. How had he met Becka? What was the story they'd settled on when Ashley Bloodbraid asked the same question? Becka offered a rueful sigh. It's a fun story, but it will have to wait for another night. Leo and Sara are missing, and I was hoping you could help us look into the matter. Jenny's playful expression hardened as she visibly set aside any attempt to tease the story of how Becka had met the second Glenn she'd ever dated. Tell me everything you know. Becka summarized the results of their investigation with a precision Glenn could only marvel at. When she finished, Jenny nodded and once more brushed her bangs back from her face. Leo would never fall out of contact like this, nor would Sara. And Marion truly wishes you to let this go? She gave explicit orders that Glenn and I are not to look for them. She also promised she would have someone look into it, but you know how many issues she handles on a daily basis? Issues that spawn the zones and may seem more pressing. You can see why we aren't exactly eager to jump on a boat tomorrow and leave our good friends to their fate. Yet perhaps you should, Jenny said calmly. Before Becka could say anything, Glenn stepped forward. Not you too. Jenny glanced at him and offered what looked to be a sympathetic smile. Tell me, Glenn Graybreaker, do you believe you deserve to be a truth seeker? Of course I do. Yet something in her tone gave him pause. And as a truth seeker, a blazer who focuses on facts and evidence above all else, do you truly believe that the best person to search for Leo and Sara would be a party member who cares dearly for them and would do anything to keep them safe? Someone who lacks objectivity? I can remain objective. The way you reacted when I suggested you should both keep your appointment with the boat suggests differently, Jenny said, though not unkindly. So I will ask you the question you should be asking yourself. Are you the best choice to search for your missing friends? Think before you answer. Glenn almost answered her before he caught himself. Of course there were better options to find Sara and Leo. He'd said as much to Marion when she refused to let him handle the search himself. Brennan had far more experience with finding missing people, and also had connections across the city which Glenn lacked. Jenny also seemed well-connected and well-respected throughout the city, especially by the Blazers she trained her work with. Either would be a better choice to look for Leo and Sara than him, especially since his feelings about them might color his perceptions. I'm the best option of those available, Glenn answered calmly. Jenny nodded. That's a fair answer. Still, nothing you've told me makes me confident I can convince Captain Hawkshadow to change her mind. While we don't agree on all aspects of training our new recruits or how we deploy them, in this case, I feel her concerns are warranted. Becka grimaced. Then, you won't speak to her? Jenny turned back to Becka and gripped her hands. I wish I could, if only because of how much I truly care for you. But I also don't like it when you lie to me. Becca's features went calm. How have I lied? You're not convinced Glenn is the best option to find Sara and Leo either. Glenn gasped as Becca's unflappable, confident mask fell for just long enough to assure him what Jenny said was true. He wanted to yell at them both, to insist they were wrong and hadn't considered all the facts, but he couldn't deny the facts any longer. Truth-seekers didn't do that. Gods, Glenn said. You're right. I really am too close to this to be objective about it. If I let myself get distracted or overcome with emotion, I could miss something. I could fail my friends. Becka looked absolutely crestfallen as she stared at him. Glenn, I'm too close to me to be objective. You didn't want to tell me this because you care about me too much. Becka said nothing. She merely wrung her hands. They both knew he was right. Jenny walked over and placed one warm hand on his shoulder. The fact that you're willing to consider this speaks to how much you care about them. It's no weakness to recognize there are people out there who may be better qualified to solve a problem that drops into your lap. It's a sign of a rational mind that puts the well-being of others above concessions to their own ego. Glenn sighed. But even knowing this, I can't step away. I may not be the best choice to find them, but no one else is stepping up to take my place, unless you know someone better. Jenny smiled at him. I'd be willing to look into it. Glenn stared at her in relief. You would be? Of course. Like you, I care deeply for Leo and Sara, but unlike you, I've also had a bit more experience in separating my feelings about those I care about from my responsibilities to keep them safe. This isn't a matter I'd be comfortable handling on my own, but I know people I trust to help me, people who have excellent tracking skills. Together, we can find them. Glenn smiled wide. That would be wonderful. But we need more than you have to begin. What you've given us isn't enough to start searching for them, so until it's time to hop on that boat, I see no reason why you shouldn't continue to investigate this matter on your own. Just be ready to hand it off to us when you know more. But Captain Hawkshadow ordered us not to investigate this matter further, Becka said. If she finds out we're still looking into it, that could cause a problem. Jenny glanced at her. What were her exact words? She ordered us to focus on packing for our trip to Kalefall and preparing Glenn for the Sandsea Cup. Our boat leaves tomorrow afternoon. Then you should focus on preparing Glenn to compete in the Sandsea Cup. A good first step might be ensuring he believes the search for his friends is in good hands before he leaves. Otherwise, he'll be constantly distracted in Kalefall and could be injured in a tourney match. A faint smile crossed Becca's face. Preparing Glenn for travel is what Marion asked us to do. I will admit, I'm surprised she agreed to let you step away from training to attend the Cup. As are we. But she is right about something else. If we don't hop on that boat tomorrow, we'll arrive too late to join the rolls of adventurers participating in the Sandsea Cup. They don't take latecomers. She looked at Glenn. And unless we enter it and win, we may not level as fast as we hope to level. In other words, He might not reach level 15 in time to complete his quest to resurrect Zack. Before now, choosing between Zack's life and his worry over Sara and Leo's disappearance had seemed like an impossible choice, but with Jenny to look into it. Glenn looked back at Jenny. Thank you for offering to do this. I can't do it yet. I mean what I said. I need more than you have gathered so far before I can justify devoting more resources to finding our missing Blazers. Right now, they've simply stepped away from their training. We have no proof they've been abducted. Other than that, they'd never step away from the Blazers. A fact you, Becka, and I accept. Our personal impressions and opinions of two junior Blazers are not what gets us the Blazer resources we need. We need evidence. I'll find more evidence, Glenn said, and I'll find it before tomorrow afternoon. I believe you. But since you've come all this way, could I offer a suggestion? Glenn smiled gratefully. Please. You should offer a quest in the old fishing district for information on Leo, Sara, and Ripper from anyone who might have seen them or saw where they went. Glenn gasped. Hadn't Leo done the same back in Wolfpine when he needed to track down Anna and Alan in a town full of people desperate for experience and coin? Those had been healthy adventurers. The people in the old fishing district would be even more desperate. That's a lot of coin, Becka said cautiously. Glenn smiled happily. But I can afford it, thanks to that huge stipend I got from the Marshfells for saving their business. He looked at Jenny again. It's a good idea. Thank you. Jenny smiled back. I simply hope my suggestion bears fruit. Now, as much as I might enjoy catching up with Becka or getting to know you better, Glenn, I do have other plans tonight. I've kept them waiting longer than I feel comfortable with. So if there's nothing else... Glenn stepped aside. Of course. How do we get in touch with you once we know more? Becka can leave a letter with the details at the usual place. I'll check tomorrow after lunch, and if you've given me what I need, I'll get the search party organized. Thank you, Becka said, and I hope you and your plans have a good time. Jenny smiled fondly. We always do. Good night, you two. She turned and strode down the docks toward the exit, still guarded by Trevor Mosscloud. Glenn glanced at Becka. Is it safe to leave a message about this with Aiden? He might tell Marion. Becka eyed him in amusement. He would tell Marion, which is why we aren't leaving the message with him, or leaving anything at the Blazers Guild. Oh, Glenn said, reluctantly. So you and Jenny have another way to communicate outside of the official Blazer channels? That sounded almost illegal. I didn't say outside, I just said different. But we'll have plenty of time for me to explain all that while we walk. If we're going to commission a quest tonight, we need to do it quickly. Right, I'm glad we spoke to her. I just wish she was less, well, insightful. You and me both. I knew we couldn't fool her. Glenn glanced at Becka in alarm. Fool her about what? Becka calmly stared into his eyes. Without words, he knew. Jenny knew too. Jenny Amerson knew the true fate of Glenn Redwood. She'd likely known the truth for some time. Glenn rubbed the back of his head. Am I really that bad of an actor? This one's on me. Jenny knows how much I loved Glenn Redwood because she was the first Blazer to meet and recruit us both. She saw me pine for you during training when we were both convinced we might never see each other for 20 years. When you died... He gripped her hands. When I thought you died, Becka continued softly, it left me rather out of sorts. I'm so sorry I made you feel that way. As he remembered the extra week he'd spent in the Deep Scorn Woods leveling Ripper, he remembered that he'd also let Becka think he was dead for at least that long. He'd only learned later that no one had told her until she returned from Aquarine. Once I learned the truth, I did all I could to appear as if I grieved, but Jenny knew me too well to believe it. I think she suspected the moment I learned the truth and my attitude changed. When you learned I wasn't dead. Yes. And the moment she saw the way we looked at each other, I knew I couldn't keep it from her even if I wished to do so. I trust her to keep this matter to herself, and I obviously love you far too much for us to have only met a few months ago, so... That's my weakness. Glenn pulled her close and kissed her. She responded eagerly, and Glenn only remembered they were still in public when a patron at one of the tables in the nearby restaurant loudly cleared their throat. Blushing and overcome with emotion, Glenn glanced in their direction, offered a nod of apology, and headed off to find a merchant with Becka clinging to his arm. "So you're certain she won't tell anyone?" Glenn asked. "She won't. She'll also do everything in her power to track down Sara and Leo. We just need to make sure we set her on the path before we leave." "That we can do. At the moment, I'm just frustrated I didn't think of her idea myself." "Learn and improve, love. Now, do you already have a merchant in mind?" "I do, and I think he'll be eager to help us and get his cut." 4. An expensive quest. It was now less than an hour from dawn on the day he was supposed to hop on a boat to Calefall and sail away from Lakebrook, and Glenn could barely keep his eyes open. It didn't help that he was stuck sitting in a small shack near the gate of the old fishing district, or that he'd spent the entire night following its many denizens around the district, chasing down one bad lead after another on his missing friends. He'd never give up on either Leo or Sara, but he would need to sleep soon. Jenny's plan to find them had seemed so brilliant when she first brought it up. Glenn still had a large reserve of moons from the reward Lord and Lady Marshfell had given him for saving their fishing business. A little over 2/3 of his remaining coin would be enough to create an official quest to bring him verified information regarding the whereabouts of Sara Cinderflare and Leopold Argentshade, and their looming Arctic wolf. It was difficult to miss Ripper. People in the old fishing district talked, and someone had to have seen something. The people who lived here wouldn't talk to a blazer under normal circumstances, not for free, but this was an actual quest that provided both coin and experience. Glenn had known even the most jaded resident of the district would eagerly jump at the chance to make some easy experience and coin. Of course, Glenn couldn't create an official quest on his own. He wasn't townsfolk. He did, however, know a local merchant who had agreed to create the quest on his behalf. Glenn had given the merchant the coin to pay the quest submission fee to the city, and also provided the quest reward. Paying for both, and paying the merchant's 10% commission on top of all that, had savaged his once impressive savings, but he still had a reasonable nest egg, just not enough to buy Becka any more dresses or enjoy another meal of fine crab legs. Still, he was now completely out of debt, and he could always kill more monsters, sell more life crystals, and earn more moons once he concluded his journey to the Sandsea Cup. No amount of money was worth more than the lives of his friends. Glenn's quest had inspired dozens of tips from the locals living in the old fishing district, though so far none had proven useful. After a whole night of listening to, following around, and investigating tips from the locals that had offered no real new information, the disappearance of Sara Cinderflare and Leopold Argentshade remained unsolved. They had entered this district, that was certain, but the unsolved mystery of how they'd vanished vexed him. They hadn't left through the gate. There was no way to leave this district otherwise, and they certainly hadn't left Lakebrook. He'd asked at all the gates. If Sara and Leo were tied up or otherwise imprisoned in some dilapidated building in the old fishing district, someone would have found them by now. The residents were certainly motivated to complete his quest, and they knew every nook and cranny of this section of Lakebrook far better than he did. Since no one had claimed his quest reward, they truly hadn't found his friends. Even encountering a Void Strider like Arthur Everglow wouldn't explain how Leo and Sara had exited the district. They could have used a Void Strider's teleport abilities to slip out of the district itself and enter the city, but even a Void Strider's teleports couldn't take them through town walls. Just like monsters, demons, and others, the gods forbid adventurers from bypassing the walls of a city through teleportation magic. Otherwise, it would be trivial for ne'er-do-wells to avoid town guards. The other possibility, and it was a terrifying possibility, was that Leo and Sara were dead. If a Deathcaster had killed them, he could have placed their bodies in an unfilled bag and smuggled them out with no one the wiser. Even so, Glenn couldn't believe that. Some event had befallen the two of them, something that prevented them from making contact. But they had to be alive. Believing anything else would depress him too much to continue looking. Another knock on the door jolted him from his disappointed musing, but he immediately recognized it. That was Becca's knock. He didn't bother getting up from his chair since he needed to save energy. There had been many knocks in late afternoon and after night fell, but visitors had fallen off rapidly as Glenn spoke to each of them. None had offered the information to complete his quest. Becka entered without being prompted, smiled as she spotted him sitting in his chair, and walked around to the back of it. She wrapped her warm arms around his chest from behind. She kissed his shoulder and sighed. "Still no luck?" Glenn shook his head. "You really do need sleep," Becka said. "I got in at least 4 hours. I'm good for the day, and we agreed we'd sleep in shifts as we waited for people to turn in tips. It's your turn to sleep." Glenn sighed heavily. "I know, I did promise." He reached up to wrap a big hand around one of her forearms. "I just hate leaving a task unfinished. I really thought this quest would unearth something more than the fact that people saw them walking through the district. We already knew that." "At least you can get your coin back," Becka said soothingly. "Or some of it, right? You can refund some of the cost of commissioning a quest if no one manages to complete it in a week." "I won't even be here to do that. We'll be on a boat to Killfall." "Then simply have your merchant friend handle the refund. He's the one who officially filed the quest anyway, but if you can, try to bargain them down from 10%. Glenn glanced back at her. "I honestly don't know what I'd do without you." Becka kissed his ear. "You'd certainly be having a lot less sex." He couldn't help but chuckle at her constant teasing. She never stopped trying to cheer him up. She always did all she could to take his mind off his troubles, and it was working. Sort of. "Now to bed with you," Becka ordered. "If any resident of this lovely district brings me information that explains where Leo and Sara wandered off to, I will rouse you immediately. But you will be useless to everyone if you're stumbling around like a de-souled." "I think I might just sleep right here, in the corner, with a blanket." "Only if you promise to sleep. No faking with your eyes closed." Glenn rose from the chair as Becka gamely hung on with her arms wrapped around his chest, and she huffed playfully as her feet dangled off the ground. He turned, slowly, so as not to dislodge Becka, and walked to one corner of the room. She finally dropped off him. Glenn yawned. "I don't think I could fake anything now. I'm really tired." "Then sleep well, love. I'll handle any tips that come in for the next few hours." There wasn't really anywhere comfortable to sleep in the old dilapidated shack he'd paid a local a full moon to rent for the day, but there was a pile of hay in the corner. Glenn had slept on worse. He settled down and had just gotten comfortable when a quiet knock sounded. "I'll get it," Becka said before he could say anything. "Don't you dare move." Glenn let his eyes close as the creaking of steps on wood announced Becka walking to the door. Still, he couldn't fall asleep. Not until he knew who this was and why they had come to see him. He heard Becka open the door and then a man's whisper. He couldn't make out the words. The door closed once more. More whispering continued. Glenn couldn't hear what their visitor was saying, so he opened his eyes and sat up. Becka grimaced as she stepped back, and a thin, older man stepped inside. He had weathered skin and gray hair, and while it could be rough living, Glenn had the impression he was at least 50. Why was he whispering? The old man's eyes widened as he spotted Glenn in the corner. "You're Graybreaker." "I am." Even as Becka frowned his way to discourage him, he rose to his full height. "And it's awful late, Mr. What do I call you?" "Everett Common Cloud," the old man said stiffly and proudly. "Level 16 merchant." So this man was townsfolk. Interesting. Most of the people who'd approached him tonight had been down on their luck adventures, so at least having a merchant approach him was novel. The problem was, Glenn was rather low on coin at the moment. He didn't have the capital to make a deal. Still, the man obviously had something on his mind. Glenn was desperate enough. He wouldn't turn down any opportunities right now. Becka spoke before he could. "What can we do for you this morning, Mr. Common Cloud?" Glenn had almost forgotten it was morning. Gods, the sun would be up in an hour or so, and he hadn't slept for almost 40 hours. If only Guardian's Heal also regenerated his energy. Even regrowth, which could keep him going for a long time when fighting constantly, was obviously reaching its limit. His rare town guard blessing couldn't let him stay awake forever. Everett cleared his throat. First, I need your word that you will not speak of the information I offer to anyone who lives here. I want to complete the quest anonymously. I need your guarantee that no one will know I completed it. Not the Blazers, not the town guard, not even the city. Glenn perked up despite his exhaustion. No one who had contacted them previously had said anything about wanting to complete his quest anonymously. That suggested that Everett, at least, believed he had something more than, I saw them over here, or they passed this way. That won't be easy, Mr. Common Cloud, Becka said diplomatically. It will also cost more to add anonymity to the quest, and obviously Mayor Earthwhite will have to meet you in person. You know no quest can be certified as complete without the blessing of the mayor. That's fine. The mayor's not who I'm worried about. It's all the people who live here with me. If they find out I've spoken to you, I'll never make another deal again. Spoken to us about what? Glenn asked. Everett stared at him. I know how the people you're looking for got out of the city. Glenn felt a rush of triumph and tempered it with all the disappointment he'd suffered tonight. Could this be it, finally? Could the answer be within reach? Everett certainly looked confident. How? He asked. Everett's features hardened. Your word, Graybreaker. Swear to me you'll make the quest anonymous and that you have the coin to do so. Swear that you'll not share my identity with the town guards or the Blazers. Swear to it by Celis. Becka glanced at him, face pensive. This was a big request. Glenn held her eyes a moment before making his decision. It was going to cost him another chunk of savings to alter the quest in this way. Anonymity regarding quest completions was expensive, but he wouldn't have to pay if the man didn't have good information. He would phrase his oath carefully. Very well, Mr. Common Cloud. I swear by Celis that if the information you offer does lead me to learn how Sara Cinderflare and Leopold Argenshade left this district, I will change the quest to anonymous and keep your name from everyone, including my fellow Blazers. Everett nodded, satisfied. Fine, good. So... He took a deep breath. Here's your answer. Your friends most likely left through a narrow alley that leads to the east wall of Lakebrook. I can't take you there, someone will see me, but I'll draw you a map. How do they leave the district? Is there a tunnel leading to another district? Glenn's research on the area had told him the ground beneath this district was too soggy to dig any sort of real tunnel, but perhaps that research had been wrong. He should have consulted more sources, but he'd been in a rush. Did this mean the builder census he'd read was incorrect? It's no tunnel, Graybreaker. There's a hole in the town wall. Becka gasped. Glenn stared. He was absolutely certain he had misheard the man, likely because he'd been up for 40 hours without sleep. Had he fallen asleep without realizing it? A hole, Becka started. In the wall, Everett repeated. Locals have been using it for months to slip in and out of the city and pass contraband to the Shadowers Guild and others. They've made enough moons doing that to make your head spin, and they pay the locals who do know about it enough to ensure they'd never talk. Everett shuddered, not to mention what would happen to them if they did talk. That's impossible, Glenn said, even though those were the two words Brennan had once warned him a truth-seeker should never utter. The gods won't allow the walls of a city to fall. I didn't say it fell. I said there's a hole in it, one hidden by trash in the alley. It's big enough for a person to squeeze through, and maybe just big enough for that big white wolf who is with the blonde blazer you described. They could all easily get out of the city through the hole. Did you see this happen? Everett glared at him. No, of course I didn't see it happen. I don't go over there. I only know about the hole because I've been buying and selling in this district for over a decade now. And what proof do you have? A few months ago, Several of my competitors got unreasonably flush with coin, and locals who couldn't get a moon together suddenly started hitting the booze and eating real meat. There was way too much coin flowing through the district, and I needed to know why. I got it out of a friend when I got him really drunk. Glenn could almost believe this man's wild story. The sudden abundance of coin in this poor section of Lakebrook was certainly hard to explain. And you think there's been so much coin floating around the district in the past few months because the guild and others have been using this hole to sneak illicit goods into and out of the city? Which is exactly why I need that quest to be anonymous. I had to wait outside this shack half a night to be sure no one would see me sneaking in here to talk to you. I knew no one else in this district would be willing to risk the wrath of the Shadowers Guild. Gods, what if this was true? A hole in the walls of Lakebrook would be absolutely priceless to a group like the Shadowers Guild. Even high-level Void Striders or Time Striders couldn't easily sneak in or out of the gates of Lakebrook, and town guards could search those entering the city at any time. But a hole in the wall? A hole would allow the guild to bring in or ship out practically any illegal substance they could acquire in the city or abroad. They could meet a ship at a covert meeting away from the official docks to acquire any illicit substance they wished. Worse, once their contraband was inside the city walls, they had more than enough resources to smuggle it around so long as they used unassuming couriers. Town guards rarely searched people moving between gates inside the city. There was no reason to do so, since the gate guards supposedly handled all that. Gods, Glenn, Becka said. If he's right, the Shadowers Guild will never forgive anyone who gives up a secret this valuable. Glenn agreed grimly. He also knew, from his investigation for Lady Victoria Marshvale, that the guild was willing to murder if the price was high enough. So why would you risk telling us this? I want out, Everett said grimly. I've done my time on the climb, 48 years of it, and I'm ready to step off the ladder. I've been building a nest egg over the past decade, and the reward from your quest will give me enough to leave here for good. His expression went distant. I'm going to retire to a nice place in the center of the city. Small house, but it's real cozy. I don't want visitors. Everett focused on Glenn. And I'm not just talking Shadowers, I'm talking Blazers too. If Mayor Earthwhite wants to give me some sort of medal or recognition for exposing this hole in Lakebrook's defenses, I'll politely ask her to keep her mouth shut. I don't need any recognition, just the gold. And you can't show us this hole yourself, can you? Because you'd be spotted. Everett nodded. Which is why I'll draw you a map, a real good map. But first, I need to hear you say it. I've told you what I know. Does this information complete your quest? Glenn grimaced. I'll have to verify your claims. But if you're right about this, I'm right. Just follow my map. Then, yes. Having explored all other alternatives, I don't know of any other way my friends could have left this district other than using the hole you describe, if it exists. And if it exists, he sighed, then there's a whole lot more going on here than just the disappearance of 2 junior Blazers. Good. Everett grinned with satisfaction. Now I'm going to leave before someone else happens by. I'll expect you to verify my information tonight. 2 days from now, I'll make a trip into the city to complete the quest, anonymously. I'm not coming back here again. We'll have the quest updated and ready for you. Again, assuming I can verify everything you've told me. Everett crossed his arms. Then you'd best get walking. For what it's worth. I hope you find your friends. Once Everett had left them alone again, Glenn glanced at Becka. Think this'll be enough for Jenny to get the Blazer resources she needs to find them? Becka ruefully shook her head. If there really is a hole in the wall, it won't just get Jenny the people she needs to look for Leo and Sara. It's going to put the whole guild in an uproar. Just as long as someone focuses attention where it needs to be. That's why we have Jenny. Now let's go find this hole. Not without backup, Glenn said. Becka winced. You're right. Leo and Sara may have discovered this hole just as we did, and the fact that they didn't return suggests someone is watching it closely. We won't save anyone if we get abducted before we can share what we've learned with others. Chancing upon this hole could even be the reason they were abducted, Glenn agreed darkly. The Shadowers Guild could have imprisoned them to ensure word wouldn't get out. Even now, they could have them both sitting in a cell with a poisoned chalice. Becka clenched one fist. I pray they wouldn't go that far. The law of consent forbid even members of the Shadowers Guild from harming others without their consent. But someone who was locked in a cell and denied food and water for long enough might grow desperate or feverish enough to accept the cup of cool, clean water sitting in their cell. Poison. So who can we ask to help us? Glenn asked. Marion? She's out of the city again, Becka said. She's also a few levels higher than you are now, so I don't know that she'd make that much of a difference in a fight. Glenn winced. Marion was so intimidating in person he'd forgotten that the devourer in the Temple of Balance had reduced her from a truly powerful high-level blockader to a simple brutalist who was only a few levels ahead of him, without the powerful blessings of a town guard. But I do know two high-level adventurers who could back us up, Jessica Rainfall and Jackson Marshcutter. They're not evolved, but they're a whole lot closer than we are, and Jessica likes me. I think they'd jump at the chance to tackle a problem this big. Glenn smiled. Then let's go find them. Also, what about Ashley? If we can rouse her out of her cups, maybe the others as well. There's no guarantee Owen will be in fighting shape this early, but Kate and Brian would give us almost a full raid. I don't think anyone the Shadowers Guild left guarding that hole would be ready for all of us. Then that's our plan. You go find Jessica and Jackson. I'll go find Ashley and whoever is not too drunk to join us. Then we meet back here and leave to verify Everett's story. It's a plan. It's even a good one. But are you going to be able to stay awake? Glenn ran his hands through his short brown hair and then rubbed his eyes. At this point, not even one of Preceptor Fallowpeak's sleep potions could keep me down. 5. A fight in the town. Leo. Watching the people Teacher had abducted fight in his makeshift arena had taught Leo some very important things about their captor. First, despite his misguided intentions and criminal actions, Teacher did seem to genuinely wish to teach his captives to resume Luxterra's climb. Every fight in his makeshift arena pitted two captives against one monster of equal or lesser level, a challenge that would be reasonable for any adventurers of the level of these captives. Also, after the fight concluded, the anonymous lifecaster working with Teacher healed anyone who was injured, and though it didn't happen during the 3 fights he observed, he suspected the second anonymous acolyte, standing over the arena on the next ring up, was there to kill any monsters who got too close to killing those training in the arena, watching out for them. If Leo was being honest with himself, the challenges Teacher set for his captives weren't that different from how the Blazers trained new recruits. The biggest difference was that senior Blazers would escort junior Blazers into the field the same way he and Sara had been escorting Glenn and Becka as Glenn leveled Soulseer. They didn't force them to fight caged monsters in underground arenas. Still, it was a relief to know that Teacher seemed to be telling the truth about his intentions with capturing these people. It still didn't make it right for him to abduct them, and it didn't change Leo's plans to free them, but it did assure him Teacher had no plans to kill or harm anyone by pitting them against monsters they couldn't defeat. That was one less worry for Leo to consider as he planned their escape. Once everyone had killed their monster for the day, all the captives, save for Cyrus, walked back to the central cavern using the same tunnel they had traveled down to get here. Leo made several attempts to learn more about where the rock spiders that had abducted Cyrus had placed him, a separate holding area apparently known as the Hole. No one would tell him anything, and he suspected the fact that an acolyte walked behind them in hearing distance was why. Once they were back in the main chamber, Sara was waiting with Ripper. Leo heaved a sigh of relief at seeing her safe and unharmed. He also needed to speak to her about her actions during the arena battles today. Was she really in favor of letting Teacher force those people to fight? As the remaining captives wandered off to the tables or the sleeping tents, Leo decided to leave them to their own devices for a time. He needed to speak with Sara. He needed to know what she and teacher had talked about, and fill her in on the levels and capabilities of the people they'd come to rescue. Perhaps she could come up with a strategy that would allow them all to escape. Sara made a motion with her head that suggested he follow. Together they walked to a distant corner of the cavern, one far from the tunnels guarded by teachers desouled and the sleeping and eating areas occupied by the other captives. The only figures close enough to hear them speak in quiet tones were the beaten-up training dummies on posts nearby, and they didn't talk. Once they stopped, Ripper flopped down on the cool earth with his paws forward and his tongue hanging out. He remained alert as his eyes scanned the cavern for threats, and Leo found himself glad for the backup. He didn't pet Ripper, though. Only Glenn and Sara could do that. "What was that about today?" Leo asked quietly. "Why did you let those spiders abduct Cyrus?" Sara merely fixed him with a level gaze. "Do you think we could have stopped them, without endangering the other captives or angering teacher?" "I suppose not. Still, what if one of them gets injured, or dies?" "Teacher does not plan to kill anyone. He truly wishes to help these people." Leo narrowed his eyes at her. "No one's listening now. You don't need to pretend." "I'm not pretending." She took a breath. "I believe him." Leo processed her shocking words and searched her features for any trace that she was only pretending because she knew something he didn't. Yet, knowing her as well as he did, all he could conclude was that she was telling the absolute truth. Had a mind-bender gotten to her? "Don't look at me like that," Sara said irritably. "I'm not saying that his choice to abduct people from their homes and imprison them down here was the best way to go about convincing them to resume Luxterra's climb. But I do believe, now, that someone needs to do that." Leo fixed his jaw in place before he spoke again. "He's a madman, Sara. The gods don't punish those who refuse to level." "Yes, they do." Again, Leo was struck dumb by the certainty in her voice. Her words. She believed this. Gods, what had teacher done to her? "I saw the scripture. I read its words myself, and I heard them in my head." Leo snorted derisively. "You actually saw a scripture of Raylan?" "The very same. I don't know why the church has hidden those scriptures from us for all these decades. Perhaps there's something in the scripture that argues against the outlawing of deathcasters. It would be difficult for them to cite some parts of scripture and suppress others that oppose their laws. But if they simply suppressed the existence of the scripture in its entirety..." For the first time, the certainty of Sara's words chilled Leo more than he expected. He fought off that chill. How could he believe this? "Sara, you realize what you're saying, don't you?" "What am I saying, Leo?" "If what you say is true, the church has spent the last few decades dooming people who chose not to level to an afterlife equivalent to the 6 hells. Is that what you now believe?" "I don't know if it's equivalent to the 6 hells, but otherwise, yes, that is exactly what the church has been doing." Leo swallowed. It was so tempting to dismiss her as mad, but Sara wasn't mad. She was one of the most insightful, cautious, and experienced people he knew. So if she believed this... Leo shook his head. If scriptures of Raylan were really out there, and they really said things like this, someone would know. Someone would reveal the truth. It's been over 40 years since the church outlawed deathcasters. Teachers said they suppressed the scriptures even earlier than that. Anyone out there who knows the truth and is still walking around free likely isn't foolish enough to spread it. We can't believe anything teacher says. Yet I do. The leaders of the church have had 40 years to arrest and imprison anyone who spoke out against them. 4 decades to stamp out the truth. Even if some in the church still know, they've all agreed to keep it secret to honor their faith. No one dares violate their oath to Celis. Sara sounded so certain that Leo was starting to believe as well, and her theory, while terrifying, was just plausible enough that he couldn't dismiss it out of hand. It also made him angry. He knew it was unreasonable to be angry about something that might be true, but he was anyway. So does that mean you're going to help him? Join his acolytes, keep these people imprisoned down here and force them to fight goblins and antlions in a rocky arena or starve if they refuse? Sara's firm determination faltered. You really think so little of me? Leo grimaced. He breathed deep. I don't want to think that of you, no. Then remember who I am and how I think. We do need to free these people. That hasn't changed. But afterward, we need to let the Blazers and everyone else know the truth about what happens if you abandon Luxterra's climb. We need to make sure everyone knows about this. Finally, Leo saw how her perspective had changed, and he felt guilty for ever doubting her. Of course, Sara still believed they should help these people. All that had changed was now she believed they needed to help more than the people in this cave. They had to help everyone in Luxterra. And if what she said was true, even offering a whisper of this news would likely cause members of the Church of Sullus to come after them with as much fervor as they had gone after Zack Silverstone and Glen Redwood, town guard. The church could hire Shadowers Guild assassins to silence them. Even so, even with that danger hanging over him, Leo had to consider Sara's reasoning and how they could spread this news if they chose to do so. Because if it was true, he could no more keep silent than Sara could, not now that he knew people's immortal souls were in danger. Leo breathed deep and decided to mentally reason through their problems. If the church is actively suppressing the scriptures of Raylan, I doubt revealing that would go well for us. Even the Blazers may have trouble protecting us if we start openly spreading heresy. Sara frowned. Would it be better to abandon those who abandon the climb to a hell of their own making? If we keep this to ourselves, we're worse than Teacher. We'd know the truth about what happens if someone refuses to level and not even raise a finger to save them. Leo forced a smile. You really think so little of me? She watched him for a long moment. Then she smiled back, though it was just as forced as his was. Even so, the sentiment behind the smile was real. So, Sara said, how would we do it? Leo considered carefully. Let's take this one step at a time. Before we can think about spreading this new theory, we need to get these people to safety. That has to come before anything else. So, do you have any ideas in that regard? Sara nodded as she refocused. They were once more in agreement, and once more a powerful team. You've spoken to them, haven't you? You know their levels and classes? I do. Tell me. When Leo finished, Sara frowned. She looked less sure of herself than she had a few moments ago. They really have been neglecting their duty to level, which is certainly the reason Teacher abducted them. Still, we have what we have, and we've both trained plenty of newer Blazers who don't even have the levels this group has. There has to be some way we can get past those desold and escape. I'm not sure that's our only problem. Even if we somehow got into those tunnels and past the desold, Teacher could simply have his desold rock spiders close the path ahead and block us. Also, we don't even know if these tunnels lead to the surface. We know at least one tunnel did lead up there, the one we came down, but rock spiders could have already sealed it up by now. Plus, we don't have whatever item he used to open that secret passage in the rocks up in the bone cage. So we'll have to find a way to capture Teacher and steal his item. Sara eyed him. And how did our attempt to capture him go last time? Last time he had a hostage. And now he has 6. So how would you suggest we capture him? If we can just get some cuffs on him, we should be able to handle his acolytes. I watched the arena battles closely today. The Lifecaster used Flash Heal and Cleanse Body once, but nothing more powerful. I don't think they're evolved or as powerful as Teacher. Yet he still has 3 of them. There may be more elsewhere in this cavern. Which is why it may be up to you to cuff him and get whatever item he used to open the secret passage. You said you believe him, don't you? You actually believe he's right about what happens if you abandon the climb, and that he has a genuine scripture of Raylan in his possession? I know he does. So if you believe him, he must be starting to trust you, right? Sara's lips pressed together. He doesn't trust me enough to let me get my cuffs on him. Not yet. But for better or worse, the two of you seem to be on good terms. So if we have no other way, you should express interest in becoming one of his acolytes, offer to aid him in this unpleasant business in other ways, And once he lets his guard down, I betray his trust. Sara interrupted softly. Leo suppressed another surge of worry. Did Sara already genuinely empathize with Teacher now? This is what their instructors, and in particular Jenny Amberson, had warned them about when they studied methods for gaining the trust of captives and eliciting critical information. The goal of an interrogation was to make a captive sympathize with you by empathizing with them, but never to the point where you began to justify their crimes to yourself. Once you began to sympathize with the person you were trying to bring to justice, your judgment was clouded. I don't see any other way to free these people, Leo said. Unless you have a better idea, or you're comfortable spending the rest of our lives living in a cavern watching arena fights. Sara considered in silence for a moment. What is clear is we need more information. That's how Jenny taught us to deal with situations like this. If you encounter a situation you can't solve, and you aren't in immediate danger, don't act until you have a solution. Leo finished for her. And keep your eyes open. The solution may present itself even after you expect it to not. Sara's faint smile returned. For now, we'll trust Jenny. And Glenn. Sara glanced at the people sitting at the tables across the cavern, quietly speaking with each other. I don't know that Glenn will be able to help us this time. He's been solving mysteries for months now. If he can't solve the mystery of where the two of us vanished off to, then he really does need to step up his game as a truth seeker. It's a possibility, Sara agreed. But we can't depend on Glenn or even the Blazers to help us this time. Getting these people out of this place safely will fall on us. And what about Teacher? If he opposes us, can you fight him? Sara's expression firmed. I'll do what I must to protect you and our charges. I said I believed Teacher. I didn't say I thought everything he was doing was right. Beside her, Ripper growled a deep assent. Glenn. Gods. Glenn stared at the open space in the middle of the town wall that he had unearthed after moving a pile of trash. That is an enormous hole. He could even see the greenery of Evelyn on the other side of it, a straight path through to the zone. Ashley Bloodbraid elbowed him in the ribs. That's what he said. Hey, Owen said loudly from behind her. Don't go telling Glenn all my secrets. An exasperated sigh from Jackson Marshcutter reminded Glenn that pairing two veteran Blazers with Ashley and her band of body-drunken adventurers hadn't been the best idea he'd had this week. Still, no one had tried to abduct them. Yet, they'd have a hard time with it. Becka was level 12, and he was level 14, but the rest of their investigation party, they had a level 17 Anchorite, Ashley, a level 19 Brutalist, Owen, a level 16 Harmcaster, Kate, and a level 16 Lifecaster, Brian. Once one added Jessica, a level 18 Guilecaster, and Jackson, a level 18 Shadower, they had a full raid that could tear apart even the Minotaur camp out of the twin sisters. Glenn glanced back at the two experienced Blazers in the party. Jessica, would detect magic be of any use here? If someone had used illusion magic to hide this hole, they might be able to get an impression of their echo, or some clue as to who had used it most recently. I don't sense anything, Becka said softly from his other side. She's right, Jessica agreed. She had to work hard to squeeze past Jackson in the narrow alley, and then again to squeeze past Owen, who occupied almost the whole thing. But I can try. When she was standing almost on top of Ashley, Glenn, and Becka, Jessica raised her hands and closed her eyes. A moment later, she opened them. Nothing. The only thing hiding that hole was those mundane piles of trash, but magic might have drawn attention. These shadowers were clever. Not clever enough. Glenn pointed at the hole. This has to be how whoever took Leo and Sara got them out of the district without being seen by others. This is how they were abducted. This hole was all the evidence he needed to convince Captain Hawkshadow that she needed to mobilize the resources necessary to search for Leo and Sara. Jenny Amberson, he knew, would do just that. He might not be able to find them himself, but he led the Blazers to the proper path. What? No! Kate shouted from the back of the alley. You can't do that! Stop that! Glenn turned around and almost sent Becka stumbling in the narrow alley. He winced an apology and squeezed past Jessica with Ashley right on his heels. Past Jackson, Owen, and Brian, he saw Kate staring down a large and menacing figure in well-used steel armor. He stood in the alley with his shield raised, and it was a massive shield, a mage steel pavis. Glenn had always dreamed about owning a shield that large. Mage steel was inherently magic resistant, so if one could afford an enchantment on top of the exorbitant cost of the shield itself, one could become almost immune to the bane of a heavily armored, slow-moving adventurer, monsters who could cast magic. The shield's glow suggested it was enchanted. In this narrow alley, even Kate's slim frame couldn't squeeze past the shield, not without getting pinned against the wall. The armored figure with the shield wasn't attempting to push her back, since he couldn't push her back without violating the law of consent, but he didn't need to. They were trapped. Glenn looked up just as multiple additional figures appeared atop the pair of two-story buildings whose walls made up this alley. He counted 6 of them, and he actually recognized 3 of them: Sara Barrelblade, Tim Tallstrider, and Soren Shadecutter. He should have expected he'd see those 3 again. They'd been released after 3 months in prison on good behavior. He used Soul Scan on the 2 of them to verify their identities, and then used Soul Scan to size up the rest. He was pleased to find they actually had the Shadowers Guild outnumbered and outleveled. There were only 7 of them, while he had 8, and the highest of them was level 17. "Glad we brought backup," Glenn said. "So am I," Ashley added hungrily. "Call for the arrest. I'm gonna break Shield Guy in half." "Let's try and negotiate with them first. They might have been able to get away with spiriting away 2 junior Blazers, but if 4 of us disappear, it'll draw citywide attention." "And us vanishing won't?" Ashley challenged. Glenn glanced at her and winced. "You said not to lie to you." She laughed and thumped his arm. "At least you remembered that." As Kate retreated into the alley, the shield bearer advanced relentlessly. Fortunately, Brian had the presence of mind to interpose himself between the shield bearer and the rest of them before he could gain too much ground. The man stopped and clanged his mace against his shield. Brian just smiled. "That's a lovely tone. I didn't take you for an auracaster." The shield bearer growled. "Back up." "No, I don't think I will." Glenn's soul scan told him that this man, despite his impressive armor and equipment, was only a level 14 brutalist. The Shadowers Guild could obviously afford to purchase the very best gear, just like the Blazers, but this man's gear felt excessive. Still, intimidation was a weapon like any other. He, Ashley, and Owen all reached the front of the narrow line before the brutalist could menace Brian into retreating. Only then did Brian squeeze past Glenn and saunter away. Glenn pulled his own shield off his back. He formed a wall that even this confident shadower looked hesitant to challenge. Glenn stared at the helmeted man with every ounce of confidence and menace he'd developed as a town guard. "You know I'm a Blazer, right? We all are." "Doesn't matter who you are. You're not leaving this alley." Glenn smiled. "Have you ever been arrested before?" The man didn't answer, so Glenn looked up at those gathered on the buildings above. "Show of hands. How many of you have been arrested by the Blazers?" For a moment, none of them reacted. Then one, Tim, actually started to raise his hand before Sara angrily elbowed him in the side. Glenn considered their low mix of levels and the way they'd approached, and immediately realized what was happening here. This group wasn't here to capture them. They were here to stall them until high-level members of the Shadowers Guild could arrive to deal with them. Those people wouldn't be Dawdley and Lakebrook, but they would be on their way. The Shadowers Guild had called for reinforcements. He looked back at Owen and Ashley. "We're going to push through them, and on out." Ashley slammed her fists together. "Gods, yes, but don't kill anyone. This brawl falls under Blazer jurisdiction. If anyone dies while we're attempting an arrest, they get priority over all of you, even us." The man with the shield huffed. "You can't arrest us. We haven't done anything wrong." Glenn glanced at him as he raised his fist and made the motion they'd already agreed upon to ready his people for a fight. He didn't see it, but he suspected Jackson Marshcutter had just vanished into Shadow Walk. His people had been prepared for this. Waiting benefited no one. Glenn made his voice boom even without the benefit of public address. "As a Blazer invested with the authority of Mayor Earthwhite, I order you to leave this alley and step aside. You are interfering in a Blazer investigation. If you refuse to step aside and do not allow us to leave peacefully, I will place you under arrest." As he spoke, he activated Soul Scan again. This brutalist might be level 14, the same level Glenn was, but his strength was only a paltry 24. Glenn's, with his shield, was 35. His Soul Seer's skill would allow him to see any skill this man used the moment he tried to use it. Had the brutalist truly parsed the way Glenn had worded his ultimatum, he would have realized that the battle was already on. The law of consent had been suspended the moment he refused to step aside. Instead, the brutalist made the mistake of glancing up at the people on the rooftops for orders. Glenn slammed his shield into the man's pavis with all the force he could muster. Glenn hit him hard enough to literally knock him onto his back like a flipped turtle. His big shield clattered to the ground, and the fact that this man couldn't hold on to his shield when knocked on his back immediately made Glenn lose a great deal of respect for him. Still, he couldn't complain. He leapt over the downed brutalist. "Go!" Shouts and war cries sounded behind him as Glenn charged out of the alley. A loud clang followed by a pained cry told him either Owen or Ashley had struck the downed brutalist hard enough to drop him out of the fight. They had 3 and 5 levels on him respectively, which was harsh. Now Glenn had to get out of the alley before anyone managed to block it again. The sound of tumbling rocks warned him of the danger. He halted and set his feet as Ashley slammed into him from behind, nearly bowling him over. Owen slammed into her, at which point all 3 of them almost went down. Glenn grunted and grabbed exposed bricks on each side of the alley, holding strong. Rock after huge rock smashed into the ground just ahead of him at the exit to the alley. That created a large obstacle and, had he not stopped, would have pummeled him repeatedly with large stones. Dropping a boulder at the edge of the alley was clever. It wouldn't violate the law of consent so long as the Shadowers pushed it over the edge before anyone was below to be struck by it. If Glenn had kept running, he'd now be buried in a pile of heavy rocks and likely badly wounded as a result. It would be his fault for failing to look up. Another reminder never to underestimate the Shadowers Guild. Fortunately, even this makeshift earthen barricade wouldn't hold them for long. Glenn flattened himself against the alley wall. "Ash, punch the wall." Ashley dashed forward and pulled back her fist. A white glow manifested around it, as did small bits of swirling rock. From above, people shouted in audible desperation. "She's an anchorite, stop her!" "How? You just said she's an anchorite." Ashley roared as she unleashed stone punch on the huge pile of fallen rocks. The rock in the center and the one beside it were all but disintegrated when her punch landed. The rest tumbled toward the exit of the alley or slammed into the walls. Ashley's heavy blow left enough daylight in the middle of the pile for Glenn to shove his way into it. His shield, strength, and targeted heaves pulled the blockade apart, and then he stumbled into the street. Ashley and Owen followed, kicking, punching, and slamming rocks with their shields in great strength. Together, the 3 of them cleared a wide path for the others. 6 dark-cloaked figures ringed them in the narrow street beyond the alley, the same crew that had been up on the roof. Glenn was glad there were no rangers among them. His armor and Owen's made them immune to arrows, but Becka, Kate, Jessica, and Brian's armor was too thin to protect them entirely. As for Ashley, a successful arrow strike would just feed her strength and make her stronger. And Jackson? He still didn't see Jackson, yet he knew the man was ready to pounce. "Anyone want to back off?" Glenn called to the surrounding Shadowers. "Last chance to run." None of them answered him. "Then you're all under arrest," Glenn told the 6 gathered around the alley. And so the second fight began. Attempting to arrest only one of these criminals at a time would allow the others to leap in and attack the person attempting the arrest with impunity, getting a free strike before they too committed a crime. So in this case, Glenn calling an arrest on all 6 of them under Blazer authority was the best way to handle the problem. That way, his group could bring their superior numbers to bear immediately. The brawl in the street was short and brutal, but went about as Glenn would expect given the level difference. An overconfident Harmcaster hit Glenn's armor with a single blast of burn before he went flying as he encountered a wide swing from Glenn's shield. Bone cracked audibly. It was still a kinder fate than what would have happened if Glenn had brained him with Becka, his heavy mace. The rest of the group arrayed to stall them fell in short order. Tim Tallstrider cried out and dropped to his knees, screaming his lungs out, as some mental skill Jessica used terrified him beyond the ability for rational thought. One swing of Owen's mace dropped him flat and shut him up. Sara, with the inky blackness of Becca's shadow blast clinging to her eyes, stabbed blindly at Kate, but the experienced harmcaster easily danced away. Before Kate could toss a burn at her, Sara got trampled by Owen. She wasn't getting up after that, and Glenn was freshly impressed by Owen's attention to his party. This was one brutalist who never let his party members go unprotected. As for Ashley Bloodbraid, the first punch she threw sent blood, teeth, and phlegm flying. The skirmisher who'd foolishly stabbed her with his iron spear flopped backward and bounced like a child's doll. She'd broken his jaw. She wrenched his spear out of her side, tossed it away like a light stick, and roared in triumph. She was probably even stronger now. From behind her, Brian sighed a put-upon sigh and raised one glowing hand. He tossed a flash shield on Ashley to seal her wound. No one else in the party had been injured in the melee, so Glenn's guardian heal wasn't needed. Seeing how obviously outmatched he was, the last of the Shadowers, Soren Shadecutter, vanished in a puff of smoke. Shadow walk. Yet the wet footfalls splashing in the muddy alley made it all too obvious the path he was running, away, and then he appeared again with a loud huff. He slammed into a wall so hard he bounced off it and hit the ground. As he groaned and rolled onto his back, Jackson Marshcutter stepped from the air beside him. Jackson glanced their way. "We only have 4 cuffs," Jackson reminded Glenn. "Who's going to jail?" Glenn marched forward. "None of them. There's more on the way. Higher-level Shadowers who might actually be able to give us a good fight. We need to get to the town guard at the gate before they get here. We'll worry about arresting people after the guard is informed." "You're the boss," Jackson said evenly. Glenn was surprised to hear that, given Jackson had several years of experience and 4 levels on him. Still, the older Blazers' trust cheered him immensely. He didn't feel great about the mess they left in their wake. Some of these people might suffer permanent injuries if they weren't treated by a lifecaster, but at least they hadn't killed anyone. Everyone who'd fallen had active health bars, though the skirmisher Ashley had punched was charred down to a third. Glenn considered asking Brian to toss a flash shield on the wounded man before they left, but they needed to save Brian's blood for if they encountered real trouble. "Double time," Glenn shouted as he moved into a jog. "Ashley with me, Owen Jackson rear guard. Everyone else stay between us and keep a sharp eye out." Glenn led, and his party followed, as they jogged through the narrow streets of the old fishing district. The place was a maze for the uninitiated, but he'd spent the last few days getting to know it well enough that he had no trouble leading his party by the most efficient route. The only question now was if they'd get to the gate in time, and what would happen if they didn't. They soon encountered obstacles, seemingly at random. A large cart that had broken a wheel and blocked their path, a large crowd thick enough that they couldn't easily pass through it. Every time they encountered an obstacle, Glenn mentally visualized the streets of the old fishing district and led his party around and away. He'd always had a good memory for directions. Glenn kept expecting high-level Void Striders or Time Striders or even a Shadowers Guild Deathcaster to step from the alley at any moment and bar their path. Yet other than a few more engineered obstacles abandoned by those who'd placed them, no one interfered. It seemed the Pantheon was with them, this time. When they finally sighted the gate, Glenn huffed in relief. "Don't slow down. We're almost out." Town Guard Moss Cloud turned to watch a party of 8 out-of-breath adventurers arrive one by one at his gate, some barely winded and others struggling for breath. Kate and Brian looked the most winded, with Brian clutching his knees and Kate wheezing heavily. As for Becka, she was breathing hard, but still looked ready to run. Glenn grinned at her in relief. She might get a point of stamina after this. "Is there a problem, citizen?" Trevor asked calmly. Glenn had no idea what the man must have thought when he witnessed 8 high-level adventurers, at least by Lakebrook's standards, fleeing toward his gate like they had a horde of minotaurs chasing them. He wasn't going to keep the men in suspense any longer than necessary. "We found a hole in the wall." Only the years Glenn had spent wearing god armor and watching his fellow town guards swear the same revealed that Trevor had just stiffened at his words. Glenn would have as well. The walls of the settlements of Luxtera did not have holes. They were builder-made and God-blessed. "A hole, citizen?" Trevor didn't sound like he believed it. "There's also a large group of Shadowers Guild members back by the alley that leads to the hole. Some are injured. I don't expect any of them will stick around, but if anyone comes limping up to the gate who's been in a fight, you might consider arresting them." "I see," Trevor said calmly. "Can I help you with anything else?" Trevor knew who Glenn was, but he didn't know what he wanted. He remained bound by Kai's decrees to only ask formal questions when on duty. Glenn knew what to do next. He focused on the town guard and made his voice as confident as Brennan had taught him. "My name is Truth Seeker Glenn Graybreaker, Blazer Rank 8. On my authority, I ask that you halt all traffic through this gate until my superiors can arrive and secure the district. To verify my request, you can contact Truth Seeker Brennan Shadesinger, Jenny Amberson, or Captain Marion Hawkshadow." Trevor nodded. "Understood, citizen. No one will enter or leave this gate until the Blazers arrive or I hear differently from my captain." He stepped aside. "I assume you'll want to leave first." Glenn nodded gratefully and motioned his people through. "Everyone outside, now." As the brave people who'd come to protect him filed through the gate one by one, Ashley grinned and punched his arm hard enough he nearly lost his balance. Becka stopped when she arrived, and when their eyes met, she ran to him. He instinctively hugged her as he kept his eyes on the streets behind them. "Are you hurt?" "No, but I was rather scared for a moment." Owen tossed Glenn a wry grin as he walked by. "Didn't think I'd get the bust any heads today. Thanks for the invite, Graybreaker." Glenn shook his head ruefully. "Don't mention it." He held Becka in his arms as the rest of his people filed through the gate. He kept his eye on the street they had used to flee the district, still convinced a D-Sold would come charging out of the district to attack them. And a form did flicker in the corner of the alley, causing him to gasp. Becka broke from his embrace and spun about, raising a hand to call a shadow bolt if necessary. Yet whoever Glenn had seen, they vanished before he could use soul scan on them. Even though he couldn't see who was out there, he could feel them. A chill washed over him as some malevolent presence watched him from the shadows in the old fishing district, and he was very glad he had a high-level town guard standing at his back. He suspected Trevor Mosscloud's presence was the only reason whoever was out there hadn't done more than flicker. Even a high-level Void Strider couldn't defeat a high-level town guard in a fight. Glenn was glad he'd realized what the Shadowers Guild group of the whole was up to. He was very glad he'd ordered his people to run instead of allowing that group to delay them until the real danger showed up. He didn't know how the guild could have made 8 people, including 4 Blazers, simply disappear from Lakebrook, but he suspected they'd done that with Sara and Leo. But more than anything, Glenn was glad he had so many wonderful friends. 6. A Goblin Horde. Leo. Until he spent the night there, Leo had never realized just how disorienting it was to live and sleep underground. There was no sunrise or sunset, no day or night, just the flickering light of torches that looked the same when he opened his eyes as when he closed them. It had been difficult to accept the idea of sleeping while captive in Teacher's cavernous underground lair, but Sara was confident Teacher had no plans to harm them, yet, and Leo continued to trust her judgment. D-Sold rock spiders had arrived in the night, returning a sullen and silent Cyrus to the group of tents. He'd finished his time in the hole, whatever that was. Leo considered trying to comfort him and gave up the moment Cyrus glared at him. The man obviously just wanted to be left alone. Leo would very much like to see the scripture of Raylan for himself, but after witnessing how Teacher's captives had to fight monsters to earn their supper, he hadn't had another opportunity to speak to the man. One of Teacher's robed and anonymous disciples had delivered a meal of meat, bread, and mead. Leo, it seemed, did not have to fight to earn his supper, which he still hoped was not poisoned. The reason he had eaten the meal was because Teacher had no need to resort to poisoned food. If Teacher wanted them dead, his D-Sold silver colossus could smash them easily, as could either of the big D-Sold cave trolls guarding the other exits from the cave. So in the end, Leo had eaten to keep his strength up, and slept to avoid fatigue. And Sara, he saw immediately, was already up. She sat on the second of 2 cots with Teacher's disciples. Ripper curled up contentedly at her feet. Even as she idly stroked the big white wolf's head, Leo could tell her mind was elsewhere. As her eyes rose to meet his, he could tell she was mentally grappling with something important. "Do you want to talk?" he asked calmly. A brief smile warmed her features. "I don't think talking will help." "It might. Tell me what you're thinking about, and I'll tell you what I think about that." Sara scratched around one of Ripper's big ears, which the wolf's quiet growl assured them both he quite enjoyed. "I'm just thinking about all the others." "Others?" "Others across Luxterra who have abandoned the climb. None of them know that by doing so, they may be dooming themselves to an afterlife unlike the one they expect. After they die, they may end up wandering in the shadows beyond this world forever, blinded by the light." "I thought you didn't believe in an afterlife." He and Sara had discussed theology many times before, of course. Leo personally believed that adventurers rejoined the gods after death, and could even return in a new body if they chose, taking another run at Luxterra's climb and the world in general. But no one knew for certain. "I didn't," Sara agreed. "I wish that was still the case. Oblivion would be more pleasant than what the scripture suggests awaits those who refuse to tackle Luxterra's climb." Leo worked to keep his features neutral. "I don't doubt you read what you read, but there's still the possibility we aren't interpreting it correctly. Even preceptor spiritualists often debate the meaning of the passions. Raylan's scriptures sound even more vague than those of Celis. I wish I could believe I was misinterpreting it, but when you hear the words of a god in your head, it's far more impactful than reading them on a page." "So you still believe the voice you heard was Raylan?" "I heard a voice unlike any I'd ever heard speaking in my head, yes. Whether it was Raylan himself or some lesser deity devoted to him, I can't say, but I can no longer doubt what it meant." Leo considered before he spoke again. "Then we'll tell them." "What do you mean?" "I mean just what I said. I trust your judgment. You've never been one to hide from inconvenient truths or jump to conclusions without sufficient evidence. If you believe what you read in that scripture is the literal truth, then we will spread the news ourselves and warn everyone. Even if the church tries to suppress the idea or brands us as heretics, we'll save whoever we can. Except, unlike Teacher, we'll do it by educating them rather than imprisoning them in a cave." Sara gripped his hand. "Thank you." "For what?" "For not arguing with me, and reminding me we aren't helpless in this endeavor." "I'm your partner," Leo smiled. "I'll always have your back." Leo nodded and released his hand. The tents gathered across the cave remained closed with those inside, the adventurers they had come here to rescue, still fast asleep. Teacher's disciples had given them a pair of tents away from the others. Leo was glad that gave him and Sara the privacy to plan their next move, but regretted that their special treatment marked them as aligned with Teacher. He needed to gain the trust of the adventurers Teacher had captured down here, Eric, Evie, Kenneth, Cyrus, and even Maria, if he wanted them to follow him in whatever escape attempt he eventually devised. Tom would follow him, of course, but he was no longer here simply to rescue Tom. After seeing what these people endured every day, Leo refused to leave them to their fate. Ripper, who had until this point been contentedly relaxing at Sara's feet and enjoying having his ears stroked, abruptly growled deep in his throat. His head popped up as his narrowed eyes and keen nose fixed, with grim determination, on the back portion of the main cave. Sara, who could sense his moods like her own by this point, immediately looked in the same direction. She reflexively reached back to draw an arrow from a quiver she wasn't wearing. Neither of them was wearing armor, since sleeping in it was rarely comfortable. Now Leo wished they had both been a bit more cautious before bedding down for the night. Leo stood and reached into his unfilled bag for the steel armor he'd stashed there last night before he rolled into the cot, but hesitated to draw it out. "What is it?" Sara reached into her unfilled bag and pulled out her bow, then quiver, equipping both with the practice ease of the sharpshooter she'd been before a devourer from the Six Hells stole her levels. She scanned the gloom. Ripper rose to his full height, which now had his back up to the middle of Sara's chest, and went scarcely silent as his lips peeled back to reveal sharp teeth. "Monsters are coming," Sara said grimly. A whole lot of monsters. She looked to Leo. Rouse the others. We need to evacuate this cave. Leo had no time to don his armor. Instead, he pulled his enchanted steel spear out of his unfilled bag and sprinted towards the large group of tents where the captive adventurers slept. As he crossed the dusky cave, he risked a glance in the direction Ripper had growled and found nothing to alarm him. The desouled silver colossus he'd seen earlier stood at an exit from the big cave as if nothing was amiss. Wouldn't it have reacted if something was wrong? Ripper wouldn't react like this if something wasn't wrong, and Sara certainly wouldn't. Get up! Leo shouted at the tents. All of you up now! Gather your things! A tent flap moved, and then Maria, blinking irritably, stepped out into the cavern wearing thick sleep robes. What are you babbling about, Argent Shade? It's the middle of the night. It might be later than you think. Leo reached the cluster of tents. All of you, up now. Eric, Evie, Kenneth, Cyrus, Tom. He knew shouting each of their names would rouse them in a way that a generic warning would not. Out of your tents, right now. There's monsters coming. The people he'd called out soon stumbled out of their tents, half-dressed and bleary-eyed. None wore any sort of armor, and none carried any weapons. Leo belatedly remembered that they had neither. Teacher only allowed them to don armor and pick up weapons when they fought in his makeshift arena, which would leave them defenseless against whatever Ripper smelled. A distant rumbling became audible from the tunnel toward which Ripper had growled. The silver colossus tasked to guard it broke from its statue-like stupor and stomped as it turned to face the tunnel. The rumbling continued to grow as Leo reflexively settled into a ready stance and pointed his steel spear at the back of the cave. Was this another of Teacher's tests? A drill? A trick? Sara rushed toward them in nothing but her nightclothes, with her bow held close and her quiver bouncing on her back. Leo, we need to move. It's goblins. He glanced her way as she and Ripper joined them. How do you know that? Ripper smells them. He smells a lot, far too many for us to defeat alone. But how could goblins... Leo realized it didn't matter. Everyone, get ready to move out. We have to get somewhere defensible before we get mobbed. How could goblins get into these caverns? Maria demanded angrily. What are you playing at, Cinderflare? Are you working with Teacher now? I'm not in the mood for games. The rumbling grew louder, along with the sound of guttural shouting. It was definitely coming from the single tunnel leading deeper into the cavernous complex, and it was absolutely not human. It was the sound of growling and howling and screeching, the sound of inhuman things. Wood creaked as none other than Tom Brightbow stepped up onto the wooden table on which he and the other captives took their meals. Listen up. Leo and Sara are blazers with years of experience fighting monsters, and both have more combat experience than you can imagine. If they say there's goblins coming, there's goblins coming. Now move, right now. I'm ready, Evie said worriedly. Just tell us where to go. Leo took one quick look around at those gathered. While Maria still scowled, she looked more uncertain of herself the louder the disturbing noise in the distant tunnel grew. Evie and the others were all looking to him for leadership now, and he recognized their willingness to follow him from all the years he'd spent leading junior blazers around Evelyn. Sara was looking to him as well, not because she couldn't lead these people out of the cavern, but because she wanted him to act as leader. She'd often assured him he was a natural leader, and as difficult as that was for him to believe, no one else was going to step up. If they did, everyone would just get confused if both of them started shouting orders, so it was time for him to lead. Leo pointed at the tunnel exit directly opposite the one from which the ominous noise rumbled. Everyone, grab only what you can't live without and head for that tunnel exit. The desouled cave troll even now stood guard, but Leo could spear it in the leg and distract it temporarily if he had to do so. Sara, Ripper, and I will cover your retreat. Now go. Tom leapt off the wooden table and took off in the direction Leo had pointed. This way, folks, you heard the blazer. Don't dawdle, or you'll get left behind. A pained roar echoed from the tunnel, concealing a danger Leo could only imagine, and then the desouled silver colossus moved again. It stomped to stand directly before the tunnel exit, lowered its weight, and spread its many arms as if readying itself to stop an avalanche. Was all that noise really being made by goblins? Just how many of them were there in that tunnel? Leo's question was answered when the first of the green-skinned mob boiled out of the hole in a chorus of drool, spittle, and shrieks. Their wiry little bodies washed over the stone colossus like ants around a recently dropped chunk of meat. They stabbed uselessly at the Desold's thick hide as it stumbled backward with the weight of them. Soon, it went down beneath them, buried by the tide. Leo's body grew cold as he observed how many monsters were now flooding this cavern. There were hundreds of goblins, far more than even a full raid of high-level Blazers could fight. If these goblins reached the adventurers he was charged to protect, they would kill them, eat them, and ensure everyone who was not a goblin in this cavern met the forever death. This sight, at least, was enough to send Maria scrambling after the others. As Leo glanced behind him, he was relieved to find that teacher's captives had gathered at the front exit from the cavern. The Desold cave troll still blocked their exit, but Leo could handle that. He exchanged one last glance with Sara before the two of them darted after Maria, with Ripper snarling and dogging their heels. They reached the cave troll to find it still barring the way. Leo pointed his spear at it and bared his teeth. "Out of the way! Can't you see what's coming? Go and defend your cavern!" He was shocked when the cave troll, rather than continuing to bar their passage, did just that. The massive Desold smashed its fists together, leaned forward, and thundered around the adventurers huddled by the exit as it charged toward the goblin horde. The first few screeched triumphantly as they spotted the people huddled at the end of the cave. To goblins, adventurers were prey. To goblins, adventurers were meat. All the more reason to get into this tunnel where you could fight them a few at a time rather than being pummeled by a wave of slimy green flesh. "Sara, take point with Ripper. Everyone else, follow Sara. I'll play rear guard." "Follow me, everyone," Sara called warmly. "Single file and into the tunnel. Go now." She snatched one of the smokeless torches from its brazier and jogged into the tunnel with Ripper close on her heels. The big Arctic wolf looked even more massive in the confines of the tunnel. Eric was the first to dart after her, followed by Evie, Kenneth, and Cyrus. Maria stood impatiently at the tunnel exit beside Tom. Leo backed up and motioned angrily. "Go, now!" "We're not letting you fight those goblins alone," Tom said. He grabbed a torch from the other side of the tunnel. "Start a party? We'll help you hold back the tide until we're safe." In Auracaster's buffs, even those of a lower-level Auracaster like Tom would be a welcome boon. Leo grimaced and nodded. "Tom Brightbow, join my party." A moment later, he felt a tug as Tom joined him. "Me as well," Maria said. "Maria Rainfeather." Leo didn't hesitate. "Maria Rainfeather, join my party." Another tug announced their trio was formed, and then Tom hurried into the tunnel, followed by Maria. Across the cavern, the Desold cave troll waded into the spreading goblin horde. It stopped some of the beady-eyed monsters flat and kicked aside others. Even so, there had to be hundreds of them. As Leo retreated into the now open tunnel, the last to go, Tom spoke from behind him. "Marching Rose or Morning Dew?" Even without a lute, an Auracaster with a talented enough set of pipes could still use Auracaster buffs simply by singing a tune without musical accompaniment. Tom, for all his faults, had a lovely singing voice. When he wasn't deep in his cups, he could carry a perfect tune. Leo turned and motioned for both of them to follow the others. "Sing Rose if we get into a fight. Switch to Dew if we take injuries. Now move. We won't turn to fight until we have no other choice." Tom took off after the rest, sending light flickering through the tunnel with each step. Maria followed close after him, followed by Leo. As they scurried away from the tunnel entrance, the shrieks of the goblin horde beyond grew more urgent and crazed. The goblins could now see their meal escaping, and the idea of losing food would make them all the more ravenous. Leo's only comfort was that the goblins would be fighting in perhaps the worst situation possible for them, forced to move single file toward a skirmisher whose spear could all but kill them in a single strike. He'd fought goblins in close quarters before, so he knew he could easily slaughter the front ranks that came after them. What he couldn't do was hold off the entire horde if they came at him all at once. Momentum alone would drive the goblins in the back over the goblins dying in the front, and eventually they would wash over him as they had washed over that Desold Silver Colossus and the Desold Cave Troll. No one spoke as they all rushed, single file, through a smooth, rocky tunnel that wound upward and around. The light of Sara's torch was barely visible from wherever she was, far ahead, and Leo was glad Tom had thought to snatch a torch as well. He wouldn't need his hands to fight. The only sounds echoing through the tunnel were the shuffling of feet on rock and the heavy breathing of worried people. Beyond the tunnel, goblins howled. Leo had no idea where they were going and didn't care so long as they continued to move away from the goblins. How had this happened? Where had this horde come from? He'd seen no sign of Teacher or his disciples, but the Desold in the cavern had reacted to the attack. Had Teacher left them orders to attack monsters that entered the cave? The sound of scrambling feet in the distance told him the first of the goblin horde had entered the tunnel. There was no benefit to silence any longer. There was only one path through this tunnel, and they had found no forks. Barreling straight ahead, the goblins would be upon them soon. "Sara, anywhere to hide?" Leo shouted down the tunnel. "Just a straight path so far," Sara shouted back. "Ripper doesn't smell any threats ahead." "So at least we won't get pincered," Maria said grimly. "At least not all at once." They continued retreating steadily. The sound of the scrambling in the tunnel grew louder and more ominous. How was Leo going to hold off an entire horde on his own? "There's a sharp turn ahead," Sara called. "It would make a good choke point." "Then that's where we'll make our stand," Leo shouted back. "Everyone keep moving, through the choke point. We can't outrun these goblins, so we'll find a way to push them back." He hurried after Maria, Tom, and the others as they continued to ascend. Sara was right. As he spotted the sharp turn Sara had recommended, he approved of her choice. The goblins coming after them would have to run uphill in this tunnel, slowing their charge, but also squeeze around a tight right-angle turn. The turn would blunt their momentum and force them to move single file. With Tom's marching rose to bolster Leo's strength, and morning dew to bolster his endurance, Leo could likely hold back the goblins on his own, but not forever. No blazer could hold back a horde of goblins forever, but if he could hold them off long enough to buy the others time to find a fork in the tunnel or somewhere to hide, they could evade the horde. After that, Leo would simply have to hope he could escape without being overrun himself. He reached the choke point Sara had called out, and was pleased when he had to slip sideways to squeeze through it. It really was narrow, and the goblins would have trouble coming through more than one or two abreast. He spun to face the rising tunnel, as the terrifying clamor beyond grew and grew. "Sara, find us a way out," Leo shouted. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." Maria stepped up to his side in the narrow tunnel. "We'll hold them together." Leo glanced at her. "I thought you were done playing the gods' games." "The gods can sit on a stick. I'm doing this so people won't die." Leo faced the narrow corner and took a ready stance with his steel spear, ready to thrust. "Seems we might be more alike than you thought." Maria huffed. "Here's the plan, Argent Shade. You and I will hold off the goblins as long as we can. If it looks like we're going to get overrun, pull back so I can cast Freezing Cube on a goblin as it tries to squeeze through that narrow stretch around the curve." She was a more experienced harmcaster than he thought. "You'll freeze the goblin in the crack, forming a barricade the others can't break." Leo nodded in approval. "That's a good trick. Freezing Cube lasts a minute." "Yes, but it has a 3-minute cooldown." "So once you freeze the goblin, we fall back as far as we can and take a new choke point. We'll keep it up until we find somewhere better to make our stand." It was growing increasingly hard to hear anything. The goblin horde was screeching and clamoring so loudly that the noise in the tunnels was deafening. They had to shout to hear each other. "Just keep in mind, I can only cast Freezing Cube 3, maybe 4 times, Maria shouted. "The spell isn't meant to be used often. It takes a good amount of blood." "I think I can help there," Tom shouted from behind him. "As we retreat, I'll switch to singing Morning Dew and help you regenerate your blood. It's the least I can do." "It is that," Maria agreed. "All right." Leo faced the tunnel as their desperate, dangerous plan came into focus in his mind. "Hold the line until Sara finds us a way out. Tom, don't you dare drop that torch." Moments later, the first of the goblins stumbled around the curve in the tunnel, followed by 2 more. As Tom launched into a rousing a cappella performance of Marching Rose, Leo stepped forward with cat-like grace and drove his steel spear directly through the foremost goblin's chest. He could feel the difference Tom's song made. An extra 5 points of strength was welcome. His expert stab drove the goblin back into its fellows as its health bar appeared and charred all the way black. Leo hadn't expected to hit it that hard. Its beady eyes went wide before it burst into purple ash, but the two behind it rushed forward before its life crystal even hit the ground. Their blind hunger was their mistake. Their urgency meant they got stuck in the narrow tunnel as they fought to run through at the same time, at which point Maria stepped forward and motioned grandly with both hands before unleashing a burst of flame Leo recognized as burn. It blasted one goblin and charred its health bar down by over half, but Maria didn't finish it. Leo saw his mistake at once. "Tom, stop singing. We need to injure them, not kill them." Killing the goblins wouldn't help them hold back the tide, and the goblin he finished off burst into purple ash. He needed living but injured goblins to become obstacles that slowed the rest of the horde. As the badly burned goblin thrashed and batted at its fellow, Leo stabbed the other goblin instead, but in the leg. Its health bar appeared and ashed by a third as it tumbled forward, but it didn't die. Tom stopped singing. Another goblin wriggled into the gap, mindlessly clawing at its injured brethren. Leo thrust his spear directly into the face of that goblin, driving it back. As the burned one cleared the tunnel, Maria cast Burn again. While that finished it off, it had been too close to getting past the choke point. They would have to choose who they hurt and who they killed. More goblins rounded the corner and wriggled, drooling and screeching, as Leo stabbed at kneecaps, shoulders, and bellies. Anything to hurt and slow the goblins without finishing them off. Their tactics were delaying the horde, but it was obvious they couldn't keep this up forever. There were just too many goblins, and they had seemingly abandoned all thoughts of self-preservation. He and Maria were forced to take several steps back, then several more, with writhing, screeching goblin bodies carpeting the tunnel as they retreated. More goblins stomped over their fellows, some going down in a pile of arms and legs, but others advancing and ignoring the blasts of flame or stabs from Leo's spear. They were insane. Leo had hoped to buy more time in their first engagement, but it was clear to him now that the goblins would break through any moment. They would have another chance. "Maria, use freezing cube." She stepped forward and expertly moved her palms and arms. A glimmer of blue light shot from her hands and impacted a goblin that was almost out of the narrow choke point. Its eyes widened a moment before freezing cube hit it and instantly encased it in a heavy block of ice. While her skill hadn't hurt the goblin, she had turned it into a living barricade. The goblins behind the frozen one screeched and clawed at the barricade, but freezing cube was a skill bestowed by the gods, backed by their divine power. That block of ice wouldn't move for 1 full minute, and it completely filled the narrow tunnel. No goblin could squeeze past it. Leo spun about and gestured with his spear. "Go, Tom, Maria, go, after Sara." The three of them darted down the tunnel and, not long after, caught up with the back of the procession hurrying through the tunnels as goblins continued to screech behind them. All the while, Tom continued to sing Morning Dew while on the run without an instrument, which impressed Leo all the more. Tom was a more talented musician than he'd known, when he wanted to be. Cyrus, who had been relegated to the back of the line of escaping adventurers, looked back with wide eyes. "Did you stop them? Are they dead now?" "Still coming. Sara, find us another choke point." "On it. Ripper smells greenery ahead as well. It might be a way out." Leo was exceptionally grateful to have Ripper's keen nose on their side. He also suspected it was taking all of Sara's bond with the big Arctic wolf to stop him from rushing back down this tunnel and tearing into those goblins. With his impressive strength, he could rip them limb from limb, at least until their numbers overpowered him, and they tore him apart with their claws and teeth. Not long after, the thunder of feet announced that freezing cube had worn off. The horde was after them again, and they would need to hold the horde off for at least 2 minutes before Maria could cast freezing cube again and buy them more time. Ahead, Sara called out, "New choke point! Everyone through!" The tunnel was now so narrow that Leo couldn't see past Tom's wide shoulders, and Maria was now ahead of Tom. The only light came from Tom's torch, and when he reached the choke point, he saw that it was even more narrow than the first one. It looked like the rock spiders that had dug out this tunnel — he could not see how anything else could do it — had joined 2 tunnels here. Leo had to scramble through. Once he was on the far side of the choke point, he turned just in time to see the goblin horde boil around a curve in the tunnel. He could barely see them in the flickering light, but their beady yellow eyes all glowed. They screeched, pushed, and slammed into each other as they raced each other to the hole and supper. Maria steadied herself. "Buy me a minute and a half." Leo adjusted his stance and readied his spear. "I can buy you more than that." The goblin horde smashed into the hole and did their best to scramble through. Leo expertly stabbed arms, hands, and shoulders, slowing and injuring goblins so they collapsed and blocked the hole. The horde behind pushed the injured goblins forward, and as they did, Leo expertly finished each of them off with additional strikes. He was tiring quickly, but he couldn't slow. If he slowed, people died. Just when he was certain he was going to collapse, Cyrus appeared by his side. "Step back! Let me stun one!" Leo gratefully stepped back as Cyrus stepped forward, throwing a flurry of punches. One smashed into a goblin's skull and locked it in place. An anchorite stun of some sort. Leo wasn't familiar with that skill. Perhaps he could ask Ashley Bloodbraid about it the next time he saw her. But the stunned goblin made a wonderful temporary barricade. Then Kenneth arrived at Leo's other side, wielding what looked to be a kayak? Gods, that was Sara's kayak. The kayak she kept in her unfilled bag in case the great storms that roamed Evelyn flooded the river so much she could use it to get around. "Clear a path!" Kenneth yelled. Maria launched several burns that ignited the remaining goblins, and then Leo stabbed viciously again and again. Goblin after injured goblin burst to ash as life crystals poured out of the opening, and Kenneth launched Sara's kayak into the opening like a giant spear. It smashed into the opening and got stuck halfway in, which was exactly what they needed. Leo dropped his spear in easy reach and joined Kenneth and Cyrus as they shoved the kayak further into the breach. The sound of wood being smashed and savaged sounded from the other side of the hole, but it was a thick kayak. It was also Sara's favorite kayak. He appreciated her quick thinking and sacrifice. The doomed vessel shook and vibrated as the goblin horde beyond continued to savage it, but it was almost as difficult as cutting through a tree from the top down. Leo and the others couldn't retreat, but the goblins couldn't get through the opening. Finally, Maria shouted triumphantly. "Ready," she told everyone. Freezing Cube was off cooldown. Had it been only a minute? It seemed like so much longer. "Everyone back," Leo shouted. "Give her space." He picked up his steel spear and danced back to lead by example. Cyrus and Kenneth both dashed clear, and as they did so, the remains of Sara's kayak shook and then shattered. The first goblin through the opening got a face full of freezing cube, and then the hole was plugged up with an immovable block of unbreakable ice for 1 minute. The furious shrieking of the goblin horde behind the hole assured Leo they understood that. He felt half dead on his feet. But then Tom launched into the next verse of Morning Dew. His gallant singing voice was audible even over the goblin racket, and Leo felt strength flooding back into his limbs as Tom's singing restored both his blood and vitality. It was a good song. "Keep moving," Leo shouted. The others were already on the way, and he caught a glimpse of Sara's brilliant blonde hair before she moved around another corner, with Ripper hot on her heels. As he stumbled after the others, he glanced back at the frozen goblin staring balefully at him from the hole. They had less than a minute to find a new choke point, and then they had to hold it for another 2. They could do it. They had to do it. Still, it would be nice if Sara had another kayak. They ran. The huffing of 8 people sounded impossibly loud in the narrow, torchlit, rock-spider-dug tunnel somewhere beneath the ground of Evelyn. A loud crack announced Maria's block of ice shattering, freeing the goblin it had imprisoned and the hundreds behind it. The horde would be after them again, and the tunnel was widening, not narrowing. "Move," Leo shouted. "We have to outrun them." As the tunnel widened even more, it was soon as tall and wide as a hallway in the Chapel of Celis back in Lakebrook. There was no way he could hold back the horde on ground this open. The goblins would run past him on either side and savage the others until they'd completely surrounded him, at which point everyone would die and become goblin snacks. This wasn't how Leo had wanted to die. He hated the idea that others would die because he had no way to stop it, especially Sara. But he'd always known dying like this was a possibility, and for that reason, he would fight until he fell. He would kill goblins until he could kill no more, and then would he enter a grand afterlife filled with mead and fellow adventurers? He supposed there was only one way to find out. "There!" Sara called hopefully from ahead. "I hear water. Ripper smells it. It's an underground cavern of some sort." The party increased their pace as the clamor of furious goblins grew louder. A wide, round exit from the tunnel appeared, and while Leo couldn't see perfectly from his position at the back of the pack, It looked to open into an underground chamber that was far more massive than the one in which he and the other captives had slept in before the goblins arrived. What was out there? A tall shadow in robes stepped into view at the tunnel exit, and Leo's heart sank. Another enemy? A threat that would smash them between itself and the goblin horde? As the shadow raised its cowl, Leo spotted the alabaster mask with the red stripe down its center. Teacher. Teacher was waiting in that large cavern outside of the tunnel to... What? Was Maria right? Had this all been a test? Unleashing a horde of goblins seemed like an unreasonable test. How was Teacher going to stop all of them? Even a Preceptor Deathcaster could be overwhelmed by a horde of monsters this large, and it would be impossible for Teacher to protect everyone else without more desouled guardians. Hurry! Teacher bellowed. The Vaulted Gardens is just beyond. Get out of the tunnel. That name, plus Leo's brief look at the huge cavern beyond the tunnel, finally snapped together in Leo's memories. The Vaulted Gardens was Evelan's zone dungeon, an area reserved for elite adventurers that was filled with powerful monsters and dangerous traps. Worse yet, each zone dungeon contained a powerful dungeon boss who could easily trample an inexperienced party. Zone dungeons only existed in zones higher than level 8, and adventurers could only enter one once a week. A portal deep in the wilds of Evelan would allow a party entry to the dungeon, but that portal was controlled by the gods. Finally, a zone dungeon existed in many states at once, and each 4-person party that entered one experienced its own version of that dungeon. Thus, a party could not call for help from others after they entered it. While a single successful trip through a zone dungeon could wield an impressive amount of experience, life crystals, and rare loot, a party could not leave the zone dungeon once they entered until they defeated the dungeon boss. That meant if the dungeon boss or the monsters inside wiped the party, killing everyone, all 4 of them would meet the forever death. Once a party entered a zone dungeon, no one could follow them, not even a level-capped adventurer. It was impossible for anyone outside the unique copy of the zone dungeon to retrieve the ensouled bodies of those who died there, which was why even adventurers who could enter it often chose to stick to the wilds instead. Many brave parties of adventurers had entered a zone dungeon hoping to emerge victorious, only to never be seen again. Only the bravest dared risk it, and now he and the other 7 people with him were on the verge of entering one. The portal is beyond the exit from this tunnel, Teacher shouted. You will not enter the zone dungeon until you are ready. Now move. I've already called my spiders. Sara and Ripper reached the tunnel exit first and dashed out into the much larger cavern beyond. As the others stumbled out after her, Leo glanced over his shoulder without slowing his pace. As a skirmisher, his prowess assured he would not trip and fall on his face. The goblin horde was after them, but a whole line of desouled rock spiders emerged from the rock between them and the horde. Their pulps spun as they spit chunks of sticky rock that rapidly formed a barricade between the horde and those running from it. Leo looked ahead just in time to dart around Teacher. The man marched past him, hands raised and covered in inky black. Teacher tossed Leo a brown pack that he caught reflexively. As he clutched it, he realized it was an unfilled bag. Why was Teacher tossing him an unfilled bag? Keep moving, Teacher yelled as he marched toward the horde. I'll hold them back. The goblin horde was too fast for the spiders to fully contain them. Even as the desouled rock spiders spun a new wall of rock, eager goblins leapt, clambered, or tumbled over it. Some attempted to stab the desouled rock spiders and then screeched as they literally melted before Leo's eyes. When Leo glanced at Teacher, he found tendrils of inky energy zipping off his hands and slamming into goblin targets. Each goblin afflicted in such a way melted into a noxious pile of goo. Teacher must be using a powerful Deathcaster skill, and it was not one Leo would wish to encounter in battle. He suspected one strike from that skill would melt him into goo as well. He reached the cavern exit and turned to find Teacher and his quartet of rock spiders still struggling to close the tunnel behind them. There were simply too many goblins. The nasty little monsters stabbed at rock spider after rock spider, and several burst into ash. As the horde continued to advance, Teacher turned to face Leo and raised both arms. Get these people to the surface, Teacher bellowed. Saving them falls to you now. Leo stared in alarm. How? We can't go through the vaulted gardens. Just above Leo and inside the tunnel, the rocky ceiling began to melt like the goblins struck by Teacher's inky black skill. Strong hands grabbed Leo and pulled him out of the entry as the whole tunnel trembled. Teacher was going to bring it down on top of himself. "You must lead them to save them," Teacher yelled. "Honor the gods, all of you." The tunnel collapsed in a deafening rumble. Leo tumbled backward as chips of rock bounced his way like rock spider spit. When he rose again, he stared in disbelief at a pile of huge rocks and dirt that completely blocked the exit from the tunnel and likely had filled the space beyond. The goblins, the desouled rock spiders, and Teacher were all beyond that barrier. Possibly, they were all buried alive. Maria huffed. "That mad bastard! Why would he do that? That idiot!" "He gave his life for us," Cyrus said mournfully. "Why would he do that? He was our captor." "All he wanted was for us to level," Kenneth said grimly. "Why did we stop? Why didn't we believe him?" He clenched his fists. "I don't care if I can't face demons. I'm done hiding. I'm going to live and level. I don't want to wander in the darkness after I'm dead." "So how do we get to the surface?" Evie asked plaintively. "How can we escape?" As Leo wrenched his eyes from the sacrifice Teacher had just made to keep them all safe, he saw the way out at the same time as Sara. There was only one way forward and through this cavern, and it was a huge glowing portal the size of the Blazers Guild in Lakebrook. There was no way to go around the portal, and no way to go back through the tunnel. He glanced at the unfilled bag he still clutched, the one Teacher had tossed to him before he perished. Even without opening it, he suspected he knew what this bag held. Equipment. Enough equipment to equip everyone who was now trapped down here, to give them a fighting chance to defeat the monsters and demons between them and the surface. Even in death, Teacher continued to challenge them, except this time, refusing Teacher's challenge meant they'd meet the forever death. That portal led to the Vaulted Gardens, the dangerous, trap-filled, monster-filled, four-person zone dungeon, which he and 3 others would need to complete in order to escape this place. They would need to make their way through the entire dungeon and defeat the powerful zone boss before they could return to the surface of Evelyn. But that seemed impossible with this meager party. But Leo was evidently going to have to figure out a way to do it twice. 7. A plan for survival. Sara's warm hand rested on his arm. "We're safe for now. We should get you armored up. The journey through the gardens isn't going to be an easy one." They would need to get through the Vaulted Gardens to escape. It was tempting to argue with Sara, but what would be the point? He knew she was right. This was the only choice they had if they wanted to get the people Teacher had abducted and then given his life to save back to Lakebrook. Leo set down the unfilled bag Teacher had given him and turned to take in the worried, harried, scared people who surrounded him. People depending on him to lead them to safety. Even Maria was watching him in a way that gave him the impression that she was willing to listen to him, even if she wouldn't follow his every order. So what now? Counting him and Sara, they had 8 people to save. The Vaulted Gardens only allowed a party of 4 to enter. That meant they would have to form 2 groups. 2 groups of adventurers who were both underleveled and inexperienced for a challenge like the Vaulted Gardens. Worse, if the whole party fell in the isolated space beyond that portal, they would almost certainly meet the forever death. Yet if they stayed in this narrow alcove, they would die from dehydration long before they starved to death, and it was doubtful anyone would find their bodies here either. That assumed that the goblins didn't dig their way out of that rubble, or more rock spiders didn't show up. Leo knelt and opened the unfilled bag Teacher had tossed him and slipped a hand inside. The large 40-slot cabinet he was well familiar with stretched out horizontally ahead, and Leo verified that almost every slot within the bag was occupied. Teacher likely stuffed every last piece of equipment he kept in his fighting pit into this bag before coming to save them from the goblin horde. That meant, at least, that the adventurers now in his charge wouldn't be fighting naked. There were potions. Not many, but he counted 10 healing potions and 4 blood potions in the bag, which was a massive boon when they didn't have any dedicated healing, other than Tom. He would decide how to parcel out the potions once he decided who would be in the 2 parties tackling the vaulted gardens. For now, it was simply comforting to have some. As Leo pulled basic weapons and armor from the bag and arranged them neatly on the ground, he acknowledged the gear in this bag was far from ideal. Most adventurers wouldn't dare challenge a zone dungeon like the Vaulted Gardens without the best enchanted gear they could purchase, and this wasn't that. Leo completed a cursory examination of what was available, then set aside the bag and gazed at those gathered around him, looking to him for leadership. Has anyone here ever entered the Vaulted Gardens before? Everyone but Maria shook their heads. Leo focused on her. You've tackled it before? Once. She crossed her arms. It was years ago. What level were you at the time? 14. And she was level 19 now, which put her 3 levels ahead of the highest level monster or demon in the zone dungeon. That and her powerful harmcaster skills would give her party an advantage in the zone dungeon, though not as much as she would give them in the wilds of Evelyn. Monsters and demons in zone dungeons were tougher than those found in the wilds, and they also came in bigger groups. Still, a level 19 harmcaster could almost solo the dungeon boss. It was the others who would be in the most jeopardy during their escape. Evie was level 13, which was a respectable level for a guilecaster with good equipment, decent vitality, and a balanced group of slotted skills. Evie had none of those advantages, and her low vitality meant that a few false moves inside the Vaulted Gardens could quickly lead to her demise. She would need to be protected. And what of Cyrus, the cowardly level 13 anchorite who was terrified of being struck in combat? He would be dead weight unless he found the courage to use his skills, and even then, his inexperience could easily lead to a party wipe. Kenneth, the brutalist, who lacked the ability to taunt and preferred 2-handed weapons over a mason shield, seemed eager enough to fight, but he would have difficulty keeping his party safe. His slotted skills were focused on offense, not defense. Still, while the limitations of those 3 would cause problems, Leo could work with the rest. Eric, the level 14 shadower, gave off the impression he knew how to fight. He could scout ahead for his party and cripple at least 1 monster or demon in every group. Finally, despite only being level 10, Tom had proven he could carry a tune even while fleeing a horde of goblins. His buffs would be helpful in the Vaulted Gardens, and he could even heal them, slowly, with morning dew. Lastly, Leo had Sara, and Ripper. Ripper was a powerful Arctic wolf with the ability to both pin enemies and tear them limb from limb. While Sara might only be level 14 at the moment, she had the experience of a level 23 sharpshooter and some of the best gear available to someone of her level. And while Leo was not one to boast, he knew his own skills were sufficient to tackle the gardens. So Sara would lead one party into the gardens, and he would lead the other. The people they'd come here to rescue, with the possible exception of Maria, lacked the knowledge and experience to tackle a challenge like this on their own. Moreover, allowing inexperienced adventurers to enter a zone dungeon alone was like signing their death warrants. He took a breath and made his case. If we attempt to escape through the Vaulted Gardens, we will face a challenge unlike any most of you have ever encountered. A zone dungeon is nothing like the combat you may have faced in Evelyn or the zones before it. The monsters and demons there cluster in packs. Each individual is more powerful than an equivalent individual you'd find above, and the gardens are also a maze filled with traps and dead ends that can lead an inexperienced party to its doom. So we can't risk it, Cyrus said. We should stay and wait for a rescue. Leo frowned. There's no rescue coming. No one knows we're here, not the Blazers, and certainly not other adventurers. Whether by design or by accident, we have only 2 choices before us. Tackle the Vaulted Gardens and escape, or stay here and die from dehydration. We could find an underground stream, Cyrus protested. And what would we eat? Kenneth demanded. He's right, Cy. There's no way out of this cave except through the gardens. Stop being a coward for once in your life and help us. Leo raised a hand to recapture their attention. Being afraid of monsters and afraid of dying in combat is normal, Well, the gods charge us to level and grow stronger. Being frightened of combat is something all of us have faced at some point. I have more experience than any of you, save Maria, and I'm still often frightened before I tackle a group of monsters.
But you're a blazer, Evie protested. You can kill anything.
While Leo appreciated her vote of confidence, he knew that presenting himself as unafraid and invincible wouldn't help the others. Before a battle, I'm as afraid as the rest of you. I'd be mad not to be. Any battle could be my last, but sometimes battles are unavoidable. Cyrus frowned, and Maria narrowed her eyes at that, and Evie looked even more confused. Before any of them could get too discouraged, Leo continued. This was where he could either gain their confidence or lose it forever. The only difference between us is that I've had the best training you can get from the Blazers, and I'm wearing some of the best equipment you can acquire. Same with Sara. That doesn't make me less frightened of battle, but it does give me the confidence I need to survive. I've done it before, I can do it again. And if you follow Sara and me, you're going to survive and escape as well.
So you've tackled the vaulted gardens before, Maria stated calmly.
I have, Leo lied. I can lead one party through it, Sara would do the same with another. He knew Sara had tackled the vaulted gardens before, and also that she couldn't lead both parties. Admitting that he'd never entered his zone dungeon, or for that matter, any zone dungeon, would only discourage the others. He trusted Sara to tell him everything he needed to complete this challenge before they entered it in two parties. He swept his eyes across those gathered once more. Now you know what will happen if we stay here. You know what you have to do if you want to live and escape. It's up to each of you to decide whether you want to stay here, starve and meet the forever death, or follow us into the vaulted gardens and accept a challenge from the gods that will allow you to live. He pointed at the equipment scattered across the cave floor. While you think about what you want to do, all of you can gear up. I need to talk with my partner so we can figure out the best party arrangement to get us both home. He glanced at Sara, who smiled warmly at him before looking again to the others.
Leo can do this, Sara said confidently. All of us can do this. We're Blazers. We've trained to tackle this sort of challenge for almost as long as we've been adventuring. We are going to get every last one of you out of this dungeon and to safety. You have my word.
Maria was the first to step forward. As she knelt and inspected the gear Leo had tossed out of the teacher's unfilled bag, Leo strode as far from the others as he could in the confines of the cavern, and was unsurprised when Sara followed closely. Ripper remained where he was, sniffing for threats with his ears up and his eyes alert. Today, the huge Arctic wolf was a comforting sight. Once he and Sara were far enough away from the others, they could speak in privacy.
I didn't know you'd tackled the gardens, Sara said. I thought you avoided zone dungeons.
I lied, Leo admitted quietly, but I know you have experience with this one.
I see.
Sara took a deep breath.
It's not going to be an easy trek, but the good news is that we don't have to make any detours. The gardens have multiple wings that offer all sorts of opportunities to gain experience and find rare treasure, but every one of those is filled with dangerous monsters and demons and traps as well. Our best bet is to avoid all that.
I'd hoped we had that option. So, what's the most direct route to the zone boss? Sara reached into her unfilled bag and pulled out a rolled-up piece of parchment, then unrolled it on the ground and knelt beside it. Next, she pulled out a piece of charcoal and began drawing wide lines. Soon, she'd created a series of lines that weren't simple, but didn't look nearly as complex as Leo had feared. Large circles waited off the main lines. She tapped her finger on the southern tip of one line.
This is the overlook where you'll arrive after you step through the portal. It's not the highest point in the gardens, but it's high enough you can see each of the 4 wings.
She tapped the eastern circle.
This area is the Cursed Steps. There's a large demon population scattered throughout this part, though they're not much more dangerous individually than those you'd find in the Cloudy Divide. The difference is their numbers. There's also roaming rock trolls on the paths. Those can be challenging, even for a full party of level 16s, but we don't have to enter the Cursed Steps.
Correct? Sara smiled tolerantly.
May I finish before you ask any more questions?
Leo winced. Of course. Sorry.
She tapped the western circle. This area is known colloquially as the Ruins. If it has an official name, I've never heard it. It's mostly goblins down there, but they roam in packs of 3 to 5. Some even have pet direwolves that could give Ripper a challenge. Leo nodded to ensure he understood. Sara tapped a circle to the northwest. This is the Wicked Climb. It's a series of successive rising ledges built on the side of a cliff. It's less heavily populated with monsters than the other wings, but the cliffs are slippery and the ledges narrow. It's not unheard of for an adventurer to fall off as they attempt to ascend this, and a fall from that height will kill you far more quickly than a rock troll. Leo nodded again. Sara tapped the last and smallest circle to the northeast. This is the Forsaken Crypt. It's the smallest of the 4 wings, but unfortunately, it's unavoidable. The crypt has fetid skeletons in both warrior and archer variants, which range from level 12 to 14, as well as rock spider matrons. These are larger rock spiders that attack solo, but can surprise anyone who stumbles over one of their detection webs. They are strung like tripwires throughout the space. Leo desperately wanted to ask a question now, but refrained. Sara smiled as if she'd noticed that. She tapped the edge of the circle on the northeast tip. This is the final room of the zone dungeon, the Forsaken Vault. You'll need to clear out all the skeletons in the crypt before you pull the levers to open the vault. Pulling the levers before you clear the skeletons will cause all those skeletons you haven't cleared to come rushing up to defend it. The mob can easily overwhelm a party of inexperienced adventurers. Leo swallowed at the thought and nodded again. As boss monsters go, the Skeleton Barbarian is a straightforward fight. It doesn't have any ranged skills, but that doesn't mean it's just a brute. It has a piercing scream, which can deafen party members, making it hard to shout orders once battle is engaged. It can also summon skeleton minions from the bones on the ground that will target your weaker party members. But as long as you are aware and ready to counter those threats, it's a typical taunt and smash encounter. In other words, one member of the party needed to generate enough anger on the Skeleton Barbarian to keep it focused on them, while the others pelted it with damage from behind or afar until it succumbed to its wounds. The only complication was the piercing scream, which meant Leo would be unable to change his strategy after the engagement. If it summoned minions, that could also prove challenging. He wasn't sure he could defend his whole party while occupying the boss. Sara smiled. You can ask questions now. Thank you for waiting. Leo nodded. What weapons does the Skeleton Barbarian have? A big 2-handed blade. It has a slowing enchantment, but that's only a problem if it manages to strike your weaker party members. Whoever's acting as the party's shield will be up close and personal with it for the duration of the fight, so the slow means you can't easily retreat. And the skeleton minions. Is it possible to stop it from summoning those? If you know the cue. The minion summoning skill only requires 2 seconds to activate, but the signal is obvious. The barbarian will step back and raise one hand, at which point purple energy will gather around its fist. If you can stagger or stun it before the skill completes, you can stop it from summoning the minions and buy 2 minutes before it can try again. Leo nodded thoughtfully. While he didn't have any stuns currently slotted, Eric the Shadower might have one. Kenneth would have one as well with Staggering Blow. The difficulty would be ensuring either of them knew when to use the skill, since all of them would likely be deafened by the Skeleton Barbarian's piercing scream after the fight began. Let's step back to the crypt itself, Leo said. You said the rock spider matrons spread tripwire webs throughout, but they won't attack you unless you touch the wires. You also said skeletons roam the area, so will the spiders attack the skeletons if the skeletons trip the web wires? Sara nodded approvingly. That's one of the common strategies parties use to make the crypt easier to traverse. It takes longer, and you have to deal with the rock spider matron after it finishes with whatever skeleton or skeletons trip the web, but the spiders always win, and usually take some damage in the process. Of course, you can also avoid the tripwire webs entirely and focus on only taking out the skeletons. The rock spider matrons won't attack unless you touch their tripwires. But if someone stumbles into one during the fight, you could end up pincered between whatever skeletons you're fighting and any angry rock spider matrons, going for whoever touched the web. Yes, It's a danger no matter what path you choose. Still, if you think your party can handle the matrons, I recommend luring the skeletons into them and then finishing off the rock spider matrons after it deals with the skeletons. While a single matron is tougher than individual skeletons, it's just one monster, which means your whole party can focus on it at once. That makes sense to me, Leo said. What other threats do we face on the way to the Forsaken Crypt, if we stick to the main path and avoid the other wings? So long as you stick to the main road, which does a bit of winding and has several forks I've marked on the parchment, you'll only encounter monsters such as goblin warriors and archers and skeletons of the same type. There's a low chance that a patrolling demon called the Vomitous Horror will spawn on the main path, but it's a rare spawn. Leo grimaced. We should be prepared to defeat it anyway. What can you tell me about it? The Horror is a level 16 and an elder monster, so it's rather tough. It looks a bit like a rotund human with gray skin, though it's twice as tall as the average person. It has a big mouth, but no eyes or nose. It can spit black acidic vomit that can actually destroy weaker armor entirely, even uncommon armor, which is why most people prefer not to fight it if they can avoid it. Leo shuddered at the thought. Getting your gear melted could make it impossible to escape the vaulted gardens, couldn't it? Sara nodded grimly. Like all demons, the Vomitous Horror also moves into shimmer when threatened. Fortunately, it's slow, so anyone with a ranged skill can stay out of vomit range, and any weapon with a demon-slaying enchantment can also hurt it rather badly. Still, I wouldn't recommend fighting it up close. We may not have a choice. Any suggestions for doing that? Just be ready to run. It'll retch several times before it vomits acid, so if you hear it belching and see its belly shaking, run away as fast as you can. And don't step in any puddles afterward. Leo found himself increasingly impressed with Sara's depth of knowledge. You seem to know this zone dungeon quite well. How many times have you completed it? Many times. It was part of how I reached Sharpshooter ahead of most. I linked up with a party of all rangers who had powerful pets, and we tackled the gardens once a week and clear as much as we could, with the four of us providing ranged damage and our pets stunning or angering anything that tried to reach us. It was safe, relatively, so long as we paid attention. Smart. And it's lucky for us you know the gardens so well. Sara sighed. I often think we were simply lucky. There was another party similar to ours that tried the same thing. I didn't know them all that well, but we often had drinks after our runs. We would usually hit the gardens on the same day each week. Then, one week, we came out, and they didn't. Leo knew what that meant. The other party had fallen inside the zone dungeon, wiped out to the last. Because the zone dungeon was a pocket of reality that included them and only them, it had been impossible for anyone to look for or rescue them, so all had meant the forever death. That's not going to happen to us, Leo said as confidently as he could. Sara smiled. Given how talented we are, why would it? So you're fine leading one party while I lead the other? I can't imagine doing it any other way. Good. Based on our party composition, I have a recommendation for how we split everyone up. Obviously, if you have concerns, we can discuss it. I'm listening. Since you have Ripper, I think he should serve as your party's shield. While it seems like the only healer we have is Tom using Morning Dew, that's not entirely true in Ripper's case. You can heal him with your ranger skills after each fight. I can. That was going to be my suggestion as well. So for your party, I'd suggest taking Maria, Evie, and Cyrus. Sara tilted her head as she considered him. Maria can probably solo most of what's in there, and she's also a talented ranged attacker. Won't you need a ranged adventurer as well? Not the way I'm thinking we'll handle the gardens. Evie and Cyrus are also our... He paused before saying weakest, because that wasn't entirely fair. Our most fragile members. I'm not excited about sending 2 fragile members with you, but I think your talent and experience, Ripper's strength and vitality, and Maria's high level, will allow you to carry both of them if needed. Sara nodded. It'll also be simpler to coordinate. Since it seems like Cyrus is reluctant to engage monsters anyway, I can hold him back to intercept anything that gets past Ripper, while Maria, Evie and myself attack whatever Ripper has engaged at range. That also work for the Zone Dungeon boss. We're thinking along the same lines. So that means you'll be taking Eric, Kenneth, and Tom. How do you see that working? Kenneth has the vitality to be a party shield, but lacks the skills and temperament, so I'll be taking that role for myself. You're going to act as a paper shield? Leo nodded. A paper shield, unlike a traditional shield, use their superior mobility to avoid most of the attacks of monsters they angered. While a traditional shield would block and absorb attacks, a paper shield simply avoided them while dancing around the battlefield and tormenting monsters from just outside of their range. It was very easy for an inexperienced mobile shield to blunder into other monsters or trip, which is why it wasn't common. You can do it, Sara said confidently. So how do you plan to use the rest? Eric will scout for us and quickly take down targets I've angered or weaker enemies when he pops out of Shadow Walk. Kenneth seems eager to just run up and hit things, so he'll serve as our party's second knife. I think that's a role he might actually enjoy. I agree, Sara said. As for Tom, he's not a fighter, so he'll simply stand back out of the fray and play Marching Rose during battle and then Morning Dew after battle to heal any wounds. We'll take it slow, engage one group at a time, and work our way steadily to the vault. I like the strategy of luring the skeletons into the tripwires, and between myself, Kenneth, and Eric, we should be able to wipe out a single monster afterward. Tom will heal us up if we get banged up during each encounter. Sara nodded. All that makes sense to me. You know, you might have a talent for leadership and strategy. Have you considered leading a party of your own? Leo rolled his eyes. Anyone could come up with this. Not anyone. Sara patted his arm. Me, of course, but not anyone else. Leo chuckled. He was starting to feel like getting everyone safely through the vaulted gardens was possible, though it would still be exceedingly dangerous. Yet, he had a plan. Sara thought it was a decent plan. Her vote of confidence and the information she provided about the vaulted gardens meant he was far better prepared for this than he would be otherwise. I'm happy with what we discussed, Leo said. Are you? I am. Then let's go tell the others. As they walked back to the rest of their party, Leo mentally parceled out the potions available to him. He would split the healing potions 5 and 5, but give all 4 blood potions to Sara's party. No one in his party would be using skills that consumed blood, and Maria, Evie, and even Sara, who would be using skills to heal Ripper, would be using quite a bit of blood. Leo looked at the ragtag group of various leveled adventurers, watching them anxiously. Everyone now wore armor and carried weapons based on their preferences, and Tom even had a real loot. While the strategies his group and Sara's would use to traverse the vaulted gardens and reach the Zone Dungeon boss were different, both were relatively simple and should be possible to execute even for inexperienced adventurers like these. They had a chance to survive. Often a chance was all the gods offered. As much as Leo still disagreed with Teacher's decisions and motivations for trapping all these people underground, he could, at least, respect the man's decision to give his life to give them that chance. Leo wouldn't waste it. And if everyone survived, maybe these people would finally tackle the climb once more. 8. A dungeon dive. As Leo stepped to the edge of the irregular stone platform, looking over the vaulted gardens for the first time, his heart pounded. Ahead waited an expanse of cliffs, ancient ruins, and overgrown architecture that looked to be the size of Lakebrook. The underground cavern in which the gardens rested seemed too large to be real, and Leo didn't know how it could fit beneath the bone vault above. Zone dungeons existed outside of Luxterra. Some said they existed outside of reality, and until they defeated this dungeon's boss and escaped, he and his party were the only 4 mortals in the world. Seeing the vaulted gardens lay out below was like looking down at a massive stone labyrinth. The ruined and overgrown buildings, many formed of stone and little more than pillars and rotting wood, formed a green and gray blanket of irregular alleys, cul-de-sacs, and dead ends. In the distance, The tiered levels of the wicked climb stretched toward the cavern ceiling, all but obscured by a light fog. Finally, the abandoned stone buildings of the cursed steps were lost in a thick purple mist that somehow oozed evil. Leo could almost feel the demons lurking there, waiting for anyone foolish enough to wander into their domain. He glanced back at those he'd promised to deliver from death. Tom, clad in a light ringmail shirt and clutching a weathered minstrel's lute, smiled encouragingly. Kenneth wore a battered set of iron armor and an open-faced iron helmet that had obviously seen plenty of combat, but both looked sturdy enough to weather a few more battles. He also easily carried a two-handed troll's cleaver that looked far too large for any normal man to wield successfully. Finally, Eric wore a set of leather armor more appropriate for a shadower half his level, and carried two unenchanted iron daggers. None of them were geared up to the point where they should be tackling the vaulted gardens today, and their party makeup was far from ideal. Still, despite his worry for how he could get them out of here, Leo found one small, cold comfort. If he failed to get the three of them to safety, he wouldn't be alive to live with the guilt. "Huddle up," Leo ordered. "We should be safe until we leave this platform, so it's time to walk you through our plan for escape." He knelt and pulled out Sara's simple map as the others gathered around. He calmly repeated everything Sara had told him, as if he'd always noted himself, including the fact that they planned to avoid all the dangerous wings and head straight for the exit. Once he explained his plan to lure the skeletons into the tripwire webs, Kenneth tentatively raised his hand. Leo couldn't help but be a little amused at the situation. He was no instructor. Still, the others were now treating him like one. He nodded as he hoped an instructor might. "Yes, Kenneth?" "Are you sure you don't want me to act as the party's shield? I don't mind taking a few blows, and most everything I've ever angered is happy to go after me after I chop its ally in half." "We don't have the healing to support that." Leo offered Tom an apologetic glance. "Morning Dew can slowly heal small injuries over time, but we can't risk you taking larger wounds in battle." "You'll get an argument from me. If you get your arm lopped off in combat, Ken, even the best rendition of Morning Dew I can offer might as well be your dirge." Leo looked to Kenneth again. "We do have 5 healing potions, but I want to save those for emergencies or grievous wounds. It's my hope we'll be able to avoid using those potions entirely, but without a life caster. I think having me act as a paper shield is the best approach." "Even in that heavy steel armor?" Kenneth asked doubtfully. "He can do it," Tom said confidently. "You should see this man dance." Leo frowned at Tom. "I don't dance." Tom wiggled his eyebrows annoyingly. "You don't dance with girls, but from what I've seen of you in battle, you dance with monsters just fine." Leo focused on Eric next. "Are you comfortable scouting ahead?" Eric nodded. "Sure. No risks. Ideally, we won't get any ads as we engage the packs along the main path, but there's always a chance. If you see something, whistle loudly, and once we engage the pack, pick off the weakest targets you can find. Don't be afraid to leave them to me if you're in over your head." Eric scowled at him. "Why are you doing this? You don't know us. You don't owe us anything." Tom jumped in before Leo could decide how to answer that. "He's a blazer. Helping people they know nothing about is what they do. It's a compulsion for them." Kenneth clapped Leo on the shoulder. "That's right. The Blazers are heroes, Shadower. Like the legends of old. There's more to life than cutting purses and running away." Eric turned to scowl on Kenneth. "You don't know anything about me, old man." Leo raised one hand. "Peace. Save the fight for the enemy." Kenneth thumped his fists together. "Then let's get on to the enemy, shall we? It's been too long since I've seen a monster bleed." Eric scoffed. "Don't act like you're eager to fight. You left the climb just like the rest of us." "I stopped climbing because there were too many demons out there and too many idiots who decided a brutalist was only good for absorbing hits. Today, I'll show you different. Brutalist can be just as dangerous as any other knife in a fight." Leo couldn't help but disagree. Once a brutalist reached 20 and took the evolved class of cleaver, they could certainly serve as an armored knife, but Until that point, they were far better as shields. Still, who was he to tell Kenneth how to complete Luxterra's climb? At least Kenneth was eager. "Let's move," Leo said. "Stay close until we spot our first monster pack, at which point we'll adjust. Eric, save your shadow walk until I give you the order to scout ahead." Leo half expected an argument from the shadower, but Eric simply fell into step on one side of him with Kenneth on the other and Tom bringing up the rear. It still felt strange to him that people would actually listen to his orders. It might always feel strange, but he was even more determined now to ensure the orders he gave got them home. Walking in a close diamond formation that was almost respectable, Leo led his ragtag party down repeated tiers of ancient stone steps. It took over 5 minutes to descend to the level of the large main road that meandered through the center of the vaulted gardens, a road that looked like it had once been fine cobblestone, but which was now ruined and overgrown. As Leo cautiously led his party forward, he wondered what had gone into the building of this place. Had the gods built a pristine city that existed for hundreds of years that was eventually abandoned? Had they turned it into a zone dungeon afterward? Or had they built the vaulted gardens just like this, ruined and destroyed, from the moment they called them into existence? He didn't have long to ruminate on the matter. After walking quietly through a narrow S-curve, Leo raised a fist and pumped it down. He had everyone close by dropped as one to kneel on the road. Around the corner, and about 50 paces ahead, 4 bleached white skeletons stood like statues as they watched the cobblestone road. While they all wore a few pieces of armor, a battered helmet here, a worn pauldron there, even some rusted iron boots, none wore armor that would stop a good blow. Odder yet, only 2 of the skeletons carried weapons, rusting, jagged blades that looked like they were as likely to give a target metal poisoning as anything else. The other 2 skeletons were unarmed. If only Leo had Glenn's unique skills. He could use that identification skill Glenn favored, and immediately know what level each of these 4 skeletons was, as well as what types of skills it had, and even how it might attack. A soul seer, Leo decided, would be more than welcome in his own dungeon. But he didn't have one, so he was going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. He turned back to his party and kept his voice low. "Eric, pop into Shadow Walk and sneak past that group. I want to make sure 4 animated skeletons is all we'll need to deal with for our first pull. When you verify there's nothing beyond, give a whistle and wait for an opening. I'll draw their attention, and then you can attack anything that looks weak from behind with your best skill." "Shadow stab," Eric said eagerly. "Even with this junk knife, I don't think it'll survive." Leo nodded to show confidence in his scout. "Tom, as soon as I walk forward and gain their attention, I want you to launch into marching rows. I don't know what type of skeletons these are, but they look fragile. With luck, Kenneth can cut through them with a few good swipes." "Just one," Kenneth said. "I can easily cut through weak monsters." "Save Mighty Slash for a bigger threat. I know it's tempting to disintegrate one of these monsters in a single blow, but there's always a bigger one around the bend. I don't want your best skill on cooldown if something truly dangerous shows up." "You're the boss," Kenneth said cheerily. At least he sounded like he meant it. Leo surveyed his party. Everyone understand their roles? One by one, his party members nodded. Eric looked calm as ever, but Tom was smiling as if he was enjoying this. Kenneth was all but chomping at the bit to get started. They were as ready as they could be. Time to face Luxterra's climb as a team. "Go," Leo told Eric. With a puff of smoke, Eric vanished into Shadow Walk. Leo motioned Kenneth and Tom a few more steps forward and waited patiently. A minute later, a soft whistle, like a bird call, echoed down the street from behind the 4 skeletons. One pivoted almost curiously at the sound. Leo rose to his full height and marched forward. "Tom, sing us a song. Kenneth, at my side. Don't attack anything until I've angered them first." As Tom strummed a few notes on his minstrel's lute and then launched into a rousing refrain of marching rows, Leo felt the extra 5 points of strength provided by Tom's Auracaster skill strengthening his muscles. All 4 skeletons pivoted on the 2 of them, and while the forward 2 raised their jagged one-handed blades and advanced, The other two reached skyward instead. With a crackle of dark energy, spectral bows appeared in the hands of the back two skeletons. Leo grimaced as he realized both skeletons were archers. Normal monsters carried their equipment on their bodies in plain sight for adventurers to see, but zone dungeon monsters were trickier. He didn't know how accurate these monsters were at range and didn't want to find out. His steel armor would protect him, but Tom would be a sitting duck. Leo broke into a run. "Eric, hit the archer on the left and then distract the right." With Kenneth pounding the cobblestone at his side and the two blade-wielding skeletons rushing toward them, the back two skeletons simultaneously reached the smoky quivers that had appeared across their backs. As they both drew inky arrows that were halfway transparent, one archer unleashed a chittering cry. It dropped to its knees. At the same moment, Eric appeared behind it with one iron dagger buried directly in its spine. The skeleton archer burst into ash and dropped a glowing purple life crystal the size of an apple on the cobblestones. A small rush of ecstasy rushed through Leo as the experience shared. Leo noted that Eric's shadow stab had finished the skeleton in one blow. As he rushed toward the two melee skeletons, he lacked the ability to do the math to multiply the damage of Eric's iron dagger by 6, yet he knew now that these skeletons had less health than whatever that value was. That would be useful information for later. As Eric pivoted to attack the second skeleton archer, the monster did its best to block his strikes with its bow, yet it looked entirely unprepared to face a melee opponent, and Leo could see now that Eric knew how to use his daggers. It was time for a change of strategy. "Kenneth, the left skeleton is all yours." Kenneth roared eagerly. With one skeleton archer already ashed and Eric occupying the other, there was no need for Leo to act as a paper shield. It would be more efficient for him and Kenneth to simply engage one skeleton apiece and strike it down as quickly as possible. Leo ashed his skeleton with a few stabs of his enchanted steel spear, easily staying out of the reach of its one-handed blade. But Kenneth was far more reckless. He drove straight in on his enemy and swung his giant troll's cleaver with all his might. The skeleton struck back. Kenneth got lucky. The skeleton's strike glanced off his iron armor instead of penetrating, and then, as Kenneth had promised, his troll's cleaver cut through the skeleton's fragile spine and cut the monster in half. It ashed at about the same time Eric finished off the second archer. Leo hid his grimace. Kenneth was too reckless. He was going to get injured sooner or later, so he would have to be careful to manage the man's bloodlust. Yet the street was empty, and now everyone in Leo's party had just gained 8 to 10 experience. The first group of skeletons was ash. "Anyone injured?" Leo called. Tom played one last jaunty chord with his lute and ceased his song. "I'm fine back here," he called up merrily. "You all made that look easy." Kenneth grinned and pumped his fist. "And the strength you gave us is why we cut them apart." He chuckled merrily as he picked up one of the fallen life crystals and held it up to admire it. "We're all doing our part, lad. This is easier than I remember." Eric crouched and gathered up the 2 life crystals left by the skeleton archers he'd killed. "Those monsters were chumps. Don't expect them all to drop that easy. There's worse in this garden." Kenneth scowled his way. "You really do take the fun out of things." "And you don't seem to be taking this seriously," Eric groused. "If you're going to serve as your party's knife, your goal is to not get hit." Everyone did their part. Leo interrupted before Kenneth and Eric could get into another argument. That was a textbook takedown of an enemy group. Eric's right that they won't all be that easy, but Kenneth's also right that we handled that well. Let's keep this streak going. "That's the little brother I know," Tom called happily. "Endlessly upbeat and cheerful." As Kenneth sheathed his giant cleaver across his back, he looked down at his big hands and flexed his fingers. "I've forgotten how good it feels, crushing monsters. I'd almost given up on ever experiencing this sort of high again." He tossed the life crystal once and caught it. "And look, this'll buy me supper. I should have come out to these gardens years ago." As Tom hurried up to join their party, Eric tossed a crystal toward Tom. "Heads up." Though Tom almost fumbled the crystal, Eric's throw was expert. Tom caught it and frowned. "I didn't kill a skeleton." Eric shrugged. "You supported us. In all the parties I've been in, we split crystals equally." Leo nodded in approval. He was increasingly certain he'd misjudged Eric. He might be a shadower, but he seemed to have as much honor and care for his party members as anyone else. "Form up," he said calmly. "Same formation as before. Let's keep moving." They moved along the road and almost immediately came up on another group of skeletons. Now Leo could judge how many archers were in the pack by counting how many skeletons lacked a visible weapon. This group had 2 archers and 3 melee fighters, which was too many to engage in a frontal assault. He raised his fist, called his party close, and spoke quietly. "Cool down on Shadow Walk?" he asked Eric. Eric grimaced. "Just under 2 minutes. Then we'll wait. We're not competing against an hourglass here. Slow and steady." They waited. Kenneth fidgeted and looked to Leo hopefully from time to time. But he didn't break ranks. Eric waited silently, and Tom did as well. Finally, Eric looked back. "Shadow Walk is off cooldown." "Same drill as before," Leo said. "Eric will trust you to handle the skeleton archers. This time I'll draw the anger of all 3 melee skeletons. Kenneth, once they're chasing me, run them down and kill them from the back." His party all nodded their assent, and then Eric vanished. A little over a minute later, all 5 skeletons were ash, and they had 5 more life crystals to add to their tally. Leo doubted the crawl would continue to be this easy, but then again, most parties only used this road to reach the entry to whatever wing of the gardens they wanted to explore. The road itself was trivial. They would find no rare treasures along this road. Since a party could only enter his own dungeon once a week, simply killing the skeletons along the road would net a fraction of the experience they could otherwise gather. In any other case, simply sticking to the central road would be a waste. But their goal today was not to maximize their experience. Their goal was to survive and escape. So far, Leo supposed, they weren't doing half bad at that. They continued up the road as before, waiting as necessary to refresh Eric's Shadow Walk. They used their first healing potion to fix Kenneth's broken arm after they were ambushed by a rock troll while fighting skeletons. In that case, Leo couldn't fault Kenneth for placing himself in harm's way. Kenneth intercepted the troll before it could gore Tom, and there had been no way to stop it but to take a few blows. Leo finished the troll off and then offered the healing potion as thanks. Kenneth might not wield a mace and shield, but he remained focused on protecting his weaker party members. The trek down the main road of the vaulted gardens continued at a glacial pace, but they took no further injuries. Leo felt like they'd been creeping along the road engaging in intermittent fights for hours, but it was impossible to tell. There was no sun in this giant cavern. Time seemed to stand still. Still, he had balanced his party well. None of their abilities consumed blood, and the only skills they needed could be used repeatedly, with only a wait for the cooldown to expire. Tom's frequent shifts to morning dew kept them healthy and free of fatigue long past when other adventurers would have needed to rest and recover. When it came to steadily fighting monsters in a situation where you could choose when to engage, Auracasters were consistently underrated. Leo kept expecting someone to defy his orders and get injured, or for them to unexpectedly encounter the vomitous horror, but their luck held. They reached the entry to the Forsaken Crypt with 3 healing potions left. Leo had to consume one himself after taking a battering from a pair of rock trolls who ambushed them from the alleys while they were fighting the second-to-last group. As Leo led his party forward, he recognized worn headstones in the grass along the path leading to the sealed door of the Forsaken Crypt. Who would be buried here? The gods must simply have created these headstones as they created everything else. Their ways would always be strange to him. Leo paused his party outside the closed door. He saw a large, obvious switch built into the wall beside it. Opening the door, it seemed, would be easy, but the inside would challenge them. He turned back to his party. First, all of you have done a fantastic job so far. Everyone followed orders, worked together, and kept their heads. All of you should be proud. Kenneth thumped his fists together and grinned, and even Eric managed a small smile. It was the solemn expression on Tom's face that surprised him. He'd been expecting a joke. Tom walked forward and placed a hand on Leo's shoulder. We wouldn't be here without you. I'm going to get you out of here, Leo promised. Only one area to go. That's not what I mean, Tom said. I mean, we wouldn't be alive without you. If you hadn't shown up to try and rescue us, we'd never have gotten out of our tents in time to stay ahead of that goblin horde. And if you hadn't led us while we fled, we'd have fallen in those tunnels. Leo frowned. You'd still have fallen if Teacher hadn't shown up. But he put us down there, little brother. Tom's solemn expression didn't fade. You got us out, and your leadership is why we were able to fight this far through a zone dungeon without getting our heads torn off. We're alive because of you, so I just want to say thank you. The lad's right, Kenneth said. You're a good sword blazer. I'd follow you into battle any day. Leo had always been uncomfortable with compliments. Still, they were looking to him for leadership, so he did his best to nod stoically and acknowledge Tom's statement. Let's keep it up. This crypt will be more challenging than what we faced before. He paused a moment as he remembered Glenn's worst fear. Just to check, is anyone here arachnophobic? The sight of a giant spider could paralyze even an experienced adventurer if they were phobic or not expecting it to attack. His party looked around at themselves, then shrugged. Nope. No. I think they're neat, Tom added slyly. Leo nodded in approval. Good. Inside, I want every last one of you to stay behind me. Don't walk ahead. I'll spot the tripwires and trip them as needed. Kenneth saluted, Eric nodded, and Tom grinned. They believed in him. They trusted him. Leo refused to let them down. He pulled the lever. The forsaken crypt yawned as the door leading into its depths rumbled open. 9. A spider's maze. The interior of the forsaken crypt was gloomy and musty. Motes of dust floated freely and were visible in the beams of gray light that cut through the space from the occasional high window. But the space remained gloomy enough, Leo wished they'd brought a smokeless torch. He motioned the others into a diamond formation behind him and advanced slowly into the crypt. Towering square columns filled the space at regular intervals, carved with reliefs of what looked to be armored adventurers. Large stone coffins were arranged in neat lines along the sides of the large and open room, though many of the lids were off-kilter, missing, or broken. Leo supposed that might be where all the skeletons had come from. He spotted the first patrol of skeletons immediately ahead, and at the same time the skeletons spotted him. It was 4 of them, 3 melee and 1 archer, but as Eric moved forward to attack the archer, Leo raised a hand. Wait. I don't see tripwire webbing. We have to find that first. As the skeleton archer pulled a smoky arrow from its smoky quiver and knocked it to its spectral bow, Kenneth growled low. He's going to feather us. Kneel down, Leo ordered. Tom, Eric, get behind us. The others, fortunately, obeyed. While Leo and Kenneth made themselves smaller targets and formed a barrier of steel and iron armor, Eric and Kenneth crouched down behind them. Tom launched into morning dew without being asked, which would likely heal any minor injuries they suffered if one of the skeleton archer's arrows managed to pierce their armor. Then, they waited. The skeleton archer loosed an arrow. It flew over their heads. Meanwhile, the other 3 skeletons, armed with one-handed blades, marched forward with a loud chittering sound. The next arrow from the archer slammed into Leo's chest plate and bounced off. No damage. The leading skeleton was only 15 or so paces away when it tripped and stumbled. Its ankle was caught on something. Leo's eyes widened inside his steel helmet as a near-invisible strand of thick webbing around the same diameter as a good-sized rope glistened in the gloom. Before the skeleton could free itself, a gray spider the size of Ripper dropped from the ceiling. It landed on the skeleton with a triumphant screech. The hapless monster flailed away with its blade as the spider tore it apart, and then the other 2 skeletons joined the fray as well. Their blades sliced off a single leg and cut deep into the spider before it finished both skeletons off. and then the spider rushed the single skeleton archer. It stupidly fired one more arrow, not retreating, before the spider took it down. It tore the archer's head off, and then spun about, bleeding and seven-legged, to focus its 8 eyes on the adventurers huddled close by. "Let it come," Leo said grimly. The spider charged them, but with an off-balance gait that showed it was already wounded. The places where the skeleton blades had carved it open oozed, and its health bar, which floated above it as it approached, was well below half. The skeletons had done their damage. When it was only 10 paces away, Leo rose and rushed forward. He shoved his steel spear directly into the space below its 8 eyes. His weapon pierced its skin and impaled it, causing it to screech in fury. It flailed with its forward legs, but couldn't reach him. Tom switched into marching rows as Kenneth and Eric rushed the spider from each side. The monster seemed too stupid to back off after being impaled, and it stubbornly struggled forward as it forced Leo's spear deeper into its own chest. Only the extra strength provided by Tom's marching rows allowed him to hold it at bay. Kenneth and Eric sliced its sides repeatedly until it ashed. A life crystal the size of a pomegranate clattered to the crypt floor. Leo, breathing hard, glanced at his party and nodded. Normal parties would not use this strategy because it would allow that spider to steal 40 experience from the 4 skeletons it had torn apart in their place. But again, his party was focused on escape, not efficiency. They could do this. They could reach the zone dungeon boss. For the first time, Leo allowed himself to internally believe escape was possible. Thanks to Sara, he knew how to get them out of here the safest way possible. Now he just had to execute. They proceeded slowly through the large crypt, as they had on the main road. They encountered 4 more groups of skeletons and dispatched one on their own, but the other 3 all stumbled across all but invisible spiderweb tripwires. This not only cleared the way for Leo's party to proceed, but ensured they were never ambushed while in the middle of the fight. Not long after, they sighted a closed set of stone doors in the center of the crypt. There was a lever beside those doors that would lead them down to the boss chamber. However, Leo remembered Sara's warning. Pulling that lever would summon every skeleton still active in the crypt, and those skeletons would trip over more webs and summon spiders as well. A recipe for a party wipe. "There's the door," Kenneth said excitedly. "We're almost out." "Not yet," Leo reminded them. "We need to clear all the skeletons first." Working cautiously, they crept through the rest of the crypt and dispatched 4 more groups of skeletons. Only once they made another full circuit, careful to only travel along paths where the skeletons had already broken the spiderweb tripwires, was Leo satisfied. It was possible they had missed a group of skeletons somewhere, but nowhere he could see. Once they returned to the set of stone doors, he looked to Tom. "Pull the lever, and be ready to sing. The rest of you, prepare yourselves. If we do get attackers, retreat into the hall beyond these doors and let Kenneth and I hold the line. We should be able to fight off even superior numbers if we use the hallway beyond these doors as a choke point." "You're good at this," Tom said ruefully. "I always knew, I thought I knew, but I hadn't seen it before. My brother, the Grand Adventurer." Leo simply grunted in response. "I'm pulling the lever," Tom warned. "Here goes everything." A small metallic crunch, followed by a loud mechanical screech, sounded from behind Leo. Stone rumbled against stone as the doors to the inner crypt slowly opened with enough noise to wake the dead. Quite literally. Leo waited for more skeletons to attack and prepared himself for battle. None came. They'd cleared the crypt in advance. He silently thanked Sara for her information. Once Leo was certain nothing would harass them, he led the way through the stone doors. They almost immediately encountered a spiral staircase, but it led up, not down. Leo glanced at his party. "Eric, behind me. Tom, follow him. Kenneth, rear guard." By necessity, they proceeded up the staircase single file. It seemed to wind endlessly, and Leo was surprised to find torches burning in the walls that lit the path. Who had placed those torches? Who had lit them? Who replaced them? More questions, he supposed, for the gods. Finally, after they had climbed what felt like at least 20 stories, they reached a level hallway. At the end of that hallway were two more big doors, though these were formed of oak and metal instead of stone. Leo led his party slowly down the hall, wary of traps or hidden monsters. They were almost to the doors when both creaked open of their own accord. Leo raised a fist to halt his party. Meanwhile, the doors swung open to reveal a sandy expanse of flat ground surrounded by a tall stone wall that had to be at least 3 stories high. As Leo's eyes swept past that wall to the tiers of empty stone benches ascending around them in rings, he realized what he was seeing. A coliseum. There was a coliseum deep beneath the earth. Outside, he knew, the skeleton barbarian waited to challenge them. "The zone boss is outside," Leo said calmly. "This is how we get out. This is the end of the zone dungeon. If we beat this boss, we'll be able to leave out of the same exit all adventurers take at the edge of the bone cage." He turned to Kenneth and pulled out 2 healing potions. "Take these." Kenneth eyed him doubtfully. "Should you keep those? What if you get hit?" Leo offered a rare smile. "I feel like you'll need them more." Kenneth watched him for a moment, then chuckled. "Too right." Leo handed the last 2 healing potions to Tom and Eric, respectively. "Save it for an emergency, but don't be afraid to use it. When the barbarian appears, let me anger it. Once we're certain it's focused on me, launch into marching rows while Kenneth and Eric attack." "What about if it tries to call on its minions?" Tom asked. So Tom had been paying attention during Leo's briefing. That was refreshing. "I'm the party's shield," Leo said. "I'll stop it from doing that." Kenneth clapped him on the shoulder. "I'm ready, boss. Let's do this." Leo looked around. "Are the rest of you ready?" Eric cracked his knuckles. "Shadow Walk is off cooldown. I'll make myself scarce when the battle starts and try to land a shadow stab once the barbarian is busy with you. Give me a bit to soften it up before you do that much damage," Leo cautioned. "You don't want to draw its anger." "I won't." "Then I think we're ready." "Wait," Tom said in alarm. "You don't have a healing potion?" "I don't need one." "Balderdash." Tom held out his potion. "Take mine." "I have armor. You don't." "And you'll be going toe-to-toe with a skeleton barbarian zone dungeon boss. I'm quick on my feet. I won't get anywhere close to it. But if it injures you badly enough you can't escape, I'll run up to you to try to give you this potion, and then we'll both get killed. That'll be your fault." "He's right, lad," Kenneth said. "You should take the last potion." "I agree," Eric said. "You're quick, true enough, but the moment that skeleton barbarian hits you with its cursed blade, you'll be slowed down. You could still get hit." Leo mentally debated. He knew he could refuse if he truly wanted to. He was this party's leader. Even so, perhaps Tom was right. Perhaps they were all right. Reluctantly, he took the last healing potion and hitched it to his belt. He wouldn't want to fumble inside his unfilled bag for it if he was engaged in close combat with a skeleton barbarian. "Thanks." Leo stared at Tom. "Now you have no excuse to get anywhere near that boss." "Oh, I won't. Now let's kill this trumped-up skeleton and go home." Leo took one deep, calming breath. He turned to face the sandy arena. He suspected that the skeleton barbarian would not present itself until they walked out into the Coliseum. They could take as much time as they needed to get ready, but they were ready. He exited the hall and walked out into the sandy soil with his party behind him. The moment all 4 of them had entered the Coliseum, the big oak and metal doors behind them slammed closed. Leo suspected not even a Harmcaster's Inferno skill could open them. There would be no retreat back into the crypt if the zone dungeon boss overwhelmed them. The only way was forward. As he stood with his party, ghostly chanting rose from the empty stands. Spectral figures appeared in the stands, hundreds upon hundreds of people who were mostly transparent and quite obviously dead. A crowd was cheering. A crowd of souls. Yet, were they actual people who lived here or illusions created by the gods? Leo would worry about that later. At the center of the arena, dust swirled. Soon what was a whirl of dirt was a vortex of sand and stone, and when it vanished, A skeleton, at least twice as tall as Leo, stood holding a huge two-handed sword. That blade had to be the size of Evie, the level 13 guilecaster he hoped was safe with Sara's party. Unlike the lesser skeletons they'd seen, the barbarian wore a full suit of rusted armor. The skeleton barbarian extended one hand in an obvious challenge, then slapped its massive blade down on one shoulder and advanced. The spectral crowd around them hooted and hollered, and some even shouted dismissive taunts. There was no question which fighter they favored today. Leo advanced as well. Once he and the skeleton barbarian were 20 paces apart, the boss adjusted its massive two-hander with languid grace and moved into a jog. Its bony feet slammed into the sandy arena as Leo increased his pace to meet it. It swung. Despite its size, the skeleton barbarian moved with surprising grace. Leo dodged below the swing and avoided its first strike, but as its massive blade whooshed over him with enough speed he could feel the wind coming off it, a wave of heaviness coursed over his body. So the skeleton barbarian didn't even have to hit him to afflict him with its slowing debuff? It simply had to be in proximity to him? How was that fair? It wasn't. The gods weren't fair. Leo had known that. He still had a job to do. He sprang to his feet and used his superior mobility to circle to the side of the skeleton barbarian, which turned ponderously and stabbed again and again. His muscles ached as he pierced the skeleton barbarian's armor with his steel spear, or tried. Despite its rusted appearance, the armor was thick. While his piercing stabs did cause its huge red health bar to appear, the tiny slivers Leo's strike shaved off were nothing. It would take him 10 minutes to kill this monster like this. As Tom launched into a rousing rendition of Marching Rose, Leo felt his flagging endurance restoring itself. New strength flooded his limbs as Tom's song counteracted the worst of the weariness imposed by their proximity to the skeleton barbarian. That gave him just enough of a second wind to duck under the huge skeleton's next sweeping strike, and then their dance began in earnest. Leo huffed inside his armor as he weaved, dodged, and stabbed, barely avoiding blows of the giant sword as he chipped away at the zone dungeon boss's massive health bar. He needed to get the tip of his spear into a joint in the armor, but the boss monster was too tall for him to easily target its armpits, and its knees were well armored as well. Its neck was exposed, but out of reach. He experimentally retreated and watched with satisfaction as the skeleton barbarian lumbered mindlessly after him, putting its back to Tom and the others. Leo decided he had angered it to the point where the rest of his party could now join in without the skeleton barbarian targeting them. "Attack!" he shouted. Not a moment later, the skeleton barbarian went stiff as Eric sank an iron dagger deep into the back of one thigh. For the first time, its health bar ashed by a noticeable amount as it took the full brunt of Eric's shadow stab. Then Kenneth arrived as well, battering at the skeleton with strike after strike. Leo could sense it responding to the attacks, and speared it again and again. "I'm the one you want, you bony bastard! Focus on me!" Eric and Kenneth both stumbled back, obviously feeling the effects of the barbarian's slowing debuff. The boss begrudgingly turned its attention back to Leo, and then they danced once more. Again and again Leo called in his party, and again they attacked and retreated. Even with the benefit of Tom's singing, Leo barely stayed ahead of the skeleton barbarian's ponderous strikes, but he did stay ahead. Little by little, they whittled its health bar down. All was going well until Leo's next step snagged his ankle on a large stone. He didn't lose his balance, he had too much prowess for that, but he stumbled, and given how narrowly he had been avoiding the skeleton barbarian's strikes, as well as his fatigue, it was the opening the zone dungeon boss needed. Its huge sword swept in sideways and slammed into his chest. The impact didn't crack his armor, his steel armor held, but the force of the blow was so great it still felt like being hit by a runaway wagon, and it hit hard enough it actually lifted Leo into the air and tossed him 10 paces. He landed awkwardly, but managed to roll to his feet despite his heavy armor. Only an experienced skirmisher could accomplish such a feat. Even so, Leo gasped for each breath as agony speared his chest. That impact might have snapped a rib or two. As he balanced and gasped, the skeleton barbarian stomped over to finish the job. At least, it remained focused on him, He was doing his job as a shield, but how could he avoid getting hit again? "Mighty slash!" Kenneth roared. His large blade tore through the skeleton barbarian from behind, all but shattering its kneecap. The barbarian took a knee just out of reach of Leo, and as it ponderously attempted to turn around, Eric and Kenneth tore into it with their blades. Tom's singing grew in pitch and urgency. Leo couldn't breathe. His chest was on fire, and his shoulder felt like it had crumbled to dust. He couldn't lift his spear to get in another strike, and his next step took him to his knees again. Then he remembered. He remembered Tom. His big brother was always watching out for him. Leo pulled the healing potion hooked to his belt, popped the stopper with shaking fingers, and chugged it as Kenneth took the skeleton barbarian's full attention, and Eric continued chipping away at it from behind. As the hot, sweet fluid coursed down his throat, the pain in his chest eased. His shoulder went from broken to sore. He tossed the bottle and stepped forward. The skeleton barbarian, now down to less than a third of its health bar, chittered loudly and raised the hand not holding its two-handed sword high. It clenched its fist, and as it did so, purple energy coursed around its bony fingers. Leo's eyes widened in horror. He was too far away to interrupt it himself, and even if he used piercing throw, his strike wouldn't reach it in time to stop its cast. "Interrupt!" Leo shouted desperately. "Interrupt it before—" Thunder rumbled through the Colosseum as the skeleton barbarian finished casting its skill. All around them, human-sized skeletons began to claw their way out of the sand. They wore no armor and carried no weapons, but there were dozens of them. Minions. Skeletal minions. At least 6 of them immediately lumbered toward Tom. "I'll protect him," Kenneth shouted at Leo. "Focus on the barbarian." As the skeleton barbarian once again gripped its sword with both hands, Kenneth lumbered toward the skeletons rushing toward Tom as Leo did the same. Tom backed up slowly as the skeletons approached, eyes wide, but he didn't stop playing. He didn't stop singing. "Go!" Kenneth shouted. "Eric can't handle it alone." Leo tore his eyes from his big brother to find Eric valiantly slashing at the skeleton barbarian all alone. His knives were glancing off its armor entirely, and as it tried to cut him in half, it missed him by less than a single pace. Eric was gasping and tired. He couldn't hold the barbarian at bay. Kenneth met the first skeleton minion and swung his huge two-handed blade. He cut the minion in half with a single blow. There were many minions now, but they were weak. Leo had to trust his party. He couldn't do everything himself, not even save his brother. As Eric barely dodged a sideways sweep of the skeleton barbarian's huge blade, he did so only by diving and dropping flat. He rolled onto his back and scrambled up as the skeleton barbarian raised one booted foot. It slammed it down, pinning Eric to the earth. He was dead if Leo didn't intervene. Leo tossed his spear with all his might, triggering piercing throw. He focused on his target. His steel spear gleamed as it rocketed across the arena, and then it hit the skeleton barbarian directly in the unarmored spot at the back of its neck. Bone shattered as the skeleton barbarian's health bar ashed down to almost nothing. A critical hit, and then it fumbled its massive two-handed sword. The blade slammed tip first into the dirt beside Eric as the barbarian stumbled sideways, releasing him. Blood coursed across Eric's chest, which Leo belatedly saw was badly injured. But Eric was no fool. He fumbled for his healing potion and desperately drank it down. "Windborn recall!" Leo shouted for the benefit of his party. Leo's steel spear ripped itself out of the skeleton barbarian's back, ashing another sliver of health bar. As Leo charged the barbarian, he caught his spear without slowing down. Eric scrambled to his feet as the skeleton barbarian ponderously retrieved its sword. Then, Eric vanished in a puff of smoke. The fight had been going on long enough for Eric's shadow walk to come off cooldown? If not for Tom's singing and buffs, they would all be exhausted by now. The skeleton barbarian, confused by Eric's disappearance, swung its sword blindly through the space he'd occupied. It hit nothing but air. Then Leo arrived, stabbing away as he had before. The barbarian moved much slower now. Each stab pierced armor and drove the skeleton barbarian back. Still, it somehow survived, parrying strikes and enduring others. Then Eric burst from shadow walk and stabbed the skeleton in the back of one knee. It dropped into a crouch, finally putting its head and neck in strike distance. Leo took the opening. He stabbed forward with all the accuracy imbued by his experience and prowess and shoved the spear through the skeleton barbarian's face and out the back of its skull. The last of its health bar faded to ash. With an explosion Leo felt rather than heard, the skeleton barbarian burst into ash as brittle bones blasted upward in all directions. A huge glowing life crystal the size of a steel helmet dropped to the earth, followed by the skeleton barbarian's massive two-handed sword. Yet as the sword fell to the Colosseum floor, the rust upon it melted away. A moment later, the huge two-handed sword gleamed like a blade fresh from the forge, and it even had a soft glow Leo knew meant its slowing enchantment was still in effect. The gods had honored their bravery and skill today. They had cleansed the skeleton barbarian's rusty sword and offered it as a reward. With this sword, and the slowing debuff it would inflict upon both nearby monsters and demons, Kenneth would have one of the best pieces of equipment available to adventurers in Evelyn. Finally, a party might accept him. Another loud crack of thunder echoed through the Colosseum, and then a glowing portal about as wide as two large doors manifested in the middle of the arena. Though it was faint, Leo could see what looked to be a large cavern on the other side, as well as a sloped rocky surface leading to the open sky. That was the exit to the zone dungeon. It was open at last. Leo turned to check on Tom and gasped when he saw the carnage. Piles of ash surrounded both Tom and Kenneth, but Tom was on his knees with Kenneth's head lying in his lap. The big man was covered in blood, his iron armor crumpled and pierced in dozens of places. Even as Tom desperately poured the last of a healing potion down Kenneth's throat, Leo knew it might not be enough. Multiple skull and bone icons floated about Kenneth's all but ashed health bar. Poison debuffs. While auracasters could learn a song that allowed them to make their party members immune to poison, Tom did not know that song, and the poison continued to tick. It seemed the skeleton barbarian's minions inflicted poison with their strikes. Why hadn't Sara mentioned that? He wouldn't be surprised if it was because the gods had changed things up yet again. Leo hurried back to Tom and Kenneth with Eric huffing at his side. They had done it. They had survived. They could escape. But would Kenneth escape with them? As Leo dropped to his knees at Kenneth's side, the big man coughed blood. "They didn't touch him," Kenneth said hoarsely. "Not one. They didn't touch our healer." Tom stood and started singing Morning Dew. It would slowly heal wounds and restore fatigue, but Leo wasn't sure if it would be enough. Those poison debuffs weren't going away. "I told you I could protect him," Kenneth wheezed. "I'm a shield. I shielded him." "You did," Leo said firmly. "Now relax. You have to heal. You even got a brand new sword out of the dungeon. Just imagine how impressed people will be when they see that." "Would be nice." Kenneth's eyes fluttered close. His health bar ticked down. Leo slapped him hard. "Stay awake. Hang on, man." Kenneth didn't respond, and Tom's singing grew more desperate. Finally, all the poison debuffs on Kenneth's health bar vanished simultaneously. For a moment, Leo was elated that Kenneth had survived long enough for the poison to stop ticking, but then he realized Kenneth hadn't survived. Kenneth no longer moved. He no longer breathed. His ashen features revealed the worst. Tom's voice broke, and then his song ended. "Gods, no." Leo rose. Kenneth had died defending Tom, but he hadn't met the forever death. Not yet. He looked at Eric. "Get his feet. I'll get his shoulders." "Let me help," Tom said urgently. "You sing," Leo ordered. "Marching rows. Strength for all of us. It's time to go home." Tom visibly steadied himself. He played a mournful tune on his lute,
then launched into a song Leo knew would be stuck in his head for days after this. Fresh strength flooded his limbs as he slipped his hands beneath Kenneth's shoulders and lifted. Eric did the same with his feet. Moving awkwardly with the weight of a full-grown man in battered armor, they all shambled to the portal in the middle of the Colosseum. White engulfed Leo's vision, then faded. A warm wind hit him as the weight of Kenneth's body continued to test his strength. He heard a series of gasps, and then a loud female cry. "Leo!" It was Sara. His vision cleared as Sara, followed closely by Evie and Maria, rushed over. Leo saw several other figures as well, all dressed in white or gray robes, marking them as casters of some sort. They weren't a threat. He settled Kenneth on the ground and collapsed beside him. "Kenneth needs a resurrect, but we're otherwise all alive and accounted for."
"Leo!"
Another woman shouted in worry. It took Leo a moment to recognize that voice because his brain wouldn't accept that he was hearing it correctly. How could she be here? She didn't even know where he was. Yet, in another moment, Lucy Stargazer dropped to his side and threw her arms around him. As she hugged him close, Leo swallowed in alarm. He was even more surprised when Lucy planted a warm kiss on his cheek, and then, to his shock, one directly on his lips. But she wasn't. She was a member of the Church of Celis, and she was 6 years older than him, and she was also incredibly attractive, and also she just kissed him. What? He couldn't enjoy this yet. This affection, this warmth. He had to see to his party first, and in particular, to the man who had taken multiple poison strikes from skeleton minions to ensure that Leo's big brother Tom escaped the vaulted gardens alive. Lucy eased away and supported him with her arms.
"I'm here. Just relax. You're safe now."
Sara walked over before Leo could recover.
"What happened?"
Despite the lingering taste of Lucy on his lips and the warmth of her unexpected kiss, Leo focused on the horrors he'd survived. The boss fight got out of hand, and Kenneth protected Tom.
"Damn,"
Sara said ruefully.
"We only had one. We used it on Cyrus."
Leo's heart sank. We only had one resurrect? Lucy sighed.
"I'm sorry, Leo."
Most of the spiritualists and shamanists have already left the city to travel to Kalefar for the Sandsea Cup, Sara said. But don't worry. There has to be one left somewhere. We'll find someone who can bring Kenneth back. We'll save him, I promise. Lucy squeezed Leo once more, then stood and looked around.
"Is anyone else injured?"
"No, just Kenneth."
"Then let's get you all home."
Lucy's gaze met his again, and her smile warmed his heart in a way he hadn't expected.
"Thank the gods you survived."
"How?" Leo managed. "How are you here?" He looked past her at several other people who he now knew were younger members of the Church of Celis. Had Lucy gathered all these people to come and rescue him? How had she even known he would come out of the gardens?
"It was Glenn,"
Sara said. "Before he left, he found the hole in the wall that allowed Teacher to take us out of the city without being spotted. Glenn also guessed that Teacher would need somewhere remote and largely untraveled to build his base, which he believed was most likely to be hidden in the bone cage. There's Blazers at other areas where we might emerge, searching for us, but Glenn also thought it was possible you might come out of the vaulted gardens. So, here we are." Leo nodded dully. "Here we are." "Glenn did all that?" Tom asked in wonder. "Is he a seer?" "He's a truth seeker," Sara said. "He's getting rather good at solving mysteries." Lucy gripped Leo's hands in both of hers and helped him up.
"We're getting you all home. Sara's told us some of what happened to you about this Teacher, but we'll focus on the rest later. For now, let's find someone to resurrect Kenneth and give the rest of you some food and rest."
Now that it was evident his party was safe, Leo could focus on Lucy. "You kissed me?" Lucy smiled.
Did you mind?
I didn't mind at all.
Excellent. Because I'd like to do it again soon. But not now.
She turned to her younger clergy members.
Everyone on alert. There may be more screechers on the way out. These people are our responsibility now. We're going to get every last one of them home.
Yes, ma'am, the other lifecaster said proudly. Sara gripped his shoulder.
We did it. We saved them.
Not all of them, Leo said grimly. I didn't know the skeleton minions had poison. Sara's eyes widened.
They've never had poison before.
The gods. Changing things up again. Sara sighed heavily.
All we can do is move forward. This is a victory. Treat it as such.
Leo glanced around at the eyes staring at him in awe and gratitude. Evie, Eric, Tom, Cyrus, even Maria, and accepted what he could. He'd saved 5. He'd lost 1, or could if there weren't enough resurrects available. If there weren't, he'd done all he could. He would worry about the rest, after he'd had a good meal and a good sleep. Act 2. A Contest in the Sand. 10. A continent reached. Glenn. Land ho! To his credit, the lookout on the crow's nest of the surly songbird didn't need public address to make his voice audible. Glenn and Becka had spent the last 2 weeks living inside a small room in a cargo vessel as they crossed the choppy sea. Today, finally, their boat would dock at Kale Fall's capital city of Aria, in the level 20 to 26 zone of Fool's March. Yet as much as Glenn longed to head above deck and get his first look at a foreign coast and a capital city, he had other responsibilities. Their single cabin was cramped for 2 people, which wouldn't have been a problem if Becka hadn't been seasick for most of the journey. Though Glenn had tended her, ensured she drank plenty of fluids, and even eased her discomfort with Guardian's Heal, Becka had been miserable for the past 2 weeks. It hurt Glenn that he couldn't do more for her. Given Becca's rebellious stomach and constant queasiness, the small space in which they'd spent the journey felt too small at this point. Bringing down a bucket for Becka had saved her the effort of tromping up the narrow stairs to vomit over the side of the boat, but the smell lingered. Glenn would be happy to get some fresh air once they stepped onto dry land. Multiple pairs of heavy boots thumped on the deck overhead as the sailors made ready for landfall. As their shouting grew and they went about their business, the dark-haired woman Glenn loved groaned as she turned onto her side. All the racket had roused her from a hard-earned slumber. Curled up into a ball beneath their thin sheets, Becka forced her eyes open.
What time is it?
Glenn grinned wide, hoping to cheer her up as best he could. Time to land, apparently. You survived the journey to Aria. Congratulations. You might even get a point of stamina out of this. She rubbed her face and shuddered.
Don't congratulate me yet. I'm still not certain I didn't die. This could be one of the 6 hells? The vomit hell?
Glenn winced sympathetically. I'm fairly sure there's not a vomit hell.
There could be. Gods, I hate boats.
He squeezed her shoulder through the thin blanket. We'll get you something to settle your stomach for the return trip.
Or we can walk back. A potion of water walking can't be that expensive, can it? We'd get so much exercise.
He brushed her sweaty hair back from her forehead. Just hold on for a little longer, love. Once we dock, I'll carry you off the boat and pop you onto dry land myself. She poked him.
Go.
Confused by her order, he frowned. What are you talking about?
Go up and watch the boat pull into port, into Aria. I know you want to see it.
I need to stay down here with you.
Nonsense.
She forced a smile that almost felt genuine, though the sweat on her pale face betrayed her discomfort.
I'm not going to expire in the next hour, and you've been tending to me this entire trip. My hero. My savior. you'd do the same for me. Don't be so sure. I'm not certain I'd be able to handle quite so much vomit. He laughed again, but more to change the flow of the conversation than because he found her joke amusing. I'll stay down here with you until we land. Glenn, my love, you're the most wonderful man in Luxterra, but I will be fine, and this is the first time you'll be able to see a foreign shore. Go up on deck. Enjoy the view. You'll never forgive yourself if you don't, or if you do, I'll never forgive you. He had to admit, the offer was tempting. You're certain? What am I not? She sighed and rolled over onto her other side, putting her back to him. Now that we're close to landing, I want to get cleaned up as well, and that will be easier if I have the cabin to myself. So, see? You'd be helping me too. Now go enjoy that new horizon. He kissed her shoulder through the sheet. You'll come up and join me? Eventually. I certainly don't intend to allow you to carry me off the ship like an invalid. I'm a junior blazer just like you, and that is not the way a blazer should leave a boat. Understood. Glenn rose. I'll see you up there. She waved a hand at him without turning around. Get. He grinned and slid the wooden door open. As he stepped out, Becka spoke one more time. I'm going to make all this up to you, you know, in a tavern or even on the road. This trip was supposed to be romantic, and all I've done is hog the bed and groan. To be fair, even your seasick groaning is rather hot. She tossed a pillow at him, but her weak throw meant it landed a good ways from the door. Go, you monster! She barely stifled her laugh as she snuggled into the sheets. Right. Going. Glenn slid the door shut and then hurried down the narrow wooden hallway below decks toward the steep ladder leading above. As he passed the doors to the other travel cabins, he found more than one ajar. That suggested he wasn't the first traveler on the Surly Songbird to decide to catch a glimpse of the Kalefall coast. Glenn firmly gripped the sides of the ladder and tromped up. No matter how many times he emerged onto the deck of the large boat, he never failed to be surprised by the utter lack of wind. When it was underway, the boat moved with the wind, thanks to its full sails, which meant that the only sound was the lapping of water against the hull. The cries of gulls joined the shouts of sailors and the creaking of the deck as Glenn squinted against the bright sun. Thanks to Soul Scan, which, fortunately enough, provided experience when Glenn scanned people while on the sea, Glenn knew the captain of the Surly Songbird, Darian Crawtack, was a level 23 duelist. He was also twice Glenn's age, and looked even older thanks to the hard life he lived. Still, Darian was a friendly man who treated his crew fairly and his passengers the same, and Glenn had grown to like him over the last 2 weeks at sea. Darian reminded him a little of his father. While the average adventurer in his 40s would be level 30 or higher, Glenn knew that Darian's stay in the mid-20s wasn't a result of laziness or cowardice. Given how much time Darian spent sailing instead of leveling, the fact that the captain had evolved his class was actually quite impressive. He had to level aggressively between long trips at sea. Darian, like the other sailors on the Surly Songbird, all adventurers like Glenn, had all chosen to honor the gods in a different way. Unlike adventurers who prowled the wilds of Luxterra, slaying monsters and demons before they could threaten commerce and townsfolk, the crew of the Surly Songbird provided the invaluable service of ferrying cargo and people between Luxterra's many ports. They still leveled when they hunted between long trips, but their primary duty was sailing Luxterra's seas. Darian had sympathized with Glenn and Becca's plight, as Becca's seasickness continued to be a problem, and he had promised Glenn he would put on an extra burst of speed in hopes of shortening their journey by a day. The captain was as good as his word, and Glenn made a mental note to thank the man, and to remember to pass on word of his fine service to the Blazers Guild that could ensure the Surly Songbird was patronized by Blazers in the future. Still, all those concerns fell away as Glenn got his first sight of the first zone beyond the shores of Evelyn. A whole new continent. Kalefall was an exceedingly warm land of sandy deserts, rocky badlands, and tropical oases. Back in Wolfpine, he had never thought to see another continent until he was well past 40, and only if Becka decided she wanted to travel the world. Yet here he was, today. Despite the many trials they had put him through since he completed his ceremony of the path at the tender age of 16, today Glenn couldn't help but feel blessed by the gods. He wondered what sort of monsters prowled here. With SoulScan, he could easily find out. As he took in the sight of the pale yellow sands that now stretched across the horizon beyond the sea, he marveled at how different this bright yellow sandy shore looked from the dark muddy shores of Evelyn. Though they were tiny in the distance, Glenn spotted small groups of the oddest-looking trees he'd ever seen clustered along the shore. They were very strange. Each had a segmented trunk with almost no branches to speak of, and many were slightly curved as they rose to the sun. Each was topped with what looked like a lady's sun hat made of serrated green leaves that had to be the size of a small kayak. The small lumps nestled beneath the fronds of the hat were fruit of some sort, or so one of the other passengers on the surly songbird had claimed. He also saw a few isolated buildings that looked far too flimsy to stand up to a good storm. They looked to be made of light, thin wood and clay bricks. Still, the buildings looked old and weathered, which suggested that despite their flimsy appearance, they had weathered many a storm without issue. He would need to learn more about their construction if he had time on his journey. The creaking of the deck announced someone coming to join Glenn in his gawking. He glanced over, expecting to find one of the friendly townsfolk who'd commissioned a special quest to allow them to leave the town's walls for multiple weeks to journey across the sea. He then stood at attention when he realized who had actually joined him on the foredeck. His companion was Captain Crawtack, and he stood a bit taller than Glenn, despite Glenn's impressive height. He was a lean and muscular man in loose leathers, with scars that spoke of a lifetime of travel and adventure. Decades in the sea and sun had turned his skin a weathered and orangish brown, and his oily dark hair was unruly where it stuck out from beneath his jaunty red hat. The captain should be at the wheel when a ship came in for a landing in a foreign port, shouldn't he? What was Darian doing down here on the foredeck? Was something amiss? As if noticing his consternation, Darian offered an amused chuckle. At ease, Blazer. I'm not here to berate you for being underfoot while we make our landing. I'm here to enjoy the view of land after weeks at sea. Even after so many years out here, it's still a relief to see sand. Glenn resisted the urge to correct Darian about his status. Glenn was, after all, still a junior Blazer, but he instead focused on his possible mistake. Am I? Underfoot, I mean? Darian clapped him hard on the back with a calloused hand, and the fact that Glenn didn't move seemed to please the man immensely. You're fine where you are. Just don't lean over the railing. We've made it 2 weeks without someone falling into the sea, and I'd like that trend to continue. I've no intention of falling in. Darian chuckled again. There's rarely intent involved, lad. Though I notice your lovely lady friend hasn't joined you for the landfall. How is she this morning? The same. No offense to you or your fine crew, but I think she'll be overjoyed to finally be off your boat. Before we make the return journey, we'll be certain to pick up a tonic or some other remedy for seasickness. I'm sorry if we've been trouble. Not at all, lad, not at all. I'm just sorry it's been so unpleasant for her. I've no problem controlling my course and my crew, but I'm afraid the choppiness of the sea remains beyond me. She's not the first to suffer from its temperamental nature, and I'm sure she won't be the last. Glenn appreciated the man's understanding, and he couldn't help but be curious about the foreign shore. I don't see anything resembling a city. How close are we to Arya? It'll be a while yet before we see the capital. The route I took to save a day was a bit more direct, so we'll be sailing along the Yellow Coast for another hour or so. Once you've had your fill of yellow beaches and frond trees, there's not really much to see until we reach Arya. So those funny-looking trees on shore are called frond trees? Aye. You've never seen one before? I've never been to Kelfall before, so most of this is new to me. While it was tempting to add more to his statement, Glenn didn't want to tell the captain any more about his past. He was having trouble recalling exactly where Glenn Graybreaker had grown up this morning, and he decided to change the subject to something that was less likely to blow his cover. Glenn looked to the shore. When we set out from Evelyn, I'd hoped to get on the road the day we landed, but I don't think my companion will be up for that sort of journey after all this. I think it would be best if we reserved lodgings once we landed and stayed the night. Darian rubbed his stubbled chin.
Agreed. Best to get your land legs back and some food in her before you set out on the safe road. The guardian stones don't protect you from heat stroke. So can you recommend a tavern or inn in Aria that's safe and clean? Ideally a place that's not overly expensive. We've no need of luxurious amenities, just a clean bed and a room that ideally isn't infested with anything with more than 2 legs. On any other week, I'd have several places to recommend, but given all the travelers in town for the Sandsea Cup, I'd imagine Aria and its reputable inns and taverns are already full to bursting with travelers. You could possibly find a cramped berth along the seedier side of the docks, but I wouldn't recommend it. Those rooms charge by the hour. It took Glenn a moment to realize why. They certainly didn't need to reserve a room of that nature. Becka was generally quite amorous when they were alone, but seasickness was the ultimate libido killer. Glenn was determined to get Becka water, food, and rest in that order, and being in a cramped room filled with salty air while people boned loudly next door was not ideal for sleep. I'll ask around. Darian grinned. My crew's from all over, but I know several folks who are from Kalefall. They spent more than a few weeks in Aria on leave, so perhaps one of them will have a recommendation for you. If not, I'd suggest you head for the city center and ask for lodging. They may have a register of taverns and inns that are still accepting travelers. Glenn grimaced. That may be best. I realize now I should have prepared better. I'm honestly surprised Miss Cinderflare didn't arrange your lodgings in the city. She seemed quite organized when she talked me into taking you on this passage. I even reserved an extra space in the cargo hold for that lovely Arctic wolf of hers. Glenn winced. I'm still sorry about that. Sara did intend to come, but she was called away on an unexpected mission. You know how it is with the Blazers. Darian's brow furrowed in obvious concern. But she's not in any danger, I hope. No more than normal. Glenn continued to hide his worry about Sara and Leo as to not raise any more questions. I imagine she'll be just fine. While Glenn remained certain that whoever had abducted Sara and Leo had taken them into the bone cage, it was the only area remote enough to hide prisoners. He hadn't been able to look for them, and he'd been out of touch for 2 weeks as he traveled across the sea. At least his discovery of that hole in the wall had impressed the gravity of the situation on Marion Hawkshadow and the others. Becca's seasickness had, despite its unpleasantness, provided one unintended benefit. Caring for Becka on the long trip had kept him focused on her and not on his worry over Sara, Leo, and Ripper. He could only hope that Jenny Amberson or Marion Hawkshadow had found them by now, and that one had sent phantom correspondence to the Aria Blazers Guild detailing their fate. He needed to know. Darian clapped him on the shoulder again. Feel free to stay and watch the coast as much as you'd like. I have a few more things to do before we make port. Give my regards to your lovely companion. I hope her next journey across the sea is not as unpleasant as this one. Glenn had no doubt Darian was completely sincere. He liked this man. I will. The captain of the Surly Songbird offered a tip of his jaunty hat before stomping off across the deck. He was yelling at his sailors in moments. To be fair, Glenn supposed, it was impossible to hear much of anything across the deck of a big vessel without yelling. In the distance, the winding shore of the Yellow Coast continued to meander alongside the passage of the boat. With the exception of small clusters of the frond trees Darian had mentioned, Glenn saw no sign of greenery or any water that wasn't filled with salt. The zone that surrounded Aria really was an unrelenting desert. No wonder so few leveled here. Evelyn's many pure, clean streams, both above and below ground, provided a virtually unlimited source of cool, fresh water for adventurers hunting monsters. Everyone who hunted in this zone would need to carry water with them, and since any objects placed in an unfilled bag dried out, they would need to carry that water the old-fashioned way. And what of the monsters in this zone? Did they not need water? Did they subsist on sand? What about the non-monstrous creatures, like tribits, that populated this zone but were not worth experience? What did they all drink and eat? Glenn was still pondering these questions and more when the sound of footfalls on the deck, this time much softer, drew his gaze from the coast. He smiled at the sight of Becka walking toward him with an ease she had lacked their first few days on the boat. Now that they were mere hours from being on dry land again, she had finally gotten her sea legs. She had the worst luck with boats.
Even so, she had done a marvelous job cleaning up for their landing. She wore a blue flowing tunic that coursed over her buxom frame, and a set of loose white trousers that would both reflect the constant sunlight and ensure air could circulate to keep her cool. She'd also done her dark hair up in a complicated braid that wound around the top of her skull and down alongside one ear. She was, in Glenn's opinion, absolutely breathtaking, and he told her just that. She blushed faintly as she joined him in observing the coast. "You'd think I was beautiful wearing a fruit sack." "That is one fantasy that's crossed my mind." She bumped his shoulder with hers and stared out at the yellow coast. "I still feel queasy, if you're concerned, but I don't think I'm going to erupt again anytime soon. I will be very glad to get off this boat, though. Even walking days through an arid desert is preferable to another day on the sea." He slipped an arm around her waist. "I'm just glad you're feeling a bit better at last. I'm sorry this journey has been so rough on you." She lightly kissed the side of his chest as she snuggled close. "I had you to keep me company and take care of me. Without you, it could have been much, much worse." "You know I'll always take care of you, right?" She squeezed his side. "Why wouldn't you? You just said I'm beautiful." Glenn laughed and watched the coast meander by. "I spoke to the captain hoping for a recommendation as to where to stay, but he couldn't give me any. He suspects most of the inns and taverns will already be full of travelers on the way to the Cup." "I'd suspected such as well, which is why I packed a tent for us." Glenn glanced at her in surprise. "Where did you have a—" He paused and smiled as he understood. "Right. Unfilled bag." Becka poked his side. "It's not as luxurious as one of the fine taverns in Arya's Tower District, but it'll keep the sun off us and offer some privacy." "That's nice, but what would we need privacy for?" She sighed. "My Glenn, so innocent and chaste." "I am that." "I also packed some bedrolls and a small table, and some books in case we get trapped in the tent during a sandstorm." Glenn's brow furrowed. "There's sandstorms out here?" "Not in this zone, but they're common in Stillwatch, and it'll take us a day or two to reach Sun's Cross once we cross the zone border. Once a sandstorm starts up, your only choice is to find shelter or breathe dirt. I'd prefer not to breathe dirt." "I'm so lucky I have you to plan all of this for us." "You are. You really should get better at planning. Did you even bring a torch?" "I thought about it." Becka chuckled quietly. "Oh, love, what would you do without me?" "I would be very lonely while walking around in the dark." He turned her in his arm. "How long has it been since I kissed you?" "How long has it been since I last threw up?" He chuckled and leaned in, but she stopped him with gentle pressure on his chest. "I'm not joking, love. I would prefer we wait until we make landfall and I can get some food and wash my mouth out. I promise there will be kissing and more once I'm recovered." "I waited over 2 years for you. I suppose I can wait another hour." Her hand slid down his back and squeezed his rear. "I always make it worth it, don't I?" After that, they stood together in comfortable silence on the side of the boat and watched the coastline meander by. The adventurers sailing the surly Songbird continued to shout to each other occasionally, but with the sails adjusted and the boat underway, there wasn't a whole lot for them to do. All they could focus on now was ensuring nothing went awry during their journey. Soon after, other people joined them on the deck as well. Glenn recognized the number of townsfolk he'd seen and sometimes spoken to on their journey, but as he'd spent most of his time in his cabin tending Becka, he hadn't really gotten to know any of them that well. The other passengers offered nods of appreciation, which he returned, but little more than that. A respectful distance remained between townsfolk and adventurers on the best of days, and Glenn barely knew these people. Still, he had dutifully scanned all 17 townsfolk making the journey, and all 22 sailors on the surly Songbird, netting himself 195 experience from SoulScan. It wasn't anything near what he'd want to acquire after 2 full weeks, but it wasn't nothing. Every bit helped on the way to level 15, and ahead lay the Sandsea Cup, where he would save Zack, or fail forever. Becka had, in the times she was conscious, helped him prepare mentally for what he would face once they reached Sun's Cross. The Sandsea Cup took place once every 4 years and rotated between the 3 mid-level zones of Luxtera, Evelyn, Holbeck, and Stillwatch. Like all church-sanctioned events, the cup had the blessing of the gods, and many assumed they watched it closely. The cup took place over 2 weeks, and drew adventurers and townsfolk from across the world. Those who could pay the entry fee and who arrived in time to participate in its events could enter as many or as few as they liked, provided the events they entered didn't overlap. Some events required clever adventurers to solve complex puzzles or riddles, while others were contests of strength and guile. Some even had adventurers fighting captured monsters in front of an appreciative crowd. It was a grand event, but not something the average junior blazer could expect to attend while training unless it happened to occur in the zone where they already resided. Fortunately, Becca's clever plotting had allowed Glenn to travel to Sun's Cross despite his status and responsibilities. While Glenn would be participating in events, he was also here for work. Blazer work. The other element that made the Sandsea Cup unique was that the Church of Celis called lifecasters, spiritualists, and shamanists in from across Luxtera. That guaranteed there were enough adventurers with resurrect on hand to ensure any accidents resulting in the death of a contestant could be undone quickly. Death during events was not common, but accidents happened. In addition, the entire senior leadership of the Church of Celis also attended this event. They were a revered group of men and women known as the 10 Gospels. Each represented a single god. Their presence here was the only place in the next 4 years where Glenn would find all of them in one place, and where he could use Soul Scan on them. The Blazers already knew that a sect inside the church was encouraging or even forcing young adventurers to secretly choose the Deathcaster class, then making them serve the church as enforcers. Those who refused were imprisoned in church-run prisons until they escaped or agreed to serve the church. The only question was if the higher-ups in the church knew of this, or were ignorant of it. Finding out if any of them were secretly dual-classed as Deathcasters would answer that. Becka elbowed him gently. "You're doing it again." Glenn pulled himself from his ruminations and glanced at her. "Doing what?" "Brooding. You've got your brooding face on." "I'm not brooding. I'm thinking and plotting and planning, just like you suggested." "So long as you don't forget to have fun." He raised an eyebrow at her. "What do you mean?" "I know why we're both here. We have not one but 2 very important missions, and I intend to help you complete them both before we leave. Yet they will not occupy all of our time here, and when we are not involved in those tasks, it will be just you and me, together, unsupervised, at one of the most exciting, well-attended, and extravagant events to occur in all Luxtera." Glenn couldn't help but grin. "So it'll be like the Festival of Isden back—" He stopped himself before saying home, and mentally adjusted. "That we visited in Gracia?" Becka smiled coyly. "I'm not going to dive into any vats of creamed corn, but I'm certain we can find more than a bit of mischief after hours at the cup. I've heard stories from the other Blazers and people who've attended before. The parties after the daily games are legendary." Glenn looked to the coast again. "I just wished Leo and Sara were here to enjoy this as well." "They'll be all right. You gave the Blazers everything they need to track them down." "I want to think so." "I know so, Glenn. Now hold me close while we enjoy this moment. We're visiting our first zone capital. I didn't think I'd see one of these for decades." Glenn pulled her close and kissed the top of her head. "I'm just glad I get to see it with you." 11. A Soul Seer Found. When they finally rounded a wide atoll at the end of the Yellow Coast and pulled around to the far side, Glenn stared in unabashed awe. Kilfall's capital city of Aria was a sight unlike any he'd ever seen. Unlike Lakebrook, which was a sprawling but largely flat expanse nestled on the shore of the harbor, Arya crouched on the edge of the wide serpent sea like a fierce and magnificent animal. A variety of towers formed of ancient sandstone rose from the shore to tower many stories in the air. While Glenn couldn't estimate their exact height from a distance, he suspected they had to be several times as tall as the magnificent Chapel of Celis back in Lakebrook. Each tower was topped with a puffy cap with a pointy top. Their colors ranged from red to brown to yellow and even a brilliant purple. Brick and sandstone walls that looked as if they'd weathered 1,000 storms wound along the shore along the water. Beyond those, a sprawl of stone and wooden buildings lay like a tattered blanket across the sand and cliffs beyond. Thin rivulets of clear blue water cut across the blanket at regular intervals, pumped up from the sea and cleansed by complicated builder enchantments. Without the ability to convert salt water to fresh water, Glenn suspected Arya would not exist. Becka clutched his bicep excitedly. "It's even more gorgeous than I expected. What a magnificent city. Can you imagine if you'd been chosen to serve your duty here?" Glenn chuckled. It would have been different. That was an understatement. Arya alone contained more townsfolk and adventurers than one might find in the entirety of Evelyn. There were simply so many people living here. Had the Church of Celis delivered him to a pair of townsfolk in this city, he would have joined a garrison of town guards that he knew, from reading, numbered over 300. Arya was a metropolis that dwarfed Lakebrook, boasting a permanent population of almost 10,000 townsfolk. It grew and shrank as couples in the city were approved to receive children by the church. A whole legion of cultivators and culinarians supported the city by farming land kept fertile by the same cleansed streams that served the city proper. Every other townsfolk class was represented here in one way or another. This was where they came to become preceptors. This was where those who wished to complete Luxterra's climb as townsfolk did so. In addition to the 10,000 or so townsfolk who lived in Arya at any given time, high-level adventurers coming and going on a regular basis more than doubled Arya's population. The steady flow of so much coin and life crystals ensured merchants who opened stalls here could obtain experience at a rapid enough rate to satiate the demands of higher levels. Most every townsfolk who reached level 20 and gained the title of preceptor did so while working in Arya, Eastwind, or Doveport, the capital of Aquarine. While some then returned to serve their communities, many remained in the capitals to accrue more wealth. Preceptor Fallowpeak was one who had returned, though Glenn knew he'd leveled to 20 in Eastwind, capital of Landers. As the surly songbird turned to face toward the capital, the rippling of the sails remained the only sound on board save for the creaking of the vessel and the reassuring sound of sailors going about their work. Glenn and Becka spoke little as the grand city of Arya grew larger and larger. Their proximity assured Glenn the mighty towers across the city were at least 20 stories tall or taller. What must the view be like from up on one of those towers? He would have to take Becka up there at least once. Seeing the city and ocean from such a vantage was likely a grand sight, and it was a sight he could savor with the woman he loved at his side. "Everyone attention!" Darian called from the captain's deck. "We hope you've enjoyed your view of the grand city of Arya. Now, regretfully, I must ask you to return to your cabins and wait until we've docked before coming above decks. My crew and I will need the full run of the deck to bring us into harbor without incident, and I'd hate for anyone to get caught underfoot." Glenn squeezed Becca's waist. "That's our cue. I doubted they'd let us be up here while they docked. Shall we head back downstairs?" Becka nodded and headed toward the steep ladder leading below decks. "I feel almost normal now. I wonder if I'll get seasick on dry land." Glenn chuckled as he walked after her. "If so, I'll start to wonder what god you annoyed." Becka sighed. "For the time being, we're going to assume all of them." From below decks, the only clue they'd finally docked successfully in Arya was the sound of unfamiliar voices joining the chorus of familiar voices Glenn had grown used to as they sailed. Townsfolk or adventurers on the docks of Arya were speaking to the crew of the Surly Sailor. Though Glenn might have imagined it, he thought he could feel the boat drifting to a halt as it moored against the dock. Sailors shouted as they tied knots and trimmed sails. Soon after, heavy boots descended the ladder. Those boots thumped down the hall as a sailor rapped politely on the walls. "We've just made port," the sailor yelled down the hall. "All passengers, please make one last sweep of your cabin before you disembark. Don't leave behind anything you want to keep." As Becka packed up the last of her things, Glenn pulled on the gear he hadn't worn over 2 weeks while the surly songbird sailed the Serpent Sea. While he didn't don his full suit of steel armor, that would require Becka to help him, and he'd have to take it off again once they reached wherever they were going to sleep tonight. He certainly wasn't going to leave this ship unarmed. He pulled on the unique harness Carl Coldbreaker had made for him years ago in Wolfpine, again grateful that it was well designed enough he could tighten and adjust the straps himself. Then he rolled Becka, his weighted commander's mace, from beneath their bed, and slipped the weapon into its custom-made sheath. He and the mace had been through so much, and it was a reminder of the home he wouldn't see for decades. It was a bit of Wolfpine he always had. He was high enough level now that he was considering buying an uncommon mace. There were adventure maces available that hit far harder than this, some of which might even come with powerful enchantments. He had no doubt he could find such a weapon in Arya, and if the maces here were too expensive, there would certainly be plenty of opportunities to upgrade in Sun's Cross. Still, he would never sell this unique weapon. Once he did upgrade, this mace would have a permanent slot in his unfilled bag, and the rare orichalcum Carl had worked into the weapon meant the mace could be enchanted as well. It would be the perfect weapon to enchant with a situational enchantment. All he had to do now was figure out what enchantment would suit Becka and save up enough money to buy it. The quest he'd created to find the hole in Lakebrook's wall had sucked way close to the last of the fortune he'd gained from solving Lord Marshville's murder, but he could always earn more money. He was the reason the Blazers knew about the hole. That was worth any price. Once he had his unique weapon and its unique sheath secured, he next checked his belt to make sure it was tight. His unfilled bag rested against his hip. He reached into the bag and couldn't help but marvel as the spectral cabinet appeared before his eyes. His pack was far more full than it had been the day he'd used it to escape the Cloudy Divide with Arthur Everglow's ensouled corpse. Glenn gripped the icon for Lillian Stoutcragg's enchanted steel shield, and then pulled a shield bigger than his back from a pack only a bit wider than his hand. As he strapped on the shield, he could feel his strength passively increase thanks to Unyielding, his powerful town guard blessing. The rush of strength was comforting. He flexed his fingers experimentally. He was going to wear his shield during every waking moment from now until he locked himself into a room at night. He and Becka had been in enough scrapes that he wasn't ever going to relax when they were traveling. Even if they were in the middle of a capital city or on a safe road, it was his job to keep her safe, and he was going to keep her safe. For, he hoped, the rest of their lives. Once his shield was secure, he pulled another pack on over it. He carried a normal pack as well, though it sagged against his shield in a way that would have normally depressed him. They would need to carry both food and canteens on their journey, and both would dry out if placed in an unfilled bag. Fortunately, Glenn's impressive strength attribute meant they wouldn't need to rent a pack horse. Not that he was even sure where they'd rent one from. He could easily carry provisions for a multi-week journey without difficulty, providing they could get it all to fit in his pack. Becka had far more items to pack than he did, and he didn't rush her. The boat wasn't going anywhere. He was ready. He was packed. Becka was almost done as well, but she was making one last sweep of their cabin to ensure they didn't leave anything behind. With a free moment, he decided to check his status sheet one last time before leaving the boat. Any good adventurer would. It was always good to appreciate one's progress. Name, Glenn Graybreaker. Age, 18. Level, 14. Class, Soulseer. HP, 330 of 330. Blood, 150 of 150. Experience, 101,219 of 112,000. Strength, 25, 35 with bonus. Divinity, 11. Vitality, 23, 33 with bonus. Wisdom, 15. Prowess, 11. Luck, 10. Gear. Legendary. Class, Crystal. Locked. Uncommon. Arrow Talisman. Rare. Blazer Pin. Common. Fine Noble's Tunic. Common. Fine Noble's Pants. Common, large backpack. Common, commoner's mace. Weighted, reinforced. Uncommon, steel shield. Enchanted, weight reduction. Uncommon, hiking boots. Rare, unfilled bag. Slotted skills. Rare, Guardian's Heal, Town Guard, Celis. Rare, Guardian's Smash, Town Guard, Anson. Experimental, Soul Scan, Soulseer, Isdon. Experimental, Spirit Scan, Soulseer, Isdon. Experimental, Soul Singe, Soulseer, is done. Slotted Blessings. Rare, Unyielding, Town Guard Kaya. Rare, Regrowth, Town Guard Kaya. Experimental, Intertwined Soul, Soulseer, is done. Known Skills. Rare, Fight Me, Town Guard Kaya. Rare, Public Address, Town Guard is done. Experimental, Reveal Soul, Soulseer is done. Experimental, Reveal Spirit, Soulseer is done. Experimental, Soul Peer, Soulseer is done. Experimental, Soul Scout, Soulseer is done. Uncommon, Phantom Slice, Duelist Fox. Known Blessings, none. Quests. Level 40, Group, The Soulseer's Path. Epic. Level 15, Group, Resurrect Zach Silverstone. Epic. Timed. 1197, 5:12. Just over 2 weeks had elapsed as he and Becka made the journey across the Serpent Sea. Over 360 hours had ticked off the quest to resurrect Glenn's best friend, and he'd only gained 195 experience. He needed almost 11,000 experience to reach level 15, and had just over a month and a half to acquire it. Winning events at the Sandsea Cup was his only chance. And Zach's as well. Glenn pushed his status sheet away. The relentless ticking of time on his quest to resurrect Zach was an oppressive weight he was never able to fully set down. He could only rest it on a table from time to time, focused on other, more important day-to-day tasks, before picking it up again. Becka touched his arm. "We'll save him, love." He loved how she could sense his emotions, no matter how hard he tried to hide them. "I know. Good. Don't forget it." She kissed him on the cheek. He turned to her and frowned. "You said no kissing." "I said you couldn't kiss me." She winked and squeezed his hand. "That comes later." She opened the door and stepped out. "Now let's be off this boat and enjoy the capital. The next time I have to spend 2 weeks ailing in a ship's cabin will come far too soon for either of us." They stepped out of their cabin, and then Glenn led the way down the narrow hallway to the steep ladder leading above decks. As he looked around, Glenn realized he and Becka were the last people out of the passenger area. The townsfolk who had traveled with them must have either packed ahead of time or had less gear to equip. He hoped Captain Krotak wasn't annoyed. They emerged on the deck of the Surly Songbird to find the capital of Arya looming over them. It stretched off across the gently rising rocky slope. Arya's docks actually looked to be a bit smaller than Lake Brooks, which was a surprise. There were a number of boats the size of the Surly Songbird, and many smaller boats all crammed into the space. Glenn wondered how often boats collided with one another while sailing out or sailing in. He suspected it must have happened more than once, given how cramped these docks were in comparison to Lake Brooks. Yet as he evaluated the towering rocky sea in which the docks were tucked, he understood why they weren't spread out more. There simply wasn't space. These tall, rocky walls provided a windbreak that meant the docks and the city beyond would be somewhat sheltered in the event any storm swept in off the Serpent Sea, which Glenn knew from reading to be a common occurrence. So it made sense why the capital hadn't expanded its docks. They had less space, but that space was more secure and safe from the weather. Glenn glanced to the weathered dock that sat alongside the boat. It was filled with people, likely townsfolk, going about their business or loading luggage on carts pulled by animals, including horses, donkeys, and camels. Glenn had never seen a camel before, other than illustrations in books, and was fascinated by the odd-looking animals. Their humps were massive. Most of the crew of the Surly Songbird were busy going about their tasks, but Glenn smiled as he saw Darian waiting for them at the gangplank. As they approached, the captain swept off his jaunty hat to reveal his slick and oiled hair. He fixed Becka with a warm grin. "Miss Coldbreaker, you look ravishing today. I'm so sorry for the rough journey." Becka laughed and clutched Glenn's arm. "That's kind of you to say, Captain, but I'd never hold you accountable for the whims of the sea. I'm simply grateful you got us here in one piece." "I wish you and Mr. Graybreaker a safe journey to Sun's Cross." Glenn nodded respectfully. "And we wish you a safe journey to wherever you sail next." They descended the gangplank to the crowded dock, and the moment Glenn touched the docks with his boots, a burst of pleasure filled his body. Discovery experience.
He had now entered a new zone for the first time, and a quick look at his status sheet confirmed he'd been awarded 100 experience. A good omen. He had walked for no more than a few steps before a slim, blonde-haired woman Glenn immediately recognized arrived. She cut between two burly dock workers and hurried toward them with a wide smile on her face. Glenn gasped and gawked. He hadn't seen this woman in over 2 years. Anna Bronzelight, the only other soul seer in all of Luxterra, was approaching. What was she doing here? He halted as he went through a dozen possibilities and dismissed them. Then Becka released his arm. She rushed toward Anna. "You made it!" Becka had done this. Becka had contacted Anna and let her know that she and Glenn were planning to attend the Sandsea Cup. Why hadn't Becka mentioned that on their journey? As Glenn considered, he decided Becka either hadn't been certain Anna would make it, or hadn't expected her to come at all. Both offered interesting questions he needed to ask them later. For now, he was surprised how happy he was to see Anna. It had been too long. Anna beamed at them. "I wouldn't miss this. There's no way I could let you do this alone." Becka hugged Anna warmly. As Glenn watched the two women embrace, he wondered if he should introduce himself, or rather, reintroduce himself. He wanted to greet Anna as well, but Anna didn't know Glenn Graybreaker. Anyone could be watching. Anna smiled past Becka as she stepped back to stare at him. "Who's your friend?" Becka smiled coyly. "Take a closer look. You might be surprised." Glenn felt a tingle in the pit of his stomach, and then he barely held back his gasp. He'd been scanned. Anna had just used Soul Scan on him, and he'd felt it happen. He'd never had anyone use Soul Scan on him, only used it on other people. Had they felt this tingle as well? Anna's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, that makes sense, I suppose." Her eyes fell to the arrowhead necklace dangling from his neck. "That is a lovely piece of jewelry." Glenn decided they should keep up appearances despite the fact there was little chance anyone from the church might be spying on them. He took a step forward and offered his hand. "Glenn Graybreaker, Junior Blazer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss—" "Ironstar," Anna said as she shook his hand firmly. "Also a Junior Blazer." Glenn nodded and released her hand. So she had taken the name she'd used while a fugitive as her cover while leveling Soulseer. That made sense. Since he was hiding from the Church of Celis, Anna doing the same would make it less likely she'd be targeted while leveling as well. Glenn smiled. "I take it you're also heading to the Sandsea Cup?" It was obvious Anna was heading there. Why else would she be here? But if a shadower was listening in on their conversation, Glenn wanted to keep up appearances. He was learning how to be sneaky. He wasn't on Becca's level, but he wasn't a complete novice either. Anna smiled back. "I am. When I received Becca's phantom correspondence suggesting you'd be arriving soon, I thought it best to secure a room where you could recover from your journey." So they would have somewhere safe to sleep after all. Glenn was immensely grateful to Anna for her help. "How'd you manage to secure a room for us?" "It's a short hop from Holbeck to Stillwatch, so I was able to get here over a week ago and secure one of the last rooms in the capital. I've been waiting there since. The Dancing Skitterer is a modest inn without many of the amenities you might be used to, but the room has 2 beds and plenty of space. So if one of you wants to roll out a bedroll on the floor—" Becka took Glenn's arm again. "That won't be necessary." "I thought not." Anna smiled knowingly. "Anyway, if you're not waiting for anything to be unloaded from the boat, we should head back to the Skitterer and get you two settled in. I'd love to hear more about your journey and your plans while you're here attending the Cup." Glenn nodded at what she didn't say. Phantom correspondence was far from secure, so he doubted Becka had explained their purpose here in more than the vaguest terms. He knew Anna knew about the quest the gods had given him to resurrect Zack, but not how much she knew about his progress. She might be displeased to hear he was still so far from completing it. He'd explain the reasons for that when they could speak in private, safe where no one could eavesdrop and report them. For now, however, he had another matter to attend to. He needed to finally learn if Marion and Jenny had made any progress on their search for Leo and Sara. But first,
Glenn looked around once more. Where's the rest of your party? Anna's lips pressed together. They weren't available at the moment. Are they waiting for us back at the Skitterer? They won't be joining us for the cup, or at all. That surprised Glenn. Your party let you come out here alone? Let's speak more about that once we're safe in our room. As Becka squeezed his bicep in mourning, Glenn took that as his cue to relent for now. It bothered him that Anna was here without a Blazer party to escort her, but perhaps they were shadowing her from the crowd or waiting back at the tavern. He could find out later. I appreciate you reserving us a room, Glenn said. But first we need to stop by the Arya Blazers Guild. I need to let my superior know we've arrived on time and safely, and I'm hoping to hear news on 2 of our friends who went missing before we set sail. Anna's eyes widened. Who's missing? Glenn filled her in on the basic details of Leo and Sara's disappearance, but he made no mention of the hole in Lakebrook's wall. He would save that disturbing information for when they were alone in a room and could talk privately. Once he finished, Anna nodded. Of course you'd want to check there first. I'll show you there immediately, though I'm going to wait outside while you handle your business inside. I'd prefer to avoid the guild right now. So Anna didn't want to be seen at the Blazers Guild. As Glenn considered the reasons she might be without her party and wary about being seen at the guild, his instincts filled in the blanks. Anna was here, illegally. She didn't have permission from the Blazers to attend the cup. So had she snuck away from the Blazers? Abandoned them? Was she a fugitive once more? Becka pressed lightly on his back. We should get off these docks. Becka was right, of course. If Anna was a fugitive from the Blazers, that certainly wasn't something they wanted to discuss on these docks surrounded by dozens of people. For now, they should check in with the Arya Blazers Guild, and then relax in the room Anna had reserved for them. Becka would need time to recover before they set out for Sun's Cross, and hopefully get a good meal she could actually keep down. Please, lead the way to the Blazers Guild, Miss Ironstar, Glenn said, and for your help in the room. We're in your debt. I don't think so. I still owe Becka far more than a room at an inn. Glenn knew what Anna meant. He had, after all, saved her from being abducted by the Shatterers Guild agents her corrupt brother had sent to take her on behalf of the church. He wouldn't feel guilty about the coin she'd spent or the trouble she'd gone to in order to help them. He would simply be grateful for her aid. He was also curious how she'd been progressing on her own quest. Would you mind if I took a look at how you've been doing? Anna nodded as she led them off the docks. That would be fine. As Glenn followed with Becka on his arm, he used Soul Scan on her. Name, Anna Bronzelight. Age 20, level 14, class Soulseer. HP 130 of 130, blood 250 of 250, experience 102,324 of 112,000, strength 8, divinity 23, vitality 10, 13 with bonus, wisdom 20, 25 with bonus, prowess 8, luck 12. Gear, rare, time-worn robes, enchanted, vitality, rare, luminal dagger, enchanted, blast, rare, heirloom dagger, rare, silverweave boots. Slotted skills, uncommon, burned, Harmcaster, Xiva, uncommon, freeze, Harmcaster, Xiva, experimental, reveal spirit, Soulseer is done, experimental, soul scan, Soulseer is done, experimental, mend soul, Soulseer is done. Slotted blessings, experimental, intertwined soul, Soulseer is done, experimental, blessed soul, Soulseer is done, uncommon, burning soul, Harmcaster, Xiva. Known skills, experimental, Soul Scout, Soulseer is done, experimental, Soothe Soul, Soulseer is done, experimental, Reveal Soul, Soulseer is done, experimental, Soul View, Soulseer is done. Known blessings, none. Quests, level 40, group, the Soulseer's Path, epic. He couldn't help but wince as he compared her progress to his own. Anna was actually ahead of him in experience, though only by 100 or so. Still, the fact that she had more experience than he did without the benefit of the large boosts he'd gained from completing investigation quests for Brennan Shadesinger was impressive.
He reminded himself she'd had a head start on leveling Soulseer, and she was able to level constantly without losing days to classroom instruction. He was also not surprised that Anna was now using rare gear with valuable enchantments. Anna had the support of the Blazers now. They would want her to have the best equipment she could wield. Glenn knew from speaking with his mother back in Wolfpine that it was difficult to imbue a dagger with blast, but once an enchanter did so, a strike from the dagger could knock an enemy over with wind. That would be a dependable way for a caster to stun a melee attacker and gain distance. Finally, he was intrigued by Anna's skill choices. Mend Soul, he remembered from viewing the skill while in the Plaza of Selection, gave her the ability to heal her party members, just like Guardian's Heal gave him. Better yet, she had both burn and freeze to target monsters and demons from a distance. She could support her party by damaging enemies and healing the injured. Glenn couldn't help but be a little jealous of Anna's ranged flexibility. Still, Anna likely couldn't gather the anger of a rock spider queen and then stop one of her strikes with a shield. They both had their skill sets, and Glenn reminded himself it was encouraging that Anna had progressed so quickly. Given she still had over a year to do it, it seemed like she would easily reach level 15 and stop the calamity of Holbeck, Alcarine's 8 to 16 zone. She would save thousands of lives. No calamity would threaten that zone thanks to her hard work and diligence. He closed Anna's status sheet just in time to avoid being run over by a burly dock worker carrying a heavy crate. There would be no more scanning until he was in a less perilous situation. He also had no idea where he was going, so he was grateful Anna obviously did. She deftly maneuvered through a crush of people getting onto boats, getting off of boats, or moving cargo on and off boats. Arya's docks might be smaller than Lakebrook's, but they were also more busy and crowded, at least today. Glenn suspected all this activity was at least partially related to everyone arriving for the Sandsea Cup. Anna knew her business. Once they were off the main portion of the docks, Anna led them along a set of narrow and well-kept cobblestone streets. They were bordered by buildings of both stone and wood that looked as old and weathered as the towers of Arya had looked from a distance. Several of those towered over him now, and he couldn't help but stare up at them in wonder as they walked. He would have time to sightsee later. He forced his eyes back to the road and Anna and watched for anyone who might trouble them. There was no reason anyone from the Shadowers Guild or the Church of Celis would be out here looking for them, but simply assuming they were unobserved and safe would be foolish. Not long after, Anna stepped off the street and into the shadow of an awning by what looked to be a weapon shop. "The Arya Blazers Guild is just around the corner. I'll wait here for you to return." "We won't be long." Glenn glanced at Becka. "Shall we go announce ourselves?" She nodded. Given Marion insisted we do just that once we arrived, it would be wise. 12. A bit of good news. As they rounded the corner, Glenn saw the Grand Arya Blazers Guild for the first time. Even had the logo of the Blazers, a handheld torch against a shield, not been embossed in silver trim on the largest steel sign he'd ever seen, the 3-story building ahead was obviously a storied structure. This building wasn't a chapel of Celis, but it was obviously as old as one. It looked to be a sturdy building, and it was painted in the colors of the Blazers, white, blue, and yellow. He wondered how many legendary adventurers had taken or turned in quests here. The walls were formed of yellow bricks that matched the color of the surrounding cliffs, and, Glenn suspected, the sandy stone that was freely available in Fool's March, the level 20 to 26 zone in which Arya was built. Grand arched windows with white stone frames bore dark and tempered glass. These windows looked into all 3 levels of the Arya Blazers Guild, with a much larger window in the center of the 3rd floor above the double doors. It also sported a fine balcony. Glenn couldn't see past the glass, but he suspected that window held a study and library similar to that in the Lakebrook Blazers Guild. The thought of what sort of books might be available here in a level 20 to 26 zone sent a jolt of excitement through him. After they got settled into their room at the Skitterer, there was no reason he couldn't return to the guild and ask to peruse its vast library. At the least, he should find a bestiary for Stillwatch. He needed to know what sort of monsters he might face if he had to leave the safe road. Soulscan offered a lot of information, but there were certainly accounts from adventurers with more experience.
Their accounts could offer details that simply viewing the status sheet of a monster might not provide. Glenn only realized he'd stopped when Becka nudged him in the back. He resumed walking. Sorry, it's an impressive structure. Appreciate the building later when we don't have someone waiting on us. Glenn matched her pace. They had no sooner reached the doors before they swung open from the inside. Yet before Glenn could wonder if someone waited to greet them, a party of adventurers wearing blazer tabards marched out of the guild. Glenn gripped Becka and ensured both of them stepped aside. One of the blazers nodded his appreciation as he tromped past. Glenn stared in wonder as he looked the four of them over. He recognized at least one set of midnight mail, the same type of armor Captain Marion Hawkshadow had worn when she descended into Gracia's Crackpaw mine, which told him the leader of this party had to be at least level 36. A quick soul scan confirmed that, and the others were all in their early 30s as well. What grand adventure was this party of high-level blazers setting off to undertake? Nothing in this zone could give them a challenge, so perhaps they were headed down to the docks to catch a boat to a higher-level zone, like Ghost Falls, Kale Falls 27 to 32 zone, or the Salt Flats, Kale Falls 32 to 36 zone. He was tempted to call after them and ask, but that would be unprofessional. Glenn held the door for Becka, who smiled as she sauntered inside. As he joined her and let the door close behind him, he was surprised by how much the interior of the Aria Blazers Guild matched the one in Lakebrook. The exterior was far more ornate, but perhaps the Blazers built all of their guilds in a similar manner, so Blazers would know where to go regardless of where they came from. Inside was a warm and open space. Long tables with benches allowed Blazers to sit and eat or drink, and a good number of tables were occupied. Blazer activity must be much higher thanks to the capital's proximity to the Sandsea Cup. Glenn wasn't surprised he didn't recognize anyone. At the far end of the big common room was a long wooden desk, similar to that staffed by Aiden Goodfellow back in Lakebrook. The Blazers Guild administrator here was a tan-skinned, dark-haired woman who looked to be about Marion's age. She must be a veteran by now. Glenn used Soul Scan on her and was unsurprised to learn she was a preceptor scribe. Her name was Nadia Skybow. He'd ask her to introduce herself before revealing he knew that about her. He was surprised to see that Nadia was also a level 9 Harmcaster, which meant she had dual-classed into an adventurer class after reaching level 20 as a townsfolk. Did she spend her weekends killing monsters when she wasn't acting as an administrator at the Aria Blazers Guild? Did she make the long trek along the safe road to Stillwatch when she wasn't working here? Again, those questions could wait. Glenn took his place in the line with Becka and was pleased as Nadia addressed each waiting blazer efficiently and politely. The first two were simply reporting the results of quests they'd undertaken, and while the third took a bit longer, apparently she had neglected to fill out a form ahead of time, it wasn't long before Nadia beckoned Glenn and Becka forward. Nadia eyed them both calmly. Name, class, and rank. Had Glenn been asked to describe her, he would have said she had a kind face, but her current expression was all business. Glenn Graybreaker, level 14 Brutalist, Junior Blazer. Becka spoke up. Rebecca Coldbreaker, level 13 Guilecaster, also a Junior Blazer. Nadia duly noted their arrival on a piece of parchment. And what brings you to Aria today? Glenn answered that. We're here on a special assignment from Captain Marion Hawkshadow at the Lakebrook Blazers Guild. The captain should have sent word ahead via phantom correspondence that we'd be arriving. She did. I'll notify her you've arrived safely. Anything else? Glenn was impressed that Nadia had their expected arrival memorized. She must be very good at keeping a schedule and checking her calendar. Now Glenn had another question. Any messages from Captain Hawkshadow or Jenny Amberson? Both were involved in some business they undertook when we set sail from Lakebrook, and I'm hoping they'll have good news for us, or at least an update. Nadia eyed him a moment, then inclined her head. Let me have a look. So this woman couldn't memorize everything. That was somehow reassuring. Nadia ducked behind her counter. Glenn resisted the urge to peer over it and check on her. The soft sound of paper brushing paper suggested she was sorting through a stack of papers, likely all the phantom correspondence that had arrived in the last 2 weeks. Glenn suspected the guild here must get a lot of it. Nadia rose, holding a single rolled scroll sealed with a daub of wax embossed by a blazer's seal. This came in about a week ago, addressed to Glenn Graybreaker. Glenn barely resisted the urge to hop up and down in excitement. What does it say? I haven't read it. The scroll was, of course, sealed. Right. Glenn winced in embarrassment. Of course. Nadia slipped the scroll across the counter. Is there anything else I can help you with? Glenn belatedly glanced behind him to find two more Blazers, both of whom must be higher level than he was, waiting patiently for their turn with the guildmaster. He looked at Nadia again. No, that's it. Thank you so much for holding on to this for me. I really appreciate it. It's my job, Graybreaker. When Nadia looked past him toward the next person in line, she appeared as calm as ever, but Glenn could swear he saw the hint of a smile. He hurried with Becka to a table that wasn't entirely occupied and sat down on the bench there. Becka scooted in beside him, and then, after taking a breath, Glenn broke the wax seal on the scroll. He unfurled it and leaned close to read the fine script that had come across the sea a week ago. He recognized this handwriting because he'd seen it before. Jenny Amberson had been kind enough to write him a note updating him on Becca's progress 3 months after she had left Wolfpine with Jenny, and he'd stayed to become a town guard. His heart pounded as he read. Glenn, I hope your journey across the Serpent Sea was pleasant and uneventful. I'm pleased to tell you that your theory about the location of Sara and Leo was correct. We found them, and they're safe. Yes! Glenn's voice echoed through the guild. Becka giggled and nudged him. Glenn blushed brightly as he looked around and found several nearby Blazers staring at him with a mixture of annoyance and obvious amusement. He resisted the urge to hunch down on the bench and felt the need to explain himself. I just got good news. Congratulations. An older female Blazer eyed him in annoyance. Celebrate quietly. Glenn nodded. He took a breath and looked at the note again. Jenny's message continued. While I cannot discuss the specifics over this correspondence, their disappearance was, as you surmised, tied to the discovery you made and reported to the guild. We also recovered a number of other adventurers when we found Leo and Sara, some of whom we didn't even know were missing. Other adventurers? Did that mean Leo and Sara weren't the only adventurers to disappear from the old fishing district? Glenn now found himself impossibly curious about what had occurred. Once again, your keen instincts and investigative prowess have served the Blazers well. I'm very impressed with what you accomplished, and I believe Captain Hawkshadow is equally impressed. Finally, I wanted to let you know that both Sara and Leo insisted on following in your footsteps. They've just departed on another boat to join you in Stillwatch. Though I fear they won't arrive in time to sign up for any contests, expect both of them in a few days after the Cup starts. Glenn beamed at Becka. Leo and Sara are coming to join us. Becka snorted. I can read. Right, I know. Glenn went back to the letter. Have a safe journey to Sun's Cross. I wish I could attend the Cup, but other matters demand my attention. I do, however, have one more message to forward. Brennan sends his regards, and he wanted me to let you know he's impressed with your latest accomplishments. While he didn't say it in so many words, I get the impression he's already made his decision about you. You're going to become a truth seeker, Glenn. I'm confident revealing that since it will be a matter of public knowledge soon enough. While I did not get to train you as I once wished, I'm nonetheless very pleased to see how you've progressed. I hope we can speak again soon. And Becka, you continue to make me proud as well. Keep his head on straight. Best, Jenny. Glenn grinned at Becka. She seems to think I'd get into trouble without you. She's not wrong. Becka sighed happily. God, is this a relief? I know. I'm so glad Jenny and the others were able to rescue them. We don't know if they were rescued, only that they were found. This is Leo and Sara we're talking about? And Ripper. Glenn rolled up the scroll and then tucked it into his unfilled bag. Still, we've done what we came to do. We should get back to our mutual friend and see about that room. Becka rose with him. Lead the way, truth seeker Graybreaker. Glenn grinned. One day soon. He and Becka made their way out of the guild and returned to Anna. They found her waiting patiently, and Glenn quickly summarized the contents of Jenny's letter. Anna was quite pleased to hear that Leo and Sara had been recovered and would join them. Now they had somewhere to go. It took almost 30 minutes for them to complete the walk to an older but well-kept portion of the capital. Soon Anna took them down a road that had a number of hanging wooden signs advertising lodgings. Arya had a whole row of taverns and inns, far more than any road he'd seen in Lakebrook, but that made sense given its size. Anna stopped in front of one in the middle of the row. Glenn hid his grimace as he noticed the wooden sign hanging above its doors. It was obviously a large, terrifying spider, and while the spider was dancing, that only made it, in his mind, all the more creepy. So the skitterer was a spider, and if it spawned in this zone, a level 20-plus spider. After they left the capital's walls, Glenn wasn't going to leave the safe road until he was well into Stillwatch. The rock spider queen he, Ashley, Becka, and Harold Stoutcrag had barely escaped in the bowels of the Water Sisters back in Evelyn had been bad enough. A level 20 skitterer would be nightmare fuel. As they walked inside, Glenn was relieved to find that the dancing skitterer, despite its unnerving name, was a clean, well-kept, and sturdy-looking inn. A large common room greeted them as they walked through the doors. It was crowded, despite it being the middle of the afternoon. Glenn swept his eyes across the denizens and judged them to be a mix of both townsfolk and adventurers. A quick smattering of soul scan as he and Becka followed Anna across the room revealed the levels in the common room ranged from as low as level 8. Glenn saluted the bravery of someone so low coming all the way to the capital, to level 36, which meant the grizzled-looking female adventurer he'd scanned had only 4 levels to the divine level cap. That suggested this adventurer had wandered and hunted in the wild zones beyond the capitals, where the only place to sleep and resupply were outposts that lacked both town guards to defend them and the divine protection of town walls. If Glenn survived the next decade or so, he and Becka could find themselves wandering those wildlands as well. An exciting and mildly terrifying thought. The Sandsea Cup had events for all level bands, and there was no reason for a level 36 adventurer to be here in the capital unless she too was going to attend. Glenn's proximity to level 15 did offer one advantage. The band of adventurers in which Glenn would be competing would be 10 to 15, which would put him almost at the top of his competitive group. While adventurers as low as level 10 could challenge him within that band, his level advantage would give him a leg up. Anna tromped upstairs with Becka following her, and Glenn following them both. The upstairs had 5 doors on either side, meaning this tavern only had 10 rooms available for groups of guests. It made Glenn all the more grateful Anna had gotten here ahead of them and reserved somewhere for them to stay. Still, was her party looking for her? Were the Blazers? Anna unlocked a door and ushered them inside a room that was about double the size of his room at the Iron Scabbard back in Lakebrook. As Anna had promised, the room did have 2 beds, though they were narrow enough that he and Becka would have to sleep touching if they shared one. That would not be a problem for either of them. Anna glanced at him. "Could you close and bolt the door?" Glenn did so. Anna looked at Becka. "Do you sense any company about?" "No shadowers I can detect." Becca's shadow sense blessing allowed her to detect nearby shadowers, at least as long as they weren't drastically higher level than she was. "We should be able to talk freely in this room, though I'd suggest we keep our voices low." "That's good enough for me." Anna clutched her hands together in obvious worry and looked at Glenn. "I know you wouldn't be here if you didn't think we had no other options, but I need to hear you say it. You truly think winning the cup is our only chance of completing your quest?" Glenn nodded calmly. "I don't think it's mathematically possible to reach level 15 before the timer expires without some additional boost. You looked, didn't you?" Anna nodded. When she scanned him, she had seen his current experience. She knew he needed to gain almost 11,000 experience in a month and a half to meet the demands of the gods. Glenn fixed her with a calm gaze. "Even if we were able to level every day for the next month and a half without interruption, there's no guarantee we could get the experience we need to meet the deadline. The cup was a risky gambit, but we're largely out of options at this point. If I can win at least a few contests of the cup, the experience scrolls they offer may put me over the top." Anna settled herself on the bed and sighed. "Thank you for trying." "He's our friend, too. We can't give up hope." "I haven't. I just wish the gods had given me that quest. I wish I could do something other than sit on my hands while you and Becka work yourselves to the bone to bring him back.
Becka settled on the other bed.
Zach's quite special to us both. I know you both knew him, have known him far longer than I did. I just hate not being able to help, and...
She shuddered and took a breath.
I miss him so much. If he was truly gone, I could perhaps move on, but knowing there's still a chance we could get him back and might not, it's maddening, especially since I have no control over the result.
Glenn smiled warmly. You're helping more than you know. You got us a room in a crowded capital when we'd otherwise be sleeping in a tent.
Anna looked at them both plaintively. So what can I do to help you level?
Well, Glenn looked at Becka, who shrugged. He looked at Anna again. I guess you could start by telling us why you're here without the rest of your party.
Anna looked at the bed. You're not going to like it.
So Glenn was right. You slipped away from your escorts? She nodded. Do they even know you're here?
They know I'm safe.
Anna's eyes met Glenn's again.
I wrote them a note before I left, assuring them of that. They know I haven't been abducted or run off to abandon my duties. I just told them I had something I needed to handle alone and to expect me back in a few weeks.
Becka whistled softly. Your commander won't be happy with you when you return. The Blazers could consider taking off without permission as desertion. They could remove you or even arrest you.
True, but would they? Everyone knows why I need to level and why they need to help me.
She left unsaid the zone-wide calamity that would result if she failed to reach level 15 in the time the gods had designated.
We both know I'm largely immune from prosecution.
Glenn crossed his arms as he considered. They could still guess where you've gone, that you've come here, and forcibly return you to wherever you've been leveling. Even if they don't know you're here, we're going to encounter other Blazers once we reach Sun's Cross.
I'll keep my hood up and my head down. My current party are all junior Blazers bound by the same rules I am, so even if the Blazers do send someone to look for me, they won't send them. It'll be people who don't know me very well, and I've got experience at remaining hidden.
Even so. Glenn pondered a moment, then slipped off his arrowhead necklace. Its enchantment assured that anyone who knew Glenn Redwood would not see Glenn Redwood when they looked at him, but it wasn't locked to him alone. Becka touched his leg.
What are you thinking?
Glenn let the necklace hang from one hand as Anna stared at it. Of the two of us, I'm actually less likely to be recognized in Sun's Cross. No one on this continent is going to know Glenn Redwood from Wolfpine. I doubt any of our townsfolk could afford to come all the way up here, and the only adventurers who I interacted with then saw me only as a town guard.
We can't know that for certain, Becka said. The cup is tremendously popular.
Even so, no one is looking for me here. People are looking for Anna. The Holbeck Blazers Guild could have sent multiple adventurers to track her down, and they have reason to search for a tall, blonde harmcaster, especially if you enter contests at the cup. Anna eyed the arrowhead necklace dangling from his fingers, then looked up at him.
So you're suggesting I wear that necklace to disguise my identity?
I think it might be best if you did so. Anyone who knows Anna Bronzelight who looks at you while you're wearing this necklace will see you as someone else. Given you're currently a fugitive, again, I think it makes the most sense for you to wear it.
Anna looked at Becka. What do you think?
Becka tapped one finger idly on her knee.
I think it's a risk either way, she sighed. Still, Glenn is right. Of the two of you, only one is currently being actively sought by the Blazers Guild. I had to come help, Anna said defensively. It's for Zach. I couldn't not help.
Glenn smiled again. I understand. If we were doing this for Becka, nothing could stop me from doing everything I could to bring her back. Anna clenched her fists and looked down at the bed.
We were only supposed to be apart 3 months. He wasn't supposed to...
She sniffled again. Glenn offered her the necklace.
We're going to complete this quest. We're going to bring him back. And now that you're here to help, we have an even better chance of doing that. Anna took the necklace and slipped it on. As she did so, Glenn stared in genuine surprise. Every time he looked at her, his mind struggled to resolve what he knew and what he saw. In his head, he knew that Anna Bronzelight was sitting on a bed directly in front of him, but every time he focused on that fact, his mind rebelled. It told him he was mistaken, and this was another woman who simply resembled her. That was one powerful charm. Anna looked up at him curiously. "Is it working?" "It is," Becka said. "I doubt anyone who knows you will recognize you now." Anna nodded firmly. "Good. So, what's our plan for winning enough contests at the Cup to complete your climb to level 15? You do have a plan, don't you?" Glenn walked to the bed opposite Anna and motioned. Becka scooted over to give him space. As he sat down, he almost slipped his arm around her out of habit, but a nudge to his ribs discouraged that. Of course. Anna was thinking about Zach and how much she missed him, so watching him and Becka cuddle would simply make Anna feel more lonely. They would keep the public displays of affection to a minimum while Anna was with them. Glenn leaned forward and rested his arms on his knees instead. "So far, my plan only went as far as boarding a boat to get here, and then walking to Sun's Cross to enter the Sandsea Cup. So, since we plan to stay the night, now is as good a time as any to strategize. Our biggest advantage will be the information we can gather before each contest, so we should figure out how to best use that." Anna looked between them. "So, would you like my suggestions?" "You've already done research on the Cup?" "Extensive research. I've been stuck here for a week waiting, remember?" Becka chuckled. "And I spent 2 weeks retching on a boat, which left me precious little time to do the research I'd intended. So what have you learned?" "Well, to start, I think we should pass on monster fighting exhibitions." Glenn frowned. "Why? Those seem the most straightforward." "You're aware that contests will be going on simultaneously, aren't you? That adventurers can't enter every contest because multiple contests occur at the same time?" "Ah, I understand now. You're saying if we have a choice between entering a monster fighting exhibition and another trial, we should pick that other trial." "If the other contest offers a clear path to victory, yes." "So, what's the problem with the monster fighting exhibitions?" Glenn glanced at Becka in curiosity, then back at Anna. "From what I read, it's just fighting a series of successive monsters in front of a crowd. That seems like the ideal situation for someone with our talents." Anna leaned forward. "But even if you defeat all the monsters in the trial, you can still lose. The judges observe and comment on all of your fights and others, and the opinion of the judges can be quite subjective. You could soundly defeat everything they throw at you and still lose in points because another adventurer defeated the same monster in a flashy manner." "She's right," Becka said. "There are adventurers who spend years training to compete in the Sandsea Cup, and they learn all sorts of gimmicks to impress the judges. You'll see people fighting with ridiculous weapons, or in costume, or sometimes almost naked. The monster fighting exhibitions are as much about showmanship and style as combat prowess." Glenn eyed her. "You don't think I can impress the judges by fighting naked?" Becka elbowed him. "It would impress me, but I'm not judging the contest." Glenn snorted. "So what you're saying is that just walking up to monster after monster and smashing it to death with my mace won't impress the judges?" Anna winced sympathetically. "I'm afraid not. Even if you were to soundly defeat every monster in the trial, you would lose to an adventurer who did so while juggling or singing." "So you'd suggest we focus on winning duels instead?" "I think you should enter both singles and doubles. Those brackets are highly competitive and large, but you're almost at the top of your level band. You also likely have double or triple the health of most adventurers around your level. When you add that to your advantages, you're well positioned to defeat most anyone in a sanctioned duel." Glenn sighed. "If I'm willing to use my unique talents, you mean?" "Does that concern you?" Becka rubbed Glenn's back. "He doesn't like cheating. Even so." It's for Zack. I hate the necessity, but I understand the reasoning. Anna nodded. If it helps, I suspect the gods want you to use your talents. That surprised him. What do you mean? Think about all they've done to arrange this series of unique circumstances. First, the gods offer you a quest with an impossibly appealing reward. Next, they make that quest almost impossible to complete. And they do all of that in the same year that the Sandsea Cup is going to occur in a zone you can reach in time to participate. Becka nodded. I've often thought the same. I can't help but see the grubby little fingers of the gods pushing the scales here. They want you both involved in the cup because it's yet more information they can use in gauging the effectiveness of your class. Glenn considered Becca's reasoning. It does make sense. Anna watched him hopefully. So does that help? Some might consider using your talents immoral, but is it? You'd only be using skills the gods themselves provided. Other classes have unique skills you won't be able to use, and they provide advantages as well. I appreciate the help in rationalizing, but I've already decided I'm going to have to be morally flexible if I want to succeed in this quest. I may not like what I have to do, but I can't find fault with our reasons for doing it. We'll make dueling a priority. And doubles, Becka said, though I can't say I'm eager to engage in duels. Glenn frowned. I won't let anyone hurt you. Becka smiled to reassure him. I know that, and even if I'm injured, there will be plenty of healing on hand. I'm just not sure how much use I'll be to you in a fight against other adventurers. My skill set is designed around distraction and infiltration, not direct combat. He rubbed her back. You'll do fine. It'll be just like Gracia back home. Except this time, we won't have to deal with the laws of Levos. It took Glenn a moment, but then he chuckled. That is a bonus. What about quads? Becka asked. Could we enter those? Sadly, no, Anna said. There's only one bracket for quads, and it's 36 to 40. I'm not sure why, exactly, but I imagine it's simply difficult to organize a dueling bracket for that many full parties of adventurers. Also, quads take place in the Grand Colosseum. Glenn sighed. Given the complexity of those matches and the high levels of those involved, I imagine those are the matches most everyone comes to see. Anna smiled sympathetically. I'm afraid so. Solos and doubles are mostly attended by duelists and friends of duelists, though the finalists do compete in the Colosseum. It's fine. We can't fill out a party without Sara or Leo anyway. I'm just worried that once I start winning duel after duel, if I win, people will wonder if I have a secret. Becka leaned close. Don't forget you're a Blazer. People expect us to be the elite of the elite. You and Anna can both claim you're simply good at picking up on tells. It's worth a try. The last person I dueled was Ash, and she never suspected I had any sort of unusual skills, even after I beat her. So I'll just try and look confident. Ash? Anna gasped. Oh, you mean Becca's anchorite friend? Becka glanced at Anna in surprise. You remember her? She's rather hard to forget. Glenn snorted. Ash is that. So I think we have a start on our plans for the cup. All three of us can enroll in singles, and Becka, you and I can enroll in doubles. I think Anna might be a better fit, Becka said. You should do doubles together. Anna perked up. You think so? Anna has more offensive skills than I do, plus a heal. Also, she has as much reason to win as we do. She's also got better gear and 2 levels on me. Glenn wanted to disagree, but he considered Becca's argument before doing so. He knew how to fight alongside Becka, and he wanted to fight alongside Becka, but that might be because he simply cared so deeply for her. She wasn't wrong that Anna's Harmcaster skills would make her more useful in a doubles duel. Yes, Anna said before Glenn could ask. If you're willing, I'd like to double with you. Glenn nodded. That's our plan, then. So are there any other contests we can focus on? I know there's the duels and monster exhibitions, but are there any other contests available? There is the Luminous Maze. Glenn grinned. That sounds interesting. What is it? It's a challenge of perception and guile, Becka said. The Sandsea Cup isn't all about physical contests, otherwise casters like me would have little reason to participate. Anna lit up as she stared at Becka. I think you could do very well in the luminous maze. You've got great instincts, and guile casters are uniquely equipped to see through the illusions created by other guile casters. I hear they're usually favored to win. Becca's brow furrowed. Can you enter both dueling and the luminous maze? No, likely not. They occur at the same time, so you'll have to choose. Then I'll try the maze. I'm level 12 and focused on deceptive skills, and none of that will benefit me when up against level 15s who are here specifically to duel. You and Glenn are best equipped for dueling. I only hope we have enough moons to enter everything. Anna patted her unfilled bag. You don't need to worry about that. Glenn realized what she meant. We can't ask you to. You can. I told you I wanted to help us complete your quest, and paying the entry fees for every contest all of us can conceivably enter is how I want to help. It's not like my inheritance is good for anything else at the moment. Let me handle our finances. While allowing Anna to spend the coin necessary to pay for their entry fees in the various contests of the Sandsea Cup went against his instincts, Glenn certainly didn't have the money to pay for all the entry fees himself. Anna was right. This was how she could help them resurrect Zack, and she wanted to help. He needed all the help he could get. Thank you, Glenn said. If you're financing us, we should enter everything we can. Anna smiled. So it's settled. Becka tackles the luminous maze and any other contests that suit her talents, and you and I will enter singles individually and doubles as a team. That sounds like a plan to me, Becka agreed. It's good to have you with us. I feel the same. Now, can I treat you two to supper? Glenn glanced at Becka. Do you think you're ready to eat? Oh, I'm starving. She looked at Anna again. Do you have somewhere in mind? I do, in fact, and I bet you're both going to love it. 13. A day on the road. After a delicious and probably expensive meal at the fine restaurant Anna selected for them, and a relaxing and refreshing night sleeping in a bed that wasn't swaying, the first good night of sleep Becka had gotten in weeks, Glenn set out with Becka and Anna shortly after the sun rose in the city of Aria the following morning. They had checked and double-checked their provisions last night after supper, so he didn't worry about leaving anything behind. Despite the early hour, the wide streets of Aria remained crowded. Glenn wouldn't be surprised if that was unusual and purely due to the number of people who were here to travel to the Sandsea Cup. It took them almost an hour to reach the gate leading to the safe road that would allow them to proceed safely through Fool's March. The monsters and demons in the zone ranged from level 20 to 26, but they couldn't touch anyone on the safe road. Glenn was unsurprised to find the safe road quite crowded. In addition to people traveling on foot like him, Becka and Anna, there were a number of mounted adventurers, with their mounts proving both their advanced levels and their wealth. One day, after he gained a few more levels, Glenn would have a mount of his own. There were also merchants and other townsfolk riding wagons pulled by beasts of burden or hauling carts of goods for sale. He suspected they would be in proximity to people for the duration of their travels. That was more than a bit comforting. How many quests must the local scribes have commissioned to allow these townsfolk to sleep outside the walls of a town without being turned to salt? Those efforts must have netted those scribes a fair bit of experience. It made him think of his father back in Wolfpine. What was Hal Redwood up to today? Had he leveled to 17 yet? Were he and Tanya, Glenn's mother, enjoying their lives in Wolfpine, even though he wasn't there? The brief surge of melancholy came and went, replaced by satisfaction. If Captain Jeffrey Graybreaker, formerly the leader of Wolfpine's town guards, hadn't returned to Wolfpine to let Glenn's parents know he was still alive, he would soon. Hal and Tanya Redwood would hide that knowledge and continue to grieve in public, but inside, they would no longer hurt as Glenn suspected they had for the months since the Blazers faked his death. He knew how much it would hurt him if he believed his mother or father had met the forever death. He'd hated the necessity of doing that to them.
Even though he knew it was a risk, it was freeing to be walking openly about as Glenn Redwood once more. He still wore the enchanted blazer pin that would allow him to present a fake status sheet to anyone who asked, but without the constant weight of the arrowhead pendant he'd loaned to Anna, he no longer felt like someone else. When Becka slipped one arm through his and pressed close with a happy sigh, he glanced at her in curiosity. Anna was walking ahead of them now and looked focused on the crowd, so Glenn supposed there was no harm in a little public affection. They wouldn't make Anna pine for Zack since Anna wouldn't see it happening. Becka kissed his arm and then smiled up at him. I love being able to ogle you again. I think you're even more attractive now than you were back in Wolfpine. Glenn decided to tease her. You're only noticing that now? I'm seeing you again. Picturing you as you when you're wearing that pendant is a constant effort. If I close my eyes and feel you and listen to your voice, I know you're the Glenn I love. But when I look at you while you're wearing that pendant, my mind constantly tells me you're someone different. Handsome, certainly, but not my Glenn. Glenn understood how difficult that must be. I'm sorry you have to put up with that. It's a small price to pay to be with the man I love. But today, as we walk on a continent we've never seen, with people we've never met, I get to walk with my Glenn once more, the man I grew up beside. So, just so you know, there will be lots of ogling today. Want me to unbutton my shirt? Just a few buttons at the top? Becka grinned up at him. That would be lovely. After one more glance at Anna, whose gaze remained fixed firmly ahead, Glenn lightly kissed the top of Becca's head. If Anna asks, I'll just say it's hot out here. They stopped for lunch not soon after the sun reached its zenith. Both Anna and Becka pulled light tarps out of their unfilled bags, which they set up on the edge of the safe road. Those offered relief from the bright sun, it really was relentless, and allowed them to enjoy a pleasant lunch of bread, cheese, and meats, along with cool water from their canteens. As thirsty as they all were, they rationed the water. Each of them carried several filled canteens, but it was impossible to put anything containing water in an unfilled bag without that water drying up. That made water a precious resource in the desert. As Glenn's eyes swept across the arid land around the safe road, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He knew from both his reading and Anna's research that there were small stations along the safe road as it wound through Fool's March that offered traveling adventurers a chance to replenish their stocks. There were several large oases not far from those stations, and local adventurers often took quests to escort merchants who gathered water for sale. Adventurers who could handle the high-level monsters in Fool's March would simply visit the oases on their own and refill their canteens. Yet because the monsters in this zone were so dangerous for anyone of level 20 or below, those passing through it on the way to Stillwatch didn't have the freedom to visit oases on their own, not without risking their lives. While it felt wrong to Glenn to sell water, when people literally needed it to survive, he couldn't deny that the first merchants to come up with the scheme to open water stations along the safe road were clever. The only danger was that all the water stations closed down an hour before sunset. The townsfolk working there had to enter Arya's walls before sunset. After finishing their lunch, they tucked everything that wasn't water back into their unfilled bags and resumed their journey along the winding safe road. Several times, Glenn caught sight of armored adventurers engaging in battle with large monsters he identified through SoulScan. He was glad the safe stones protected him and his companions. One of the big monsters was a dune burrower, a worm the size of a carriage that was level 23. Another was a group of horse-sized lizards, lightning lizards, that looked to be fast and likely poisonous. They ranged from levels 21 to 23. The adventurers fighting them looked to be holding their own, which was good, because Glenn couldn't help even if he wanted to. The names of the monsters out here were a bit flashier than those he remembered, but perhaps the gods had to get more creative in naming monsters as they populated their higher-level zones. Regardless, each new monster he scanned was 10 experience toward his goal, and each passing adventurer or townsfolk he scanned offered experience as well. Glenn used his skill constantly, passively soaking up experience. They passed one water station without stopping, but decided to stop at the next one when the sun hung low. They arrived shortly before it closed down, and it turned out water cost more at the end of the day. Even so, Anna paid to refill all their canteens without hesitation. That made Glenn appreciate her deep pockets and her generosity. Not long after, they found a relatively unoccupied stretch of safe road and decided to make an early camp. The sun was but a smear on the horizon, and Glenn knew they only had a few more minutes before it got dusky, then dark. They should get their camp set up and all their sleeping arrangements confirmed before it got too dark to see without torches. He briefly opened his status sheet and smiled. Between scanning the monsters he'd seen off the edge of the safe road and all the adventurers and townsfolk they had passed today, he'd gained over 250 experience simply from using SoulScan. He suspected that number would be reduced tomorrow since he would be traveling in the same crowd, but it was still gratifying to earn as much experience as several days of hunting monsters. Now, if he could win enough events at the Sandsea Cup to earn the rest. Glenn did one last survey of their surroundings before it got too dark to see. A safe stone sat snugly in a large stone tower about 30 paces from them, its blue glow a reassurance that no monster or demon could reach them here. All stood tall. Beyond that, several wagons and a carriage were clustered together, likely a group of merchants traveling as a team. They were far enough away that even their loud, boisterous conversation was no more distraction than a distantly babbling brook. In the other direction, Glenn spotted several small tents that he suspected had been set up by adventurers or groups of adventurers like himself and his companions. Those were people making the long journey on foot to enter the Sandsea Cup and try their luck at gaining otherwise unobtainable amounts of coin, experience, and rare loot. People he would cheat with his unique skills in order to save his best friend. It had to happen. To the west, Glenn saw nothing but towering, windswept dunes, and to the east there was brown, rocky, scrub-covered land that looked barely capable of sustaining tribits, let alone people or anything larger. Given they had ended up drinking almost all of the water they had set out with from Aria on the road today, he was grateful for the water stations. Even the air was dry and warm. It sapped Glenn's moisture with each breath. As he and Becka got their bedrolls out and set them side by side, Anna walked over to them and smiled as if unsure of herself. "I feel a bit awkward asking this, but I actually own a rather nice tent. I prefer to sleep inside my tent rather than out in the open." Glenn frowned. "What's awkward about that?" "I feel rather self-conscious enjoying the luxury of a fine tent when the two of you are sleeping on hard ground with only a tarp to protect you from the elements. Even so, it's really only big enough for me." Becka smiled warmly. "Pitch your tent. Glenn and I are as used to sleeping on the road as you at this point. Also, since you're paying for everything, you deserve a little luxury." "If you're certain?" Anna watched them another moment, then inclined her head. "In that case, I'll bid you both good night." Glenn was touched by Anna's thoughtfulness. "Have a good night." Anna walked back to her portion of their small camp and pulled a dry, smokeless torch from her unfilled bag, then lit it with a single blast of flame from her hands. Glenn supposed you never had to worry about flint and steel when you were a harmcaster, or at least had that as your secondary class. Then Anna removed her large folded-up tent. Glenn watched in bemusement as Anna staked it and raised it. It looked both complicated and luxurious. He felt a bit useless just observing her as she worked. Rolling out his and Becca's bedrolls and setting up their shelter tarp had gone quickly. He glanced at Becka. "Should we help her?" Becka, who was currently pressed close against his side with her arms wrapped tightly around his bicep, rapidly shook her head. "She set up her tent by herself countless times. She might be offended if we implied we didn't think she could do so." "Good point. Still, I am a bit—" "Whoa." Becka pressed close, one hand hidden by his bedroll. "Is something the matter, love?" Becka, shh." She pressed her warm lips to his ear. "She's busy pitching her tent. She's not looking at us. No one is looking at us. But we shouldn't. There's no one around that can see us in the dark. Also, Anna's going to be sleeping safe and sound inside her nice big tent, so she won't be watching us either. It's not even a cold night. It's almost too hot out here, so
Less clothing might help me sleep. Still, if she sees— Good night, you two, Anna called without looking at them. Sleep well. She crawled inside her tent and zipped it up. Becka smiled. She's really quite clever, that one. As she pulled him close in the dark, Glenn couldn't help but agree with her. Their next day on the road passed much the same as the one prior. Walking was so mundane and tedious that Glenn kept expecting something to go wrong. He almost hoped something would go wrong, if only so he would have something to do other than walk. Perhaps they would come across a merchant whose wagon had broken down, or a wounded adventurer who needed healing, or be approached by someone whose child had run off into the sands. None of that occurred. Evidently, everyone else traveling the safe road was as experienced at being careful as he was. They traveled another full day until they were almost to the edge of the border with Stillwatch, then camped one more night. While they could travel the safe road at night by using the guiding light of the safe stones, Glenn didn't want to risk running into any bandits along the safe road who might demand coin in exchange for clearing the way. He couldn't move off the road in this zone without risking a monster attack. The idea of bandits operating openly on a road this crowded was small, but it was also a huge opportunity for any enterprising bandits to bring in huge hauls if they managed to stop and inconvenience the right townsfolk or adventurers. Glenn had been keeping an eye out for blazer pins or tabards as they passed adventurers, and seen none. Were the Blazers already gathered in Sun's Cross for the Cup, or were they patrolling other zones that would now be greatly bereft of adventurers to handle their monster problems, with everyone gathering to participate in or watch the Sandsea Cup? That would be something to ask Marion or Jenny about whenever he returned to Lakebrook. They rose and resumed their journey the next day, passing through the narrow valley connecting Fool's March and Stillwatch. Unlike the border of Gracia and Evelyn, a narrow valley between two rising cliffs, the transition between Fool's March and Stillwatch was wide open, yet any thoughts of stepping off the safe road were dashed once Anna explained. Everything other than the safe road joining Fool's March to Stillwatch was quicksand. Anyone foolish enough to step off the road would sink and drown. Unless someone found them and fished them out, they would also meet the forever death. So, no leaving the road. When the quicksand peeled away, and the land around them expanded again, a tingle of experience rushed through Glenn. He recognized it as discovery experience, and realized he had once again received experience for entering a new zone. He was now 100 experience closer to saving his best friend, and moreover, he was now in a level 9 to 16 zone, not a level 20 to 26. He could handle any monsters or demons they encountered in Stillwatch. Glenn had never, until he traveled through Fool's March, moved through a zone where he would be helpless to fight its monsters. Knowing anything he fought in Fool's March would pummel him based on the level difference alone had not been comforting. Was this what townsfolk felt like all the time? He could understand why they wanted to remain safely inside a city's walls. Once they entered Stillwatch proper, the safe road quickly grew even more crowded. People had come from all over to enjoy the Cup, and it seemed many of them were also using the last day before the Cup started to get in some last-minute adventuring. Everywhere Glenn looked, he spotted small groups of adventurers hunting or engaging monsters. While he dutifully used Soul Scan on everyone he passed, he badly wanted to join them. But he knew nothing about these monsters, and they couldn't get distracted. "It's like a busy day in Evelyn," Becka reminded him. "Even if we had time to step off the road and go monster hunting, it's doubtful we would find any. There's simply too many adventurers hunting too few monsters." Glenn smiled sidelong at her. "You really need to stop reading my mind." "I don't need to read your mind, love. I can read your body." "So my body is saying it wants to go bash monsters in the face?" Becka offered a sly wink. "Among other things." Glenn rolled his eyes and glanced at Anna, who was also constantly scanning her surroundings. He suspected she was doing the same thing he was, using Soul Scan on any townsfolk, adventurers, or monsters they came across to gain the passive experience. Glenn was so used to being the only Soul Seer in the party that having Anna here felt novel. Once they were largely alone on the road, Glenn glanced at Anna. No one would be close enough to overhear, save Becka. "How much experience have you managed to gather on this journey so far?" Anna brushed her blonde hair back from her forehead and offered him a level glance. A little over 600 since we set out. You?
The same. At least Glenn knew now he'd been using his soul seer skill efficiently. It's too bad events like this one don't occur more often. With this many people concentrated in the wilds outside the town walls, we can make some real progress. She offered a smile Glenn suspected she didn't feel.
It's a nice thought.
Glenn nodded. Every bit helps. If we can win a few contests, we can satisfy the gods and correct the injustice that occurred back in Gracia. We will bring him back. Anna squeezed his shoulder.
That's the hope. We know it's hard to hope, Becka said from Glenn's other side. Just know we're not going to give up on him until we've exhausted every possibility.
Anna sighed.
Thank you, both of you.
Glenn looked between them. Well, I for one feel quite confident.
As confident as Zach?
Becka asked knowingly. I don't think anyone could be that confident. More like foolhardy. He looked ahead as he remembered holding his best friend, as Zach literally melted in his arms, then exploded in a flash of light. And very, very brave. They walked most of the rest of the day in silence after that, and came in sight of Sun's Cross, a walled desert city equivalent to Lakebrook, just past noon. As Glenn looked the town over, he was surprised at how much of the city had been built up. It was obvious that the town's mayor had contracted builders to expand the city's protective walls. Whatever builders had been contracted for the work had attached what looked to be the equivalent of several wolf pines to the side of the original town wall. They and others had raised an area the size of a whole segment of Lakebrook for the Sandsea Cup. In addition to a number of small arenas and bleachers to observe them, the new area included a sizable coliseum. Would this all be demolished once the Cup was over, or would it be repurposed as a tourist attraction for adventurers who came through this zone? Glenn knew that the capital of Landers, Eastwind, featured a much larger coliseum in which great fights were held every few months. He had never actually seen a coliseum before. Even knowing this one was a fraction of the one in Eastwind, he was impressed. He wanted to visit it today so he could familiarize himself with its layout. From talking with Anna over the past few days, he knew he would not be fighting in that particular coliseum, at least not yet. First, he would need to win enough preliminary matches to qualify for the small bracket of duelists who would actually engage with each other in front of a crowd. The qualifiers would winnow the wheat from the chaff. Based on the huge number of adventurers participating, conducting all their individual duels and events in the Coliseum in front of an audience would take weeks. To avoid that, dozens upon dozens of the preliminary duels, known as qualifiers, would take place simultaneously across the city. These would be attended only by friends and family of the duelists, as well as anyone with the time and desire to scout out their competition. In regards to one-on-one duels within the Coliseum in front of a large audience, only 8 adventurers of all those who arrived here would be allowed to participate. Of those, only the top 3 would receive an experience scroll, the equivalent of completing a high-level quest, which they could either use on themselves or sell for a great amount of coin. That was Glenn's goal in coming here. Winning a few scrolls would help him bring back Zach. While most adventurers used the scroll to help themselves level, it was not unprecedented for the winners of the Sandsea Cups contests to sell their valuable experience scrolls to finance their future adventures or clear their debts. The fact that winning events in the Sandsea Cup awarded experience scrolls was what made it unique among leveling opportunities, and why Becka had suggested Glenn come out here and participate. It went without saying that Glenn would use any experience scrolls he won on himself. But if Becka won her contest, she could also give her experience scroll to Glenn. Anna could do the same if she succeeded in the dueling bracket where he failed. Everyone who chose to help him level to 15 in time to meet the gods' ultimatum could thus contribute to leveling a single person, Glenn, as fast as possible. Given all the time that expended to get here, it might be the only way to save Zach. As they approached Sun's Cross, Anna took the lead. We should check into our lodgings before the local tavern keeper decides to sell our rooms. I paid to reserve them, but I wouldn't put it past him to resell the room if he comes to believe we won't show up. Glenn eyed her curiously. Wouldn't that break your contract with him? He'd lose experience for doing that. He could likely gain most of it back with his next contract, as well as pocketing a large additional amount of coin.
He struck me as an honest man in our negotiations, but I'd prefer he not be tempted any longer than he needs to be."
Glenn nodded thoughtfully. "That does seem best. Any sign of anyone you know?" They all knew that approaching Sun's Cross would put Anna in the most danger of being discovered by the Blazers, who had been assigned to escort her, if they were here looking. They had to have guessed her destination by now. Even the power of Glenn's guilecaster charm to disguise her identity might not be enough to fool them if they weren't careful. Anna settled into the long line of adventurers and townsfolk waiting to walk past the alert-looking town guards stationed at either side of the south gate of Sun's Cross.
"No one I recognize so far, and no sign of any Blazers. It looks like the town guards are the only folks checking people as they walk into the town. Hopefully, it'll stay that way."
Becka touched her shoulder. "If not, you can always give us the name of the tavern keeper, and we can report to the room on your behalf."
"We'll treat that as a last resort. He might think you were lying."
Glenn looked around. "The crowds should also camouflage us. Any Blazers hoping to find Anna will be looking for a single woman in a crowd of people that rivals the population on a good night in Aria. I bet we can slip in easily." Someone gasped aloud from behind him.
"Glenn?"
Glenn froze, as if struck by the stun from Guardian's smash.
"God, is that you? Glenn Redwood?"
Like in a dream, Glenn couldn't help himself. Even as Becka grabbed his forearm hard enough it hurt, he turned, instinctively, to look behind him. That woman's exclamation had been loud enough that the people ahead glanced back to see what the commotion was. Beaming through the huge smile on her pale and freckled face, Nora Rapidbloom took several steps closer. As she stared at him with wide blue eyes, her short red hair glistened in the bright light.
"It is you! Gods, you're the last person I expected to run into here."
Glenn could only stare in disbelief at this kind and lovely woman. The last time he had seen Nora Rapidbloom, alongside Terry Evergarden and Carmelo Gainsayer, her party members, had been after the three of them verified Crackpaw Mine was filled with green poison gas. Terry had died securing the door to the mine, though Richard Deepscar had brought him back. Nora now wore blue and white time-worn robes, a considerable upgrade from the common moonlight robes she'd worn last time they'd seen each other. She must have gained at least one level in the many months since they'd last seen each other in Wolfpine, when he was still a town guard. A rush of memories from over half a year ago returned. Stepping outside Wolfpine for a nightly jog, encountering the winnower who had disguised itself as Becka and almost dying to its attacks, being saved by Terry, Carmelo, and Nora, and enjoying a meal with them. He remembered Nora inviting him up to her room. He remembered her gifting him her own coin as a donation to help out the friends of Rafe Slatestriker, the young man who'd met the Forever Death after Richard Deepscar expended his 24-hour resurrect cooldown to bring Carmelo back to life. He remembered Nora offering to share her bed, an offer he'd declined, even though he'd been sorely tempted at the time to indulge. As he glanced at Becka, a rush of guilt flooded him. He hadn't betrayed her that night, but he had been tempted. It didn't help that Nora was so sweet and kind.
"How are you here?"
Nora asked in wide-eyed awe as Terry and Carmelo, who both looked amused by Nora's befuddlement, stared at Glenn from behind her.
"Did they call in other town guards from other towns to help in the cup? Can you do that?"
Becca's hand tightened enough on his bicep that Glenn winced.
"We should discuss this in private,"
Becka said primly.
"Let's step out of line and chat."
14. A reunion with old friends. Behind Nora, Terry scoffed.
"If it's all the same to you, miss, I don't plan to lose my place in line. I'm going to get inside town and get a meal."
Nora stared at him.
"But Terry, really? It's Glenn."
Carmelo grinned wide. "You can step out of line and chat with your favorite town guard. I'm sure you can't wait to catch up on all that he's been up to since you saw him last." He wiggled his eyebrows meaningfully. "You never did say just what happened after we all had that meal together.
You certainly did seem happy the next day.
Nora blushed furiously.
You hush.
She glanced at Glenn again and winced.
I'm sorry about the two of them, as always. Still, how are you?
Nora somehow pulled her eyes from his and glanced at his two companions.
Oh, and who are your lovely friends?
Glenn unswallowed his tongue and focused on the problem. Thanks to his foolish decision to remove his Guilecaster necklace, Nora had already recognized him and had no doubt about who he was. Terry and Carmelo recognized him as well. There was no way he could hide his identity from these three any longer, and no way he could have anticipated he would run into the only three adventurers in all of Luxterra who might recognize him here. What he could do was minimize the damage. He needed to find a way to explain his presence here. He needed to ensure Nora and her friends didn't speak of his past as Glenn Redwood, or as one of Wolfpine's town guards, to anyone else. Any talk of his past to anyone would certainly raise questions. None of them had ever struck him as particularly pious, even Nora. He knew that if he explained that he wished to remain anonymous, she would help him do that. Beside him, Becka loudly cleared her throat. That shocked him into action. He rested his hand on Becca's back.
Nora, it's nice to see you again. This is Rebecca Coldbreaker, the woman I told you about the last time we spoke of the Mead Beast. We're together.
Nora's eyes widened before she turned to Becca and smiled.
It's such a pleasure to meet you. Glenn told me about you, but he didn't mention how beautiful you were.
Terry huffed.
I said step out of line or move, you all. You're holding up the line.
Becca gripped Nora's slim hand.
That's sweet of you to say. And you're quite lovely as well, Miss Rapidbloom. Would you mind if we stepped out of line for a moment and talked? I'm sure your companions can hold your space. And I'll hold ours, Anna added from behind them. You three go on.
Thanks, Glenn managed. Oh, and that's Anna. She's another of my friends. Becca stepped out of line and dragged Nora by the hand. Her lips were set in a firm line.
This way, please.
Glenn, after another glance at Carmelo and Terry, hurried after them. Both men looked amused by his obvious consternation, especially the sight of Becca and Nora and the possibility that they might end up fighting over him. That was not going to happen, and this was not an amusing situation. Nora had offered him the chance to be with her, but he had turned her down, that was it. He'd never cheated on Becca despite having numerous opportunities to do so. He'd never cheat on Becca. Though, as he thought back on a few nights with Becca and Ashley, it wasn't cheating if they were both involved. Once they were out of the line, Becca beckoned Glenn close and Nora close as well. Nora seemed a bit out of sorts at Becca's request, but she didn't step away. She looked both adorably nervous and a bit curious, while Becca's features remained inscrutable. Becca fixed Nora with a calm gaze.
How well do you know Glenn?
Nora's blush returned with a vengeance.
Oh, we met when fighting a winnower, and he saved me what had drained my blood.
She also donated money to help Lisa and Kane get back on their feet after Wraithmyth of Forever Death, Glenn told Becca, but anonymously, so her party members wouldn't make fun of her, which is why she had me take the coin and deliver it on her behalf. He realized he had never discussed the events of that night with Becca other than in vague terms. For one, she hadn't asked, and there had been no reason to dig into events from so long ago. Second, Glenn hadn't been sure how to broach the fact that the winnower, in his mind, had taken Becca's form, or that she'd attacked them while naked. Broaching that fact with Carl Coldbreaker, Becca's father, had been awkward enough. He hadn't been sure how he could broach it with Becca herself. Fortunately, Becca smiled when Nora and Glenn finished explaining the circumstances of the last time they'd talked.
That was very kind of you. So, what else did you two talk about that night? We just spoke, Nora added quickly. That's all we did, even after Glenn made it clear his heart belonged with another woman. With you. He was very clear about that.
Becca rubbed his arm.
You truly are hopeless.
He firmed his stance. I know who I want.
Nora winced. I'm really sorry. If I'd known he was with you, I'd have never... Becka touched Nora's hands again, which shocked her into silence. It's quite all right. As we've all pointed out, there's no reason for anyone to feel guilty, and were I to meet Glenn without knowing he was attached, I'd certainly make an offer. Her features turned serious. However, we should speak about what happens now that we've encountered each other again. Speaking of Glenn's presence here, to others, could cause problems for us. Nora's eyes widened. How do you mean? Thank the gods. Becka was going to come up with a suitable way to explain his presence here. Glenn had come up with nothing but a parched desert similar to that they'd walked alongside while traveling through Fool's March. He had no idea what to say to Nora. Becka released Nora's hands and stepped back. When you two spoke about me, did Glenn inform you I was training with the Blazers? Nora's expression brightened. He did. He was so proud of you. Then you may be able to guess why we're here. While I'm still a junior Blazer, that also means I fall beneath the notice of most, especially those who may be on alert for Blazers with more rank than me. Do you see why we might wish to remain anonymous? As Nora looked between them, her expression grew even more curious. So you're on a mission here from the Blazers? A secret mission? We're here on a special assignment. Moreover, it's an assignment that both I and the Blazers would prefer remain secret from those here at the Cup. Glenn looked between Becka and Nora in amazement. Not only did Nora seem utterly enraptured by Becca's story, but Becka was also telling Nora the truth, in a way. Was that safe? Becka knew what she was doing. He would trust Becka to handle this matter. Becka continued. Glenn is here as my protector. Again, while I cannot speak of the specifics of my mission, secrecy is, as I have already pointed out, of paramount importance. Nora nodded eagerly. He is very good at protecting people. Moreover, Glenn's not anyone most here will recognize. Had I brought a senior Blazer with me, someone might take notice. But to everyone here at the Sandsea Cup, Glenn is just another adventurer here to take in the sights and contests. Nora bit her lip. I know town guards can step outside the walls of a city when granted a quest by the mayor, but, gods, a quest that takes them across the world? That's correct. So, as you can imagine, it's an extremely important quest, both to the Blazers and to the people of Sun's Cross. So, Miss Rapid Bloom, Nora interrupted. Please call me Nora. If I can call you Rebecca? Becka smiled again. Call me Becka. So, Nora, I would ask, I won't say a thing about who Glenn is to anyone, and I'll make sure the two lunkheads in my adventuring party do the same. Carmelo and Terry may play the bores, but both know when to keep their mouths shut. I will impress upon them both that any talk of either of you should remain between us, no one else. That's all we'd ask. Thank you for being so understanding. Nora beamed at them. I'm always happy to help the Blazers, and, of course, the town guards. She clasped her hands together and bowed her head. You can always count on me. Becka glanced at Glenn and quirked an eyebrow. Any concerns? Not a one. I know Nora enough to know she'll always keep her word, and I also know what a good person she is. I trust our secret is safe with her. Nora sighed breathily. Wow, you're so perfect together. Now Becka laughed. You're too kind. So, should we get back in line? Becka eyed Nora for another moment. Sure, but if I may ask, what level are you? Glenn only then thought to check. He knew Nora had been level 14 when he'd met her in Wolfpine, but that had been over a half a year ago. What level was she now? He was awfully curious as to how she'd progressed since they saw each other last, and when they saw each other last, he hadn't had all the skills he had now. It couldn't hurt to have a peek, could it? She wouldn't mind. Soul scan. Name, Nora Rapid Bloom. Age 20, level 15. Class, Lifecaster. HP 80 of 80. Blood 170 of 170. Experience 117,466 of 124,000. Strength 4. Divinity 21. Vitality 8. Wisdom 17. prowess 13, luck 15. Gear: uncommon, time-worn robes, uncommon, padded boots, uncommon, ruby necklace, enchanted, blood reduction, uncommon, steel knife, rare, unfilled bag. Slotted skills: uncommon, flash heal, lifecaster Celis, uncommon, cleanse body, lifecaster Celis, uncommon, cleanse mind, lifecaster Celis, uncommon, sunlight shard, lifecaster Celis, uncommon, soul harden, lifecaster Celis. Slotted blessings: uncommon, glowing soul, lifecaster Celis, uncommon, regeneration, lifecaster Celis, uncommon, divine insight, lifecaster Celis. Known skills: uncommon, soul cushion, lifecaster Celis. Known blessings: none. Quests: none. As he'd once speculated, given her slim build, Nora's vitality was slightly lower than Becca's, yet Nora had more divinity than Becka and the same amount of wisdom, though Nora was 2 levels higher. Nora's luck and prowess were also unusually high for a lifecaster. Why would she have so much prowess? Her attribute was comparable to a melee class. As he considered how reckless Terry and Carmelo seemed to be, and speculated on how often they left Nora to defend herself, he suspected she might be very good at dodging attacks. Nora smiled at Becca's question. "I'm level 15 now, but I'm very close to level 16. Why do you ask? Do you need someone with mending skills?" He glanced at Becka. "What do you think?" Becca's eyes widened appreciably, and then she nodded. "That would be ideal." Nora looked between them. What? What would be ideal?" Becka looked at Nora again. "As part of our secret mission, Glenn and my other friend, Anna, plan to enter doubles together. However, Anna and I would much prefer to enter doubles as a team of casters, and only didn't do so because Glenn needed a partner." Nora gasped. "But I'm not a blazer, not like you." "You're still a talented lifecaster, and, moreover, a person of impeccable character. Do you intend to enter the dueling brackets with your party?" "I can't," Nora said sourly. "They've both leveled out of the 10 to 15 bracket. I can never manage to keep up with them, so we can't do any duels together. I thought perhaps to participate in the Luminous Maze, and, if I'm lucky, gather some coin by offering my lifecaster skills to heal in the dueling preliminaries, but I'd never thought to compete in duels." "I'd imagine a lifecaster like you would have her choice of partners." "Yes, but I don't know those people." Glenn clapped her on the shoulder. "But you know me. I can handle the rough stuff, and with you to back me up like you did at the Crackpaw Mine, I think the 2 of us could go quite far. With your defense and my offense, we could make a good run at the crown." Glenn had his own heals, of course, Guardian's heal, but he couldn't use that in a duel without his healing being noticed. If observers saw a brutalist healing himself, they'd cry foul, but with Nora present, they would just assume she was healing him. Moreover, Nora's talent for healing and clearing debuffs was impressive. Nora had more than proven her proficiency with Flash Heal and Cleanse Body, as she repeatedly healed Glenn outside Crackpaw Mine. She had healed him through a desouled Volpor and a plague. He had no doubt she could heal him, even in the chaos of a doubles duel. Nora's features tightened. "And you're certain I wouldn't be a drag on you? I'm not a blazer. I sometimes have a hard time keeping Terry and Carmelo healthy in a fight." As Glenn remembered how recklessly Terry and Carmelo had fought at the Winnower disguised as Becka outside Wolfpine, he smiled again. "I suspect that's more due to their over-eager nature than any fault of yours. If you partner with me, you can rest assured I'll make your safety a priority. I always protect my party's mender in battle." "Gods, that would be nice. For once." Becca stepped close to her again. "So, you'll party with Glenn? For doubles?" "Of course I will." Then Nora frowned. "But is that legal?" She must be referring to Glenn's status as a town guard. He wasn't sure how to answer that, especially since he was cheating not just with his unique Soulseer skills, but also with his powerful town guard blessings. Again, he couldn't help but feel guilty. "There's no rules against it," Becca assured Nora calmly. "Moreover, it's important, no, it's vital, that we do as well as we can in the dueling contests." Nora now looked more than a bit confused. What does winning the dueling brackets have to do with your secret Blazer mission? Everything, I'm afraid. I wish I could tell you more, but I'd simply ask you to trust me. Trust us, Glenn added. I promise. We wouldn't ask this of you if it wasn't important. Nora's features brightened. I trust you. Especially you, Glenn. She glanced at Becka. And you, of course, but we hardly know each other, though I hope we'll get to know each other over the next few days. And if all goes well, I may be able to tell you more, provided you can keep a secret. That seemed to delight Nora even more. I can keep a secret. Becka smiled at her. Then I think we've settled this matter to all our satisfaction. Shall we step back into line? It looks like our friends have made quite a bit of progress as we spoke. Of course, though I'm staying with my party. We have a room. I'd expect as much. I believe sign-ups open tomorrow, correct? Yes, that's why we had to rush to get here. So, could you meet us to line up for the dueling sign-ups at sunup tomorrow? We'll keep an eye out for you, and you can keep an eye out for us. I'll be there, Nora declared firmly. As they walked back to line together, Glenn lightly elbowed Becka. She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. He mouthed, What about supper? She smiled and nodded in obvious approval. Glenn looked at Nora. It was lovely to see you here. But now that we've discussed what's required as far as gossip, it'd be nice to catch up on everything else you three have been up to. So how would you, Terry, and Carmelo like to join us for supper? Oh, I'd love that, but you should ask them. I think they already have plans. After they were all back in line, Glenn extended the invitation to supper to Terry and Carmelo. While Terry looked a bit hesitant, Carmelo's face lit up. That sounds great, Glenn. We'd love to join you for a quick bite. Though, you understand, we can't stay long. Anna eyed them curiously. Do you have to retire early? Carmelo looked wistfully toward the gates. Some of the most legendary entertainers in all of Luxterra will be here for this event, and I, after spending a great deal of coin and winning a lottery, have secured 30 minutes with Misty Slate Swallow. Terry chuckled. 3 times as long as you need. Becka giggled. Oh my, you are a lucky man. Glenn glanced at her in surprise. You know who that is? Becka smiled coyly. You don't? Glenn swallowed hard. I've heard the name mentioned. Terry sighed heavily. The entertainers here for the cup are, as Carmelo says, second to none. We'd love to enjoy a supper with you, but we also won't have many nights of leisure before the cup ends. So you'll understand if we excuse ourselves a bit early? Of course, Anna said graciously. And if you'll allow, the supper will be my treat. Nora gasped. We can't accept that. Carmelo playfully ribbed her. We absolutely can. We're in your debt, Miss Iron Star, Anna said. And I'm happy to treat any friends of Glenn's to supper. As for any expenses you acquire after that, you're on your own. Thank you so much, Nora said fervently. You're all so very kind. Anna smiled indulgently. Given you've agreed to act as Glenn's healer for duos, it seems the least I can do is offer you a meal, and hopefully get to know you better. Becka glanced at Nora, then at Glenn. She smirked knowingly. Oh, I bet we'll all get to know each other better tonight. Glenn nodded eagerly. This is perfect. I'm so glad we ran into you three. Carmelo chuckled and eyeballed Nora. I bet you are. Nora slugged him in the arm. Will you stop? We're just friends. And yet Glenn has so many beautiful friends. Glenn wasn't quite sure what Carmelo meant by that, so he frowned and rubbed the back of his head. That's, well, yes, I have many talented friends. Anna once again treated them to one of the finest restaurants in the city, and Glenn, just as he had 2 years ago in the Meat Beast, after almost dying to a widower, enjoyed himself immensely. He sat on one end of the long table with Becka beside him and Anna beside her, while Carmelo, Terry, and Nora sat opposite them. Before and after they ordered the first course, Carmelo remained immensely entertaining and jovial, Glenn laughed often as he realized Carmelo reminded him a little of Carl Coldbreaker, Becca's father. While they ate, Terry had many news stories with which to regale those enjoying meat and food alongside him. Nora remained mostly quiet throughout their dinner, nibbling on bread and a salad. Yet the few times Glenn glanced at her to make sure she was having a good time, she smiled warmly in his direction. He suspected she'd grown used to letting her more boisterous party members carry the conversation, and to their credit, they certainly did. Anna also grew more giggly and animated as the mead flowed. Glenn eventually wondered if he should ask her to slow down. Still, Anna was an adult, and the dueling and contest didn't start until 2 days from now. She could rest up tomorrow. Everything was going fine until Terry finished his latest story, and Carmelo, who was busy stuffing his face, had nothing more to say. Nora, likely well practiced at picking her moment, eagerly jumped into the conversation for the first time tonight. "So, Glenn, there is one person you haven't mentioned." Nora's cheeks flushed. "How is Zach doing? Have you heard from him in the last few months?" Glenn almost choked on his next swallow of mead. Becka clutched his thigh in warning, and at the end of the table, Anna gawked at Nora, as if she'd slapped her in the face. "Excuse me?" Anna managed. Carmelo beat the table with one fist, bouncing the supperware, and threw back his head as he laughed boisterously. "That's right. Last time we talked, you told me that silver-tongued devil was actually from Wolfpine. Please tell me he's wandering around here as well. Given how he dispatched those glass spiders, I'd love to see him duel." Terry snorted. "I don't know why you think so fondly of that day. He was rude and reckless. If he's not careful, that sort of adventurer ends up quite dead." Anna dropped her silverware with a loud clatter. Terry glanced at her, then frowned as he noticed her pale face. "Are you choking?" I just..." Tears glistened in Anna's eyes as she stood up. "Please, excuse me." She popped one leg over the long bench and stalked off with her fists clenched tight. Becka rose as well, then touched Glenn's shoulder. "Handle this. I'll go be with Anna." Glenn swallowed and nodded. This was his matter to handle. In inviting these three to supper, he had completely forgotten they shared a common friend. He should have told them in private what had become of Zach Silverstone, especially with a woman who still loved Zach very much sitting at their table. He should have mentioned something. As Becka hurried off after Anna, Terry frowned after her. "Did I somehow offend?" Carmelo elbowed Terry with a grin. "Maybe Anna's also a Silverstone fangirl? Looks like you have some competition now, Nora." Nora now watched him with worried eyes. "What's the matter?" Glenn took one deep, calming breath, then swept his gaze across the three adventurers on the other side of the table. "Zach's dead." Their reactions ranged from visibly shocked, Carmelo, to visibly chagrined, Terry, and, so far as Glenn could tell, utterly devastated, Nora. As he considered them, he remembered the day he'd watched his best friend melt in front of his eyes. He'd felt much the same. It was in Wolfpine. There was an incident. Terry shivered. "Gods, man. I feel like the worst kind of heel. So, was Anna?" "Yes. They were together, and for several years before it happened." Carmelo thumped the table again. "She was the girl, the one Silverstone was in so much of a hurry to get back to. Remember, Terry? The whole reason he pulled that reckless gambit in the mine was so he could get back to his woman on time." Terry placed a hand on his big friend's arm. "This isn't the time for that sort of thing, Carm. A good adventurer is no longer with us. It's wrong to speak ill of the fallen." Carmelo grimaced and sat back. "I wasn't speaking ill of him, but gods, he might have been reckless, but he was also skilled and confident. I imagined him going on to great things." "He saved Wolfpine," Glenn said. "So, that was rather great." Carmelo nodded ruefully. "I can see a man like Zach doing that." "But..." Nora sniffled and wiped her eyes. "Can you tell us how he died?"
Glenn took a moment to focus on what he could tell them. He couldn't tell them he was no longer a town guard because, after Zack melted after touching the Soul Seer class crystal, Glenn had inherited the class. He couldn't tell them that Warwick Paleheart had led a group of Shadowers to assassinate Zack and everyone with him. So what could he say? Terry, you remember the day we closed the Crackpaw mine in my raid? I do. A man rarely forgets a day he died. As you recall, we believed a Plague Master took over Crackpaw Mine and summoned the foul green mist you reported to Mayor Coleman. We called the Blazers to deal with it. I remember you saying something about that, Nora agreed hesitantly. But we left before we could learn what happened. I always wondered what happened, but we never found the time to go back and ask around. Leveling has kept us busy for the past 6 months. That explained why Nora, Terry, and Carmelo had no idea Glenn Redwood, town guard, had died, saving Wolf Pine over half a year ago. They hadn't been back since shortly after they helped Glenn lock the door of Crackpaw Mine. Given it would likely be harder to explain how he was still alive than how he was here, Glenn supposed that was for the best. Terry leaned forward. So the Blazers came to Wolf Pine to deal with the Plague Master who'd holed up in Crackpaw Mine with that elite. Fulpor, was it? Glenn nodded. And Zack? How did he come to be involved in this business? He returned as well. He happened to be passing through Wolf Pine about the time the Blazers showed up, and in his youth, he leveled almost exclusively in the Crackpaw Mine, often solo. He hunted there so he could level faster than he would in a party. Confident and skilled, Carmelo agreed. What a shame he's gone. But what level was he at the time? Nora asked. He couldn't have been much higher than 15, right? He was level 15. Not high enough to take on a Plague Master, but high enough to survive in the mines. As we continued to investigate how the Plague Master had hidden himself in the mine, we discovered that he had opened a door deep within it that few in Wolfpine, including me, had ever seen. Zack knew where that door was. Terry nodded sagely. So he volunteered to guide the Blazers to the door. Glenn smiled. He always played the scoundrel, but deep down, he was a hero as brave as any I've ever known. It felt good to speak of Zack's heroism. So, Zack and I both joined the Blazers on their mission to take back Crackpaw Mine from that Plague Master. Zack led our party to the door only he knew how to find, and I helped defend him and the Blazers. So what happened? Carmelo asked eagerly. How'd you take out a Plague Master? With the help of the Blazers. That's really all I can say due to confidentiality. After that, we retook the mine and got rid of the plague. Glenn wasn't sure what else to say in regards to Warwick Paleheart, who had been using the alias Victor Hollowthorn, whose last interaction with Glenn was to wish him luck in exposing the church's conspiracy to enslave Deathcasters. What could he say about a man who was over 100 years old, one who had not only dual-classed but triple-classed, and one who had once been a town guard just like him? A good, just man. But Zack did make it out, Carmelo said. He died, ensuring we all made it out. Some of us, anyway. 2 Blazers fell in the battle to remove the Plague Master as well. He had a full party of Shadowers Guild folks with him. Nora abruptly reached across the table to clutch his hand. That must have been so awful, Glenn. I survived. He took a steadying breath. And thanks to the efforts of those Blazers and the heroism of Zack Silverstone, Wolf Pine remained unharmed. The Plague Master was removed, the plague was dispersed, and everyone in Wolf Pine and in Gracia lived as a result. Terry nodded solemnly. I won't say I regret every ill word I've ever spoken about the man, because that would be dishonest. What I can say is that the way he met the forever death is one for our history books. Terry raised his mug. To Zack Silverstone. Carmelo raised his mug as well. When Glenn attempted to do so, he found Nora still clutching his hand. She abruptly released it. I'm sorry, she said again. Is Anna going to be all right? She's taking it day by day. She's a survivor. Glenn raised his own mug. and after fumbling for hers, Nora grabbed hers as well. He, Nora, Terry, and Carmelo all clinked loudly, then took a long drink. Carmelo set down his mug and eyed Glenn calmly. That was delicious. Can you thank our host for this fine meal? Terry scoffed. You can't still be thinking of keeping your appointment. Of course I can. Carmelo scowled at him. Terry, it's Misty Slate Swallow. As Glenn stared at him, he chuckled. His laughter grew more difficult to contain as he stared at the three of them, who now watched him with more than a fair bit of trepidation. They must be wondering if he'd finally gone mad. Glenn? Nora asked cautiously. As he reined in his chuckles, Glenn wiped at one wet eye and shook his head. It really is all right. I mean, it's Zach. If anyone would want you to enjoy a night with one of the most desired entertainers in the world, it's Zach. In fact, he'd hate you for not enjoying it. Carmelo thumped his own knee and grinned. That's right. We live for this day, and the day after, not the past. If anyone understood that, it was Zach Silverstone. When I finally meet my end, on the battlefield or in bed, I'll find him and buy him a drink. Terry sighed. I suppose we are here to enjoy ourselves. Like many, I've often speculated that those who fall while climbing the ladder still watch and cheer us on from the beyond while enjoying the finest of food and drink. Perhaps Zach is even watching us now. Carmelo grinned. If he is watching me, he'll have a rather entertaining night. Nora gasped. That's just... Ew. Gods. Did you have to talk about it that way? Carmelo rose. I'm drunk and horny, and I have a beautiful woman waiting for me. Glenn, always a pleasure. Please, enjoy the rest of your night with your own girls. They're not... Glenn frowned. I'm with Becka, and just Becka. Carmelo winked at Nora and sauntered off. Oh, I wasn't talking about Anna. From the table, Nora glared daggers at Carmelo. The big man waved. Have a great night, you all. Terry rose as well, then sketched an elegant bow. Glenn, I'll take my leave now as well. Once again, my condolences on your loss. We'll be in town for the duration of the cup, so if you'd like to call upon us and enjoy another meal, we'll return the favor. Glenn raised his mug. It was great to see you too, Terry. Be safe. I do my best. Terry walked off and lightly thumped Nora's shoulder as he walked past. You'll settle the tab? She batted his hand away. Don't I always... Anna's paying for our meal tonight, Glenn reminded them both. Terry winked at Glenn. Even so, I'm certain our party can contribute something. Now I'm off to my next adventure. He walked off with an eager smile on his face. Nora rolled her eyes. Do you ever want to kill your party members? Glenn chuckled. That's often how I felt with Zach. Once again, just as events had played out a half-year ago in Wolfpine, Glenn found himself alone with a sweet, lovely, and generous Nora Rapidbloom. She was now looking at him with sympathy that warmed his heart. She truly was one of the kindest people he'd ever met. He rose, stepped around the table, and opened his arms. It would be best if I go check on Becka and Anna, but if you'd like, before you leave, I wouldn't turn down a hug. Nora darted close and tossed her arms around him. As they embraced, as friends, she smiled up at him. You're a hero too, you know. I bet Zach would agree with me. I have my moments. He eased her away. Now, good night. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow to register for doubles. With your help, I think we can excel at them. Nora took 2 steps back and nodded eagerly. I won't let you down. You never have. She gasped, then shoved a hand into her unfilled bag. Oh, but what can I pay for? Nothing is necessary, I assure you. But this meal must be expensive. And Anna is quite comfortable paying for it. She might not have mentioned it, but she's also a Blazer now, as is Becka, and they have all the resources they need to adventure safely with fine gear. Not everyone is so lucky. So please, Nora, let tonight be our treat. Nora reluctantly removed her hand from her bag.
I suppose that'd be all right. But you'll apologize to Anna for us? About my boorishly insensitive friends?
None of you knew about Zach. And I know Terry didn't mean anything by what he said. Anna won't hold tonight against any of you. Even so, I promise I'll check up on her and make sure she's all right. That's what Becca is doing right now. Nora smiled again.
Then, good night, Glenn. Next time I'm out of chapel, I'll offer a prayer for Zach as well, if he's listening.
Glenn remembered his last conversation with his good friend in the void of his dreams as they discussed how Soulseer worked. I'm certain he is. Nora waved happily and then hurried away. He turned and scanned the crowd that still filled the large tavern. He soon spotted Anna and Becca huddled in a corner, close together and speaking. Becca glanced his way. She shook her head. She was still talking with Anna. She had the situation under control. As Glenn belatedly caught their server watching him like a grasshawk from the bar, he realized she had just seen all 5 members of their party leave the table after consuming a great deal of food and mead. She must be preparing to call the guards if Glenn, too, made a run for it. He waved at their server, smiled widely, and sat back down. She eyed him for another moment with obvious suspicion, then went back to wiping down the bar. This was all that was required of him for the moment. It would be up to Glenn to guard the table until Becca and Anna returned. He took another long swig of mead, took one more casual glance around the tavern, and settled in for a long wait. 15. A crowd well arranged. Becca, fortunately, was as good at comforting Anna as she was at everything else. Soon they returned to the table, and after Anna settled their bill, they all left the tavern and crossed the crowded town of Sun's Cross to their lodgings for the night, the Dancing Skitterer. While the mood in the town was boisterous, the mood among Glenn, Becca, and Anna was far more subdued. He had been so busy drinking and enjoying himself that he'd forgotten the reason he'd come here in the first place. He did want to expose the corrupt members of the church and bring them to justice, but he was really here for Zach. To save Zach. Could he do it? He had options in the dueling brackets, singles and doubles. He could likely also enter at least one monster battle contest, though unless he planned to fight one naked using a frying pan, he doubted he'd impress the judges. And Becca, of course, could tackle the luminous maze and, with luck, place them among the finalists. They only needed to win a few events to save Zach, but what if they didn't? What would they do if they failed to place in all the events they entered? If this whole gambit failed? They would, Glenn supposed, simply go back to leveling the old-fashioned way. He, Becca, and whoever chose to help them would remain here in Stillwatch and level as fast as they possibly could. Even a 2-week trip back to Evelyn would cut into the remaining time too deeply, and Glenn had noticed that far fewer adventurers hunted here. That was due to the parched environment, and the lack of water, and all the monsters that inflicted poison. Evelyn was cool, covered in water, and filled with vibrant color. Stillwatch was parched, hot, dangerous, and inhospitable. As Glenn reflected on where he'd decided to level, he wondered if he had been pushing himself as hard as he should have been. Blazers didn't shy away from tough challenges, and he now wondered if that was precisely what he'd been doing by remaining in Evelyn for so long. Why compete with so many other adventurers that he was lucky to kill 6 monsters a day? Had he been afraid of traveling to a less hospitable zone and trying his luck there? He set his jaw as Anna led the way into the Dancing Skitterer and then up the stairs. By remaining in Evelyn, he'd remained in Lakebrook, and by remaining in Lakebrook, he'd trained under Brennan Shadesinger. Completing investigations had gained him a huge amount of experience he would otherwise have missed out on had he left Evelyn. He had done everything he could to complete this unfair quest bestowed by the gods. He was still doing everything he could to save his best friend. If he failed after going to all this effort, Zach wouldn't blame him, nor would Glenn blame himself. And he would ensure that Anna Bronzelight, in particular, followed the same course. Once they had settled into their room, which, as Anna had promised, had 2 beds, Anna set her pack on the bed, and then walked to the door leading to the private privy. She entered and closed it behind her. Only then did Becka tiptoe over and throw her arms around him, and Glenn gratefully hugged her tight. He rubbed her back. I should have told them. In private. Becka squeezed him. I could have told them as well. You didn't know them. I did. I should have thought about it, but I was too befuddled by being called Glenn Redwood again. I was an idiot to take that enchanted necklace off. Yet your idiocy has given me days to ogle the man I love as the man I love. So your decisions have benefited us both. She pulled him down for a kiss that lingered, then eased away. Anna is just fine. The only reason she reacted as she did was the shock of hearing Zach's name from the lips of others, and the considerable amount of mead she'd imbibed. His death will never stop hurting her, but she's had time to adjust. She remains strong. Glenn hugged Becka close. So strong. Much stronger than I'd be if I ever lost you. If it helps, if I lost you, I believe I could carry on. Glenn chuckled. You always were remarkably resilient. She kissed his chest. But I would forever miss you. I would think of you every day. I think it's best if neither of us die, and we simply grow old together. She pulled him in for another kiss, then smiled. On that, my love, we agree. With nothing else to do while Anna was occupying the privy, Glenn took Becca's hand and led her to their bed. They settled into it fully clothed, with their boots dangling off it, and cuddled contentedly until the door to the privy opened once more. As Anna emerged wearing a modest white nightgown with her blonde hair tied up, Glenn scooted away from Becka. Anna raised a palm. You don't have to do that with me. I'm not going to fall to pieces every time I see a young couple canoodling in public. You two can canoodle all you like. Glenn blushed and settled back into bed. Sorry about tonight's supper. And I'm sorry about how I reacted. Anna brushed one hand through her hair. I hope they weren't too upset. Not at all. They were worried they'd upset you. Tell them I'm fine next time you see them. And we'll see Nora tomorrow, yes? Glenn smiled. I hope so. With the talented lifecaster, we really could crush doubles. I'm eager to get started. Anna frowned. Still, of all the luck, the only 3 adventurers in all of Luxterra who know Glenn Redwood by face and name happened to get in line behind us in a crowd of hundreds as we entered Sun's Cross. The gods test us some days. Becka snorted. For some of us, it's every day. Anna patted across the room to her bed. Still, I'm glad we have this quest. Narrow as our chances might be, I can still hope. I've been thinking about that, Glenn said. Even if we don't win enough contests to level me to 15, I think I'd like to remain here and still watch after the cup. It's not a pleasant zone, but that also means the competition for monsters isn't as fierce as in Evelyn. I'm going to stay here after the cup and level where I can be sure I have plenty of targets. Anna settled on her own bed. Would the Blazers allow that? Becka tapped her lips in thought. Normally not. But if we remind them that Evelyn's people could be victims of a calamity if Glenn doesn't level fast enough, they might be amenable to changing his zone. But what about your training with Brennan? I could tackle investigation quests here, couldn't I? In her letter, Jenny said she suspected that Marion was impressed by my part in uncovering that hole in the wall of Lakebrook. Jenny also said she's certain Brennan is going to accept me as a truth seeker. Why not continue my training here as an independent investigator? I imagine Stillwatch could always use more truth seekers, Anna agreed. And we could level together. I haven't had as much difficulty finding monsters in Holbeck as you've encountered in Evelyn, but the competition is still there. If I mention your argument about what fertile hunting ground Stillwatch could be to the Blazers, they might allow me to stay. Both of you need to reach 15 as fast as possible, Becka said. The Blazers were having you level apart so that the church couldn't snatch you both up at once if they found out, but that's far less likely all the way out here. Glenn grinned. I'm liking this idea more and more. So let's keep it in our back pocket. We are still going to do everything we can to place in singles and doubles and whatever other contests we can enter. We will win experience scrolls, but that isn't our only option.
which means we can stress just a bit less. It's not over until my quest timer expires. Anna smiled from her bed. Thank you, Glenn. That's helpful. She swept her sheets aside and slipped her legs under them. Now, if it's all the same to you two, I could very much use some sleep. I'm fine with the lamp lit, so don't feel obligated to bed down yet. Becka stretched both hands to the ceiling and yawned. I'm actually quite tired as well. We're going to need to get up early tomorrow if we want to get in line in time to sign up for the dueling brackets and other events. We should all turn in early. Anna rolled so her back was facing them and snuggled into bed. I do think that's best. So, good night, you two. I'm very glad we managed to find each other. Us too. Becka glanced at Glenn and smiled coyly. Bed? He smiled back. I need to change into something softer. As do I. She gripped his hands, then slipped off the bed and pulled him up after her. Without a word, she led him toward the privy, the private privy. Glenn glanced back at Anna as Becka dragged him on, but her back remained to them, and her shoulder rose and fell steadily. Was she already asleep? Becka opened the door to the privy and pulled him, then closed it silently. As she pressed him against the door with her soft body, he realized they weren't going to sleep yet. But really? In the privy? While Anna was in the next room? That was wrong in every way he could think of, which was likely why Becka was gazing up at him with such a naughty grin. The next morning, Glenn woke before sunup, with Becka draped across him and snuggled under the fine covers of their fine bed. Despite its unusual and somewhat disturbing name, the Dancing Skitterer was a lovely tavern. This bed was like a cloud. Careful not to wake Becka, Glenn slipped out of bed, stretched and padded to the privy to relieve himself. After he'd freshened up, he emerged to find Anna already up as well, and also fully dressed. How had she done that? Had she been waiting for him to leave the room? Becka was still entirely passed out, but Anna barely batted an eye at her. As she rose and reached for her unfilled bag, she looked their way. I'll meet you downstairs. We should have another hour before they let people line up to sign up for events, so we should grab a quick breakfast beforehand. We could be in line for more than a few hours, and I'm not sure they let you hold the place. Glenn nodded. We'll see you downstairs. Once Anna was gone, he roused Becka with a gentle nudge, a less gentle nudge, and then a hard squeeze. She grumbled and moaned before finally rolling out of bed. Becka had never been a morning person, and despite their vow to go to bed early last night, things hadn't worked out as they wished, or rather, they had worked out exactly as they wished. Becka was responsible for her own actions. Still, Becka knew how important this morning was, and Glenn left her to stumble into the privy and wake up. Meanwhile, he pulled on his special mace carrier, and Becka, his mace, and strapped on his shield as well. He refused to go anywhere without those, especially now. Sooner than he expected, Becka was ready, and then they joined Anna downstairs. After a brief breakfast of warm bread and warm stew, they left the Dancing Skitterer just as the first smear of red appeared on the darkened horizon. Glenn was surprised to find the streets already quite crowded. He supposed that was simply what life was like in a city that normally hosted 2,000 and now had close to 10. The Sandsea Cup attracted people from across the entirety of Luxtera, and there were likely 3 zones worth here now. Once they reached the gates to the newly constructed arena grounds outside Sun's Cross proper, Glenn was unsurprised to find 2 town guards on duty at a single sturdy wooden gate. The fence around the grounds of the Cup wouldn't stop a determined adventurer, but the other town guard standing at attention inside it would. Glenn suspected almost the entire garrison of Sun's Cross had turned out to run security for this event, and he felt a bit wistful as he imagined what his life might have been like if he'd ever gotten to do something like that back in Wolfpine. He had attended Dinah's hunt back in Gracia, but he'd done so as a boy of common age, not a full-grown town guard. There was a large square built off the town that visually connected it with the grounds of the Cup, and it was filled to the brim with people by the time Glenn arrived. As he spotted a few people currently breaking down tents and stuffing them into unfilled bags, he realized they must have camped out here overnight. He should have thought of that. Still, they couldn't fill all the brackets in a day, could they? There had to be enough events going on here to justify the massive adventure and townsfolk presence. They would find spaces in the events they desired. As he, Becka, and Anna reached the back of the crowd, Glenn realized his problem. He had no idea how to find Nora. Was she even here yet? If she was, she could be buried in the crowd milling ahead. He scanned the sea of bobbing hoods, heads, and helmets for Nora's distinctive red hair, but while he found several red-headed individuals, none were the woman he was looking for. He was still scanning the crowd when a heavy hand clapped him on the shoulder. Glenn jumped and glanced at his unexpected guest, then grinned. Carmelo. Carmelo stepped back and grinned. Bright and early, just as promised. You're entering the dueling as well? Terry and I are tackling the 16 to 20 doubles, but I'm not the one you're here to meet. Someone gently touched his back. As Glenn turned to face her, he smiled with relief. Good morning, Nora. Morning, Glenn. Nora beamed at them, and then looked at Becka and Anna, who had turned to confirm her presence. I hope you haven't been waiting long. We just got here, Becka said. Thank you again for agreeing to join us. I'm happy to be here, and I'm so sorry about last night. You have nothing to apologize for, Anna said firmly. She looked at Carmelo, then at Anna again. While I wasn't entirely prepared to hear his name last night, learning you both knew Zach last night is a comfort. I'm glad you knew him. It's another reminder of all the lives he touched before what Glenn spoke to you about. In his head, Glenn could almost hear Zach's joke. That's not all I touched. He chuckled quietly to himself. When Becka glanced quizzically at him, he shrugged and mouthed, Tell you later. Carmelo walked past him to look over the crowd. That's a lot of people. Glenn grimaced as Nora formed up on his left side and Becka pressed close on the right. Anna joined their observation as Glenn felt suddenly pensive. He glanced at Anna. There's 6 level brackets, right? And not everyone here is level 10 to 15. They can't possibly fill all those slots in one morning. That's right, Anna said confidently. Anyone below 10 cannot compete, so the brackets range from 10 to 15 to 36 to 40. We'll find slots. Only those who arrive tomorrow will have trouble. It's going to be a wait this morning, but I don't think we'll miss out on anything. Carmelo shook his head. I hope you're right. Regardless, I now leave the best life caster I've ever partied with in your hands. Bring her back to us in one piece. Nora slapped his arm. When have you ever said I was the best at anything? I never say it. Carmelo grinned down at her. But I think it every day. Nora rolled her eyes. You are in a good mood. Your appointment went well? Misty certainly thinks it did. The big man waved. Now have fun, folks. I'm off to sign up for myself and Terry. I think I'll snag a slot in the demon fighting exhibition as well. Put that demon slaying enchantment to good use. Glenn's eyes widened as Carmelo walked away, and then he glanced at Anna. People actually fight demons in the Sandsea Cup? I thought only monsters were involved. Anna eyed him curiously. Why did you think that? I guess demons can't appear inside the town walls, right? Nor can monsters. That's why the builders erected the grounds for the cup outside the city proper. The walls they've built hold back the monsters and demons of Stillwatch, but not those marked by special colors or encased in special gems. Glenn nodded as he remembered. Demon crystals. You know a bit about those, don't you? He shuddered as he remembered throwing himself into a group of 3 angry shaitans as they converged on an exhausted Zach and an unconscious Anna. I do, a bit. But how do they ensure the demons don't escape once released? It's not like a fence can contain them. Special containment rings created by shamanists. They're not just here to cast resurrects and heal people after duels. They also create rings the demons can't escape. Glenn thought back to the skill Jacob Coverfall had used in the Temple of Balance back in Gracia to hold off a devourer from the 6 hells. Deterrent circle. That had kept demons from entering the circle, so it made sense another circle could lock them inside. Perhaps shamanists had a skill that could trap demons. He would need to look that up later. He didn't need to know, but once he wondered about something like this, he couldn't stop. Becka touched his arm. I think they might be close to making an announcement.
Glenn's attention snapped to the 2 town guards at the closed gate to the grounds of the Cup. Given all the people between them and him, Glenn could only see their helmets, but as one man stepped forward, he knew what skill the town guard was about to use. Public address. That prerequisite to arrest would make this town guard heard far and wide. Glenn had that skill himself, though he didn't have it slotted at the moment. The town guard's voice boomed over the gathered crowd. "Attention, adventurers! If you've come to register for the events of the Sandsea Cup, you're in the right place. 15 minutes from now, we will open this gate. We would like you to line up in a fashion we've devised. We will start admitting adventurers by the letters of their last names." Glenn had wondered how the town guards were going to form this giant and unruly crowd into an orderly line that could be admitted and sent to the sign-up tables. Was it really going to be as simple as alphabetical order? He supposed simple was easy to manage. "To keep things fair, the letter of the alphabet on which we'll start was chosen at random last night," the town guard bellowed. "That letter is G. So, all adventurers with the last name starting with G, make your way to the front of the crowd. H's should follow that, and then I's, and so on. I hope most of you people know the alphabet." An all but deafening chorus of cheers, groans, and boos erupted from the huge crowd gathered to enter the grounds of the Cup. People jostled each other as they shuffled about. Glenn acknowledged the wisdom in making this announcement 15 minutes before the gates actually opened. That would give everyone time to get more or less in a good order. Becka elbowed him. "Lucky you." As Glenn eyed the huge crowd and imagined the challenges involved in keeping it organized and contained, he felt almost jealous of those town guards. It would be tough to organize this crowd, but oh, so satisfying. He missed his own class in that moment. "He does have the god's own luck," Anna said ruefully. "Maybe they do have their fingers on the scales after all." Still distracted by how difficult this all must be to organize for the town guards, Glenn glanced at his companions. "Did I miss something?" Becka eyed him. "I don't know. Did you? Graybreaker?" Glenn gasped, and then he glanced at Nora in alarm. She still thought he was Glenn Redwood. He hadn't thought to explain that he was using a different last name because he couldn't think of any reason it would be pertinent. Now the alphabet was involved. Nora glanced at Glenn and smiled. What is it?" Becka touched his arm again. "How about I explain it to her?" Glenn nodded with relief. "Thanks." Nora eyed Becka curiously. "Explain what?" "There's one more interesting element of our Blazer quest. I've told you we wished it to remain secret and that we're traveling in disguise. For that reason, Glenn will register under a different name than his own. Rest assured, it's all above board." Nora eyed them doubtfully. "This mission of yours gets stranger with each detail." "Oh, trust me, I've noticed." Becka pressed her hand hard against Glenn's back. "Now get up there. Onto the front." Glenn balked. "But what about Nora? R would put her all the way in the back." "You can register for her, silly. Only the leader of the group for doubles needs to sign up for them. That means you can register Nora and yourself for doubles first thing." "But," Glenn blinked, "what if we end up facing you and Anna in doubles?" Becka patted his arm. "I promise we'll be gentle." Glenn glanced at Nora. "I like this plan, provided you haven't changed your mind." Nora winced. "I want to, but I worry. What if I let you all down?" Glenn rested one hand on her thin shoulder. "I have complete faith in you. We took down a winnower together, remember? And then a de-sold bullpoor." She wrinkled her nose. "You took down the winnower. I just got a bad kiss." "A kiss?" Becca's lips quirked. "No one told me about a kiss." Nora backpedaled, eyes wide. "I mean the winnower kissed me, to take my blood." "But didn't Glenn say the demon resembled me at the time? Did we kiss?" "It only looked like you to Glenn. To me, it looked—" She glanced at Anna, then blushed furiously. Anna lightly cleared her throat. "Let's settle into our places in line. We only have 15 minutes. I see no reason we shouldn't do everything we can to help the town guards." "Yes." Nora blinked rapidly. "Yes, let's do that." She looked at Glenn. "So, duos?" He released her shoulder.
I would be honored to fight at your side." Nora took a deep breath, then smiled again. "Me too.